Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday the 16th of June. You better believe it. Yeah, Ravy baby in the house. How are you? Hope you are well on this fine day. Thought we'd pick up where we left off yesterday when everyone was laughing at me because of the peace deal and my gullible tendencies when it comes to hoping for peace. It looks like there's been some interesting developments on that front. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. Welcome, warriors. Hello, Wookie. How you going? Keyboard warriors. Armchair revolutionaries. The bitch biscuit is back. So good. It's such a good name. My God, we have so much to learn from our right-wing comrades about like how to fucking rip on people. Seriously, so much lurking while I crochet. Never forget the window. That's all I'm going to say. All right, good luck to you. And we're going to be discovering, like I said, we're going to be going down and like trying to figure out what's going on with the peace deal that everyone is highly speculative of. Fair enough. Speculate away. But like, let's figure out what the fuck is going on, because there's some wild claims that are coming out here. Like Iran's going to, I don't know, have relief from sanctions, going to have assets unfrozen. They're going to open up the strait, but charge a fee, not a toll. And somehow in all of this, somebody along the names of J.D. Vance has come out and said that they're going to get reparations as well for this situation. So it's fucking crazy. Checking in, I'll be lurking. Hit that like button. Dilemmas, enjoy your lurk. I assume you do a bit of lurking these days while you're on your long service leave. So put me on in the background while you're playing games, I guess. So enjoy your games. Hope you're is it your shoulder? They got the old injection, cortisone. Well, I think it was. Hope it's going well. Next project, I promise there will be a window. Don't promise me. Saying she will be very upset if he doesn't get his window. What's he going to do when he goes to Japan? All right, so shall we just jump into it? Because I actually really want to figure out what the fuck is going on. BB seething right now. Mamoop is in the house. You know what we're talking about here. BB seething in like what regard? Like BB's just like, as we predicted, and as I think Trump's even said, look, the deal, it doesn't actually cover Israel. They can do whatever they want. So like, if that's what you're talking about, let's have a look-sees. Like I said, JD Vance has come out, said some crazy shit. And like people are like, whoa, is that really part of the peace plan? That's crazy. So anyway, let's see what actually eventuates. I'm assuming that BB's going to do whatever he wants to do in Lebanon. The whole thing will be off. That was the general vibe yesterday, but maybe things have changed. Maybe things have changed. We will find out, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to go to a gentleman by the name of, or a channel by the name of the Janta Car Reporter. I'm not sure if you've been around for this, but like, you know, I want to say like 3 months ago now when all this kicked off, or longer than that, we were going to this guy. Actually, it's like, what was it, the end of February, right? Is that right? Yes, it's been like 4 months now. Yeah, we were going to this guy a lot because like outside of the Western media, like this guy actually has a different opinion, one that's not pro-Western. And so like I thought we'd get his take on all of this. As we predicted, Israel didn't get everything they wanted. Peace deal, a little early to be talking peace. Yes, fair enough. Bansel Bandit. How you going? Hope you're well. My work wanted us to watch a video to explain a new system. 5 minutes of the two weirdest AI people rambling. Can't even be bothered to film a bad training video. Interesting. Well, we're actually going to be doing, that's the other thing we're going to touch on today. We're going to be touching on some digital colonialism. So talking about AI, people rambling, and bad training, we're going to be going down a rabbit hole of, yes, artificial intelligence and digital colonialism. But like, first, I want to make sense of all of this. What the hell is going on with this peace deal? And like, what are some of the wild claims that are coming out here? Peace in the Middle East must be the opening of markets. Yes. Interesting, isn't it? How it all lines up. Yes. I heard some interesting commentary on the side about what's happening with the oil situation. And like, so people have been burning through the reserves, the oil reserves recently. And it would seem that in, I don't know, June, late June, mid-July, there's going to be a day of reckoning soon, where the oil prices just start to begin to skyrocket because people are burning through those reserves that they were required to have as part of that international agreement where everybody keeps a certain reserve of oil. And like, that day of reckoning is coming very soon, within a month, I would say. And it's going to over the world economy massively. So I think they're trying to get the jump on here and reopen the strait. Not that that's really going to help. But then, like, no one can turn around and blame, I guess, Trump or the Trump administration. They'll be like, look, we tried. We opened up the strait. So we'll see. Well, I'm home today working with my AI, and so it will be fun time today. Good luck. Hope you enjoy that. Like I said last week, it's just market manipulation. Peace on a Monday, bombing on a Friday. Well, let's test your theory, and like, we will hold that to be true if by Friday Israel is bombing Lebanon and the peace talks are gone, because they're supposed to be signing this thing on Friday in where? Like Switzerland or something like that? Somewhere neutral. I don't know. We'll find out. The oil situation is such common knowledge, hidden well by fools. So, yeah, well, we're going to find out if crunch time comes and like what they're going to do about it, because crunch time is crunching along, and like, us little plebs are going to be the ones who struggle out of all this. Like always, it's the working people of the world who really struggle. So we'll see if it's been worth it, which I would say overwhelmingly, I think most people would agree. I don't think there's anyone, even the most ardent Trump supporters, I guess, or supporters for invasion on Iran, I guess, I don't know, they could really say that this has been a win for anyone, like especially the United States. I don't know how they could clamor a win out of this one, but we're going to find out. Let's have a listen to see what's going on here, shall we?
So more details have emerged on the US-Iran peace deal, and boy, the deranged occupant of the White House has made a spectacular surrender to the Islamic Republic. Of all the people, Trump's deputy J.D. Vance has confirmed the US decision to pay $300.
Leaders don't give a shit about plebs. No, they don't. And like, I think we should, like, good little anecdote there. They don't give a shit about plebs. Another thing to add to why we need to think about things in terms of class war. And like, look, culture wars are fun, entertaining, and they're serious, but like, you know, let them go. Don't take a left and a right wing issue on everything just because your friends or your, I don't know, whoever you follow in your little echo chamber takes a right wing or a left wing position on said issue. Let it go. We need to focus on the fact that we are plebs, and like, the world is going to be plunged into economic chaos very, very soon, it would seem. So I love how Trump shat on Obama's JCPOA. I'm assuming you're talking about the agreement that he'd signed with Iran, and like, he's basically turned around and done the same thing. Yeah, and yet his deal seems 100 times worse. They waited until people started going back to South Lebanon to bomb it again, and the South is now in full occupation, according to BB. They will not stop. All right, well, time will tell what happens there. Because, yeah, Iran has made it very clear that Lebanon is supposed to be protected under any type of peace arrangement. Let's continue.
$1 billion to Iran in reparation. The US decision to pay $300 billion
sorry, just listen to
Islamic
this.
Republic. Of all the people, Trump's deputy J.D. Vance has confirmed the US decision to pay $300 billion to Iran in reparations and $24 billion of payment in cash immediately.
What? What? Are you listening to this? Like, honestly, like, what is going on there? JD Vance has come out and said that the US is going to pay, or someone is going to pay, $300 billion in reparations to Iran. Are we listening to this? Like, let's just take a moment to realize what's going on here. We had Trump going in there and bombing the shit. He was going to end a civilization. You heard it. You heard it months ago. Love Jeff in the house. Brothers, how you going? How are you, internet friend? Hope you're well. Like, we had Trump a few months ago saying that he was going to end a civilization, and now he's going to pay $300 billion in reparations. Hello, this does not make sense. Ladies and gentlemen, this does not make sense. What is going on here? Why would JD Vance say that? Again, is it just all show for the plebs, or have we like turned into like a new timeline or something where this type of conversation is acceptable? Like, what American out there who didn't want to go to war anyways would be like, yeah, let's pay $300 billion in reparations to the evil Iranian regime? Like, so much for like not doing business with evil. Someone send Twiggy in to get that down to 16 mil. Hey, the Aussie battler himself. The 24 billion in cash is Iran's money. The 300 is an extra bonus. Well, what's the 24 billion in cash? Are we talking about their frozen assets? Because I actually thought those things were all separate. They're going to unfreeze assets as well. In relation to the current discussed Iran peace deal, I have heard recently that JD Vance has said that Iran will get $300 billion worth of reparations, of which $24 billion in cash or additional to the reparations. Can you confirm this? So good. The thing wrote peace deal as paste steel. It's better than piss deal though. Peace deal. Assets and cash are different. So like, where's the cash coming from then? You were right. Iran got the better deal. So what's up? Are we piss deal or not? Yeah, Iran got the better deal, it would seem. Okay, based on the reporting available so far, and this is from Reuters, apparently, a $300 billion figure, there is evidence that JD Vance discussed Iran potentially gaining access to a reconstruction and investment fund worth up to $300 billion. However, Vance has described this as a future reconstruction investment and economic access contingent on Iranian compliance, not immediate cash or cash payment or unconditional reparations. $24 billion figure. Reports circulating from Iranian sources and media leaks mentioned $24 billion in frozen Iranian assets becoming available during negotiations. Importantly, this has been reported as a release of Iran's own frozen assets, not additional cash reparations payment from the United States. That's from some Iranian source. Iranian media published purported details of Iran-US draft peace deal. And then they've got something here from the New York Post. Credible, untrashy news source. JD Vance has acknowledged that Iran could potentially gain access to as much as $300 billion in reconstruction investment and economic benefits if it complies with the agreement, while separate reports from Iranian media claim that $24 billion in frozen Iranian assets could be released. Vance has also explicitly stated that no funds are being handed over merely for signing the deal. One additional wrinkle? What the hell does that mean? Iranian officials and state-affiliated media have framed some of these economic provisions as compensation for war damage, while US officials have generally rejected the language of reparations and instead described them as investment, sanction relief, or access to frozen assets. Council of Foreign Relations. Alright, there's some context for you if you want. If you're interested in that. Heidi the Sausage, g'day gang. How you going, Heidi? Hope you're well. Howdy, Heidi. Like literally BB has just taken full occupation of 20% of another country. What the fuck are we doing? So Iran is Stormy Daniels 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yes, full capitulation, isn't it? Stormy Daniels 2, that's so good. So he will outsource it to Thiel, and Thiel will own the government even more so. Got it. Fact-checking me with ChatGPT seems a little impersonal. Mystery. Yeah, look, it's not about that. I'm just trying to understand the situation. Like, I'm honestly not fact-checking you. I have heard similar stuff. But, like, I was actually talking about what this guy had just said. But, like, at least they provided sources. Some sources. Like, whether you like the sources or not. But, yeah. It's not an attack. This is a fact-finding exercise, I swear.
Trump has also agreed for Iran to continue to enrich uranium. In return, Iran has made a pinky promise to never produce nuclear bombs. The development has caused unprecedented meltdown amongst
I like me some sauces. Different sauce.
American Zionists. In Lebanon, Israeli terrorists have tried to kill a brave journalist, Hadi Hotef, whose clip I played in my video last night. In the UK, a panel of 5 judges have controversially reversed the High Court's ruling which had termed the proscription of Palestine Action as a terrorist group illegal. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, an Iranian footballer confronts an American journalist on the safety of Iranian players in the US during the World Cup football. So please stay tuned. So it's official. What Iran's state media reported last week has turned out to be true, word by word. The supposedly most powerful country in the world with the supposedly most powerful military has capitulated to Iran, a country which has faced brutal and illegal
the strongest of promises ever, the pinky promise.
sanctions by the same supposedly powerful country for over 47 years. How do we know this? Well, a person no less than the Vice President of the US, J.D. Vance, had just confirmed. Listen to his reply on the question of the US paying Iran $300 billion in reparations on CBS TV channel.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the
Gulf Coast Coalition. The Gulf Coast Coalition. Was that like a surfing championship? Maybe not. The $300 billion seems to be part of a reconstruction fund from the Gulf Coast Coalition. Can you explain this coalition briefly? Provide sources. Appears to be either a slip of the tongue or a misunderstanding. The reporting generally refers to the Gulf Arab states, most likely centered around the Gulf Cooperation Council, so the GCC. Currently reporting on the US draft Iran agreement, indicates that the proposed $300 billion reconstruction investment fund would be financed by the Gulf states, not by the US government directly. Reuters describes the deal as including a $300 billion Gulf-funded reconstruction fund. This just seems like the fucking Gaza peace plan all over again. It's like, yeah, we're going to establish the board of peace. Everybody gets a $1 billion buy-in, and then we're going to build something there. And what are they doing at the moment? They're building they're building military bases there, apparently. It's like, what the fuck's really going on? what is going on here? It's all just like, yeah. We'll give them $300 billion and then the Gulf states will pay for it. Like, who's fucking negotiating this one? I don't know, man. It seems all a little bit too fucking all over the place for me. Oh man, at what point of this project where I don't know where I want to take it? I should use patterns, lol. Seems like the Iran sticks to comments based on, in fact, in the US, based on at best Walt Disney. Iran is the more trusted source in this. Yes, so good. Oh man. Yeah, it was like the US are just vibing it. Hey? Yeah, we're going to give them $300 billion and the Gulf will pay for it. Yeah, we're going to build that wall too and the Mexicans are going to pay for it. Fuck yeah. All right. Yeah, you like that, don't you, Mexicans? If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Do us a favor. Sorry, activate the like button. Do it for the algo, bro.
Things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to. That's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So,
and what do they have to concede? Like, honestly, what have they... Like, what are they conceding? The only thing that I've heard of that potentially they're conceding at the moment is that they were going to control the strait and now they're not going to control it completely. They're just going to, like, charge people a fee because people don't like the word toll, so they're going to do that. Like, outside of that, like, what are they conceding? Ben, it's a bullshit agreement that the US is desperately trying to get it to read like they haven't had their asses handed to them. It's looking more and more. It's our AUKUS money. So good. That's what they're paying them in. The AUKUS money. Fuck it. Oh, savage, man. That's savage.
We absolutely are open to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they
conceded that they can refine nuclear dust.
give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
So not only did Vance confirm that Iran will receive $300 billion in damages, but he also confirmed another claim widely made by the Iranian media, that the US will pay $24 billion in cash to Iran.
They say they're going to get $24 billion in frozen funds if they hit certain benchmarks. Is that true?
Well, again, Ed, we're open to a lot of things that are on the table, but that $24 billion just doesn't appear anywhere in any of the texts that we've talked about with the Iranians. What we have said is that we're willing to talk about unfreezing assets, but a much, much bigger deal is unsanctioning their economy so long as they make the long-term commitments on the nuclear program. So, you know, again, one of the things these hardliner elements in their country are going to do is misrepresent the deal so that they can sell it to certain elements of their domestic audience. But I think,
what the fuck is nuclear dust? Like, actually, what a moron. Yeah, I have no idea. But like, they started using that term, or he started using that term, like, what, a couple of weeks ago now in his Truth Social posts. Like, I'm sure he knows what it is. It's like fairy dust, but instead of magical things happening, you get Chernobyl. Oh my god. Frozen funds, cash. Vance dances with the word assets. Dun dun dun. Yeah, well, like, the sanctions is an interesting one. The sanctions relief. Again, like, somebody already called, I think it was you, Ben, it was like, but like, this is exactly what they already had. They already had this deal. And like, they were not going to be producing nuclear weapons. They had this under Obama, and then fucking Trump trashed that in his first term. So like, we're back to square one. And some, and then some. If anything, they're backpedaling now after causing a lot of destruction and destabilization of the world economy. It's lovely, really. It's lovely.
Again, the text is very clear. There's nothing about $24 billion. What there is clarity about, though, Ed, is that Iran gives up their nuclear program for the long haul. They allow a real inspections regime. And then, of course, we want them to have a lot of benefits. The president has said we want them to be a successful country.
Right.
We want to turn over a new leaf with Iran, but that requires them to meet us in the middle.
Just confirm the body language and tone of how Vance and his delusional fool boss spoke before and immediately after they launched an illegal war on Iran. This is what Iran has earned because of its decision to stand up to a rogue bully and his terrorist Israeli master. It seems Trump has no option but to even throw
It's so funny. Like, watching Western media, you would never in 1,000 years have anyone, even if they're critical of the Israeli regime, have the fucking chutzpah to call the Israelis terrorists over and over and over again. It's like jolting to your ears because you're so used to Western programming that, like, someone just says it and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. Who's the real terrorists? Baby fairy dust. Cats turn into human nuclear dust. Humans and cats merge in mutation. That's that good old nuclear dust. Wookie, Iran. My bank account lives in another state. You don't know her. Sanction relief can only be relieved by Congress, not Trump. What, just like wars? Eh? Wars should only be started by Congress or with congressional approval, not by Trump. It wasn't a war. It's just an operation. There's $24 billion in the banana stand. There's always money in the banana stand. Cats were once gods in Egypt. Vance gets aggressive / arrogant when he's lying. Interesting. Oh, he's under pressure. Even for a lawyer that went to Yale. Like, it's hard to just lie out the side of your mouth all the time. Marco Rubio, there is no war. You called it a war. Yes, you called it a war. It wasn't me. You said war. I said operation. Who said anything about a war? Who?
baby killer in chief under the bus now.
But let me ask you this before you go. Is Israel on board with this? It doesn't appear so at this time. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Well, Gail, of course, Israel's been a good partner, but we do expect everybody in the region. They've been participating in this peace agreement. They've been participating in our talks with Iran. They understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail...
Whoa, that's mental. The U.S. Congress hasn't officially declared war since 1943. What? That's fucking crazy, that is. That's outrageous. I had no idea. So what were all the other things then? What the hell? All special military operations, eh? Very interesting. Special military operation coined by Putin, might I add. Have you said thank you? Have you said thank you once? Mr. President has been very nice with you. Have you even said thank you? You say it's hard to lie all the time, but pastors exist. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, he should have gone to seminary then, not to Yale Law School. JD Vance might need a few more couches in his office after this Iran fuck up. He'll need to let off a bit of steam. Ha! Is that a reference to a glove by any chance? In between pillows? A jolt in the jostling. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? Jostling. Maybe. Couch reference. Naughty. There's still no peace deal with North Korea. Not needed. They've got nukes. What's the verdict? I don't know. I have no idea, man. Like, have you been watching him talk about it? Like, on this little piece by our friend, the Janta Car reporter. Apparently, like, there is a $300 billion promise in the form of a reconstruction investment fund that is supposed to be provided by a Gulf Coast coalition, but it might just be the GCC countries going to pay for Iran to be reconstructed. There's 24 billion in assets, potentially cash. We're not sure that's going to be released, but like who the fuck knows? It sounds like they're really vibing on this one, like the Trump administration, that is, and like Iran's just like literally just calling the shots. They're just like, yeah, okay, we'll have a peace deal, but these are all the things that we want. And so like they really want the peace deal for some reason. I'm assuming it's either I think it's caught between a number of things. I think Trump wants a birthday present, and so like everybody has to scramble to give Trump his birthday present. And then two, like the day of reckoning is coming with like the whole global oil situation. Like people are burning through the oil reserves. So, like things aren't really up to scratch at the moment. It's going to take months to get everything online. I think the Americans would like this issue to have been resolved and the Strait reopened before the global oil crunch happens, so they can just be like, wasn't us. And if anything, we're producing oil, so everyone can just buy oil off us. And so like they want this, and so Iran's just like, oh wow, they really want this peace deal on a timeline. Let's just tell the world that these are all the things that we want. And like they're really trying hard to like kind of manage it, it would seem, and just be like, yeah, okay, Iran might say that, but like we haven't actually agreed to that yet. And Iran said that too. Oh, they did? Well, like, yeah, look, it could happen, but like, we'll get back to you on that one. We'll take that offline. We'll get back to you on that one. 300 billion is a lot of peace missiles, though. So many peace missiles. I bet JD Vance wears the Soviet Union wrestler outfit when he does it. Kids, what have we learned? Get nukes. Yes. Heidi Sausage Hegsworth will have to change his title from Secretary of War to Secretary of Defeat. Oh, man, I wish I'd thought of that. Fuck yeah. Could you imagine? Eh? Every time he gets on stage, people are like, Secretary of Defeat. Remember Iran, asshole. Haig's breath called his office Department of War, and they're still losing. Yeah, I thought it was all the wokies out there that changed it. And like he was going to bring it back to winning. Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. Also, the story that the US is paying Iran $300 million is fake news. To put out by the Democrats. I thought it was 300 billion. Bro, where did you find this, Ravy? Is this legit? What a knob. $300 million is fake news put out by the Democrats. That's so good. Loser. Oh, man. I gave you an update from Mr. President in Discord. Trump had a peace deal with Iran a few times. Then Bibi sabotaged it by bombing Lebanon. Interesting. Then there is going to be tolls under the heading of environmental development and navigation rights. Just to play on words again. Fee, I heard it called. A fee. So people have good services as they're traversing the strait. It's not a toll. It's a fee. So you're telling me there's a chance... Oh, man. He just posted this. What a knob. Look at that, an hour ago. $300 million. Oh, man. He said it. JD Vance, it seems to fuck up a lot, right? Source this fucking shithole website. JD Vance seems to do this a lot. He gets put in the limelight and says some things, and then like Trump's not happy about it and has to backtrack. Yeah, look, there it is. Decline all. There it is, the official. Iran has agreed to never have nuclear weapons. Like, didn't they already have that agreement before you bombed the fuck out of them? I thought they were never going to have them anyway because you destroyed their nuclear facilities. Anyway, also the story that the US is paying around $300 million is fake news. Put out by the Democrats. So good. Fucking Democrats, man. They are dangerous. Dangerous. It's just a couch for casting, I swear. The US have no issue with Israel BB doing anything. US backs all of the Israel Nots military operations.
These bumpy moments with these, and they understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail, these bumpy moments with these ceasefires. Sometimes someone will fire and sometimes somebody responds. We think right now that there are probably people within Iran, because the internet blackout, that are not even aware that this deal has happened. So we certainly expect the Israelis are going to be a participant in this peace process, but we think it's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for the Gulf Coast coalition. And Gail, if the Iranians comply with their end of the bargain, it's going to be good for Iran.
Wish the Arab rulers learned from this. Isn't it sad that while Iran has emerged as the regional superpower after this conflict, the Arab countries that always acted as America's loyal bootlickers are today moving with lightning speed to please Iran? So Iran's victory is not just against the powerful America or genocidal settler colony of Israel, but also against the...
Sup, my coconut cream brother from across the ditch. Yo, how you going? Across the ditch, just a ditch between our nation. Just a ditch between our unified nation. My brother. Hey? My brother. They killed the guy who didn't ever want them to have nuclear weapons. Isn't against their religion to murder people? Ha! Interesting. Every president has backed Israel, no matter Democrat or Republican. I hope someone will love me as much as Trump hates JD one day. My dad liked this guy when I watched a video with him. Oh, who, this guy? Yeah, he's good, isn't he? How did we find him? Somebody must have suggested it when this whole, the Iran War 2026 version anyway, broke out. We came across him. I can't remember how. And it was such a relief listening to this guy talk compared to just the mainstream media. Funny how Vance mentions honor. What agreements have the US ever honored? I think I originally recommended this in Discord. Oh, great. Good on you. I will trust that. You are the stream historian. What a legend this guy is as well. His smart-ass takes on things are pretty good.
Entire might of the Arab nations. American journalist Rick Sanchez appears to make the same point here.
I've talked to Arachi and the assistant foreign minister in the past. I've got a pretty good read on them. Here's my take on why this is important and why I am taking Iran's word for it this time that they are actually in agreement with this deal.
Only person that has better nicknames for people than Trump. Yes. It's savage. JD can't even honor his wife. LOL. That's savage. Hey. Damn.
And it's the fact that Iran is bragging not about the United States' role, certainly not about Israel's role. You know what they're bragging about? They're bragging about Turkey, Iraq, Egypt, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. Apparently, Saudi Arabia played a very big part. The Saudis played a big part in doing this deal. And yeah, they're willing to open the Strait of Hormuz once again to all traffic, not just Iran-friendly traffic. Apparently, there was a telephone call Monday where Turkish officials spoke with Iraqi officials and Egyptian officials. This was a call between Mogegi of Japan, Hussein of Iraq, Abdalati of Egypt, and Hakan Fidan, who is one of the foreign ministers assistant foreign ministers of Turkey. They all got together on the phone with Arachi, the foreign minister of Iran, and they discussed the process, and they're all going to stand by it.
Aside from agreeing to pay hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran in reparations, Trump has also agreed to let Iran enrich uranium at a significantly lower level.
So right now, President Trump is on his way to the G7 summit after reaching a deal with Iran. Trump reportedly telling the New York Times the deal will still allow Iran to continue enriching uranium for non-military purposes. Former President Obama casting doubt on how it's different from his own deal.
It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place.
And then Iran will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz by collecting a service.
So stupid, isn't it? Oh my god. But let's be fair. They have destabilized the world's economy. They have thrown their rivals into a bit of chaos here. And like if the job is, as Brian from the New Atlas describes, is not actually too much about Iran. Like it's good to take Iran out. That would have been nice. It seems that didn't work. They've really shaken the tree when it comes to like the trilateral relation or understanding between Iran, Russia, and China. And they've thrown a spanner in the works there. And they have, fucked up China a lot from this position. They fucked up like Asia. Like East Asia is completely screwed as a result of the shutdown of oil. As well as other things as well, not just oil, but coming into the region. So they have been able to redirect trade and show the world that they can still up the world economy if they really want to, just because they can. So it's not all a loss, but like if you look at it just in terms of like, well, this deal is exactly what Obama had already figured out without all of the concessions from the US in terms of uranium, enriched uranium and all that sort of stuff. America has really demonstrated, I would think, that it is still incredibly dangerous and capable of shutting the world economy down if necessary. It's a big warning to everyone around the world. It's just like, hey, you guys want to play ball? You want to try and make this multipolar world happen? Hey, BRICS nations, you want to play with the big boys? We just have the power to go around the world. We have the military bases and we have the Navy. We can just shit up for 4 months just for the sake of it. And then like walk away, claim victory, and then pretend like we're still on top. Like it is still a flex for the Americans, notwithstanding all the criticism that can flow from this. They have still shown their power. All this apparently reported. Let's wait to see the official text regarding anything with the so-called deal. Well, like here's the thing from yesterday that everyone was calling is like it doesn't really matter even what the text is, considering that like if for Iran, Lebanon is it has to be there. Lebanon like has to be left alone. Like it's just a matter of time, right, until Bibi decides that he wants to that up, and then it's back to where we were last week, I guess. Indonesia is in crisis, RE oil at the moment, plus all the riots. US involved, ? When the military looks like a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. I love that philosophy, or that way of dissecting what's going on, hey. The US have shown their power. The world has seen how they negotiate. Correct? Again, yeah, they're just demonstrating that they can. And like as this guy's reporting, it seems like all of the world's come together to clean up the mess. What did he say? Japan, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, all working in the background, all people that are like tied to oil experts and like the oil infrastructure. Like have some serious considerations there, and they're like, can we just get everything back online and open up the strait again, please? Can we just stop the nonsense? And so like everyone's coming together to try and patch this up, and Trump will walk away from it and just be like, we did it, we won, and if anyone says anything else, it's a Democrat. And I don't spell Democrat with a B. Because that's how dumb these people are.
Discharge, that's what they're calling it now. No toll tax. From ships in exchange for their safe passage. To control the Strait of Hormuz.
Either Saudis are desperate or Kushner is plotting something behind the scenes. Like what? Like you have to be, give us the juice. You can't drop a comment like that. I just would have thought they're desperate. I want to get these things solved. And like as he said, it kind of shows that like everyone kind of understands who's got the power here. It's Iran. Like even the Saudis are kind of like, oh fuck, we need to stabilize this situation because Iran could just fucking attack us at any time and blame Israel and the US for it. What is interesting is that this has been going on for decades. The era of social media has made it content. I disagree. I think the US has made the world see them as the enemy of the people. Look, like I think it just like every time there's a conflict like this, it becomes more and more apparent that like US imperial interests have like basically the entire world's population, hold the world's population in contempt. Like with the Greenland situation really showed that as well. What's the AC? Kushner is probably the AC. What's an AC? I don't have any conspiracies, but Kushner has close ties to MBS. And is there link to Israel? Okay. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? With Saudis then, what they want out of this. Maybe they are just terrified of Iran being right in their fucking, in their part of the world.
Collecting a service charge. That's what they're calling it now. No
oh
toll
yeah,
tax.
this is the toll. Bandsaw Bandit. Let's hear what they have to say about it.
In the first place.
And then Iran will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz by collecting a service charge. That's what they're calling it now. No toll tax. From ships in exchange for their safe passage.
A service
Something
charge.
Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi has said last week. Ismail Baqai, the spokesperson of the Iranian Foreign Ministry, has repeated the same. Listen to him here in this clip in Farsi, voiceover done by my 17-year-old son Kibriya.
Securing the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is very important to us. The measures we have taken in recent months have been fully in accordance with international law to safeguard Iran's national sovereignty and national security. Moving forward, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a coastal state, will together with Oman take the necessary measures to ensure the safe passage of ships through this. In the text of the Memorandum of Understanding, Iran has committed to taking the necessary measures in cooperation with the other coastal state, Oman, and in consultation with the other stakeholders, because our fundamental goal is to ensure safe and secure transit through the Strait of Hormuz. We are supposed to ensure safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz for a very specific period, in parallel with the actions of the other party. This is perfectly clear. This task has been entrusted to the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a coastal state. Therefore, I don't think there is any doubt that in this regard, the sovereignty and the position of the Islamic Republic of Iran are fully. We have always said that we are not looking to collect fees, but in exchange for the services, we will provide navigation services, environmental protection, possibly ship insurance, and other services to be offered by Iran and Oman. The necessary costs will be designed and collected. Therefore, in regard, the matter is very clear.
As expected, Trump's
Interesting. A service fee. Very interesting. A service charge. Syria is being ruled by an IS leader. Yeah, but that's okay. And he even went to the White House. Hey? It's okay. He had a rebranding exercise when they were finished using him as a terrorist. And they needed somebody to control Syria after the Russian-backed puppet was gone. And they pull out the terrorists and put them in as reformed ruler. Oh, Antichrist. Krishna is probably the Antichrist. I didn't see that one coming. Iran can't use the word toll. It's illegal under international law. LOL. Huh. That's pretty funny.
political rivals have reacted furiously to mock the man who wanted to win the Iran war in just 4 to 6 weeks. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former lawmaker and a former supporter of Trump. To be fair to her, She has been consistent in her opposition to the Gaza genocide and even Iran war all along.
So I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be signed later this week, this is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer.
I need that rocker. We're talking about the chair, right? This is not code for something, but like it looks comfortable as fuck.
And I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2024.
No, I love a good rocking chair. Okay, fair enough. Just checking. Just checking.
Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, and so did other nuclear regulatory agencies, said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway. Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need.
I lost respect for her for quitting. Why? Why? Did you think that she could do anything? Like, it's like a cop-out? Like, she should have just stuck through it and been the thorn in the side of, like, what? Trump's Republican Party? Like, I just remember at the time when she was, like, making the announcements and like, she was leaving and stuff, all the comments sections were, like, there was always people in there just being like, she is perfectly healthy and not suicidal or something like that. Just before she left office, let's say. Is this MTG? You better believe it. It is. It is. We're watching her view on the... Have you been here the whole time, Captain Bucket? Have you been watching this? Or you just stepped in? We're watching various like clips from the Jantica reporter. I'm not sure if you've come across this channel before. Anyway, it's just like a mashup of different people talking about the issue of what's happening with the peace deal. And like one of the most hotly contested topics at the moment is there's potentially $300 billion of reparations that are supposed to be paid to Iran for the war. No, I just got here. So like people are talking about, that's what she's whinging about at the moment. She's like, wait a minute, we spent $2 billion a day on this war. We've been going at it for 4 months and now we're going to pay $300 billion to Iran. We didn't even want this war. This is crazy. Oh yeah, I couldn't find that clip I mentioned yesterday when I tried searching. I just got people talking about the burning of the LGBT sex stuff from the progressive and central perspective. This is the one that you were linking to, like how like Nazi Germany and all that sort of stuff, right? You heard people talking about that. Isn't that interesting? All right, back to it.
For our country's defense.
Yes, okay.
Of $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need for our country's defense. But let's add on to that. What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen. Drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation, went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb.
How good are the text, like the captions? I haven't even bothered to edit them and stuff. Netanyahu's name is the best.
To rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu.
And Nathan Yahoo. That's so good. Maybe we should start calling him that. BB's a pretty good name though. Nathan Yahoo. Anyone? Maybe that'll get us around like censor stuff issues as well on certain platforms that would not be named. YouTube. The craziest guy in the world loves to brag about his nuclear arsenal. Crazy Rocket Man was going to blow up the world, and the dotard was going to save the world. How the dotard looking now? They're all dotards, really. How much are you going to bet Iran will break the peace deal? Like every other peace deal America brokers? Like Iran will break the peace deal? I don't know. I have a feeling that like a lot of this pins on Europe. Europe, oh my god. Is not rail. And like Is Not Rail seems to have, they've already said, they're like, this doesn't bind us, we don't give a shit. And even Trump said it as well. Trump was like, oh yeah, of course Israel can do whatever it needs to do to defend itself. So like, I don't even know if they're serious about this. Like if they are fully cognizant of the fact that Israel will just continue doing whatever it wants in Lebanon. And like, yeah, do whatever it feels. It's just going to continue doing whatever the fuck it feels like. Funny how the Yanks complain about petrol prices cheaper than ours. But like, that's like part of the American like way of life though. It's just like they just have cheap gas. It's just part of the American way of life. Like cheap everything. But like, yeah, cheap gas. It's just a thing. It's like an ultimate offense, isn't it? The USA will break it or Is Not Rail. What peace deals have Iran broken exactly? Yeah, I'd actually like to know your opinion on that one, Captain Bucket. Like when you say Iran like doesn't take it seriously then, and they'll just do something for the fun of it. Israel will attack in retaliation for future attacks. Yeah, it's like Minority Report stuff.
Who decided to bomb.
But the internet is now full of meltdown videos of American Zionists. This is John Podhoretz, a known Israeli supporter in the US.
I honestly don't know if it could be worse, because if this war ends the way I fear it's going to, America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was under Biden and before Trump came back into power. That is to say, he made a choice to test America's resolve, America's ability to win war, to exert its will, to change the nature of the map. And he has choked. He has chickened out. He has bled himself dry. And better that we shouldn't have done it in the first place.
So
remember
good.
why we are here.
Trump always chickens out. So good. I can't remember any, but for every peace deal the US tries to create, no one acknowledges it. I'm just following that trend. Yes, okay, got it. I thought you were being like specific about something. We have become numb to the idea of a ceasefire at this point. It's sad. It's fucking ridiculous. Like me and 4AS talked about this in the recent podcasts. Like, go and have a look at that. I would highly suggest that you do that. Actually, where is the podcast? Links for long listening, maybe? Yeah, here it is. I'm going to put that in the chat. But like, yeah, the concept of like a ceasefire is like, it's George Orwell's 1984, like 100%. Like when they say ceasefire now, they don't actually mean a cease to firing. They just mean like moderate firing, I think is the word that they use. Yeah, moderate firing is the terminology, not ceasefire. Ceasefire doesn't actually mean you've ended attacking one another and you're like kind of freeze the conflict. It can mean you're still killing each other. We just don't want to call it a war because then we'll need like congressional approval or something like that. It's like, this is just a crazy totalitarian dystopian world that we live in, where like we're told what to think. Like that's one of the, you know how like everyone uses the word totalitarian like really loosely. This is a great example of it. Okay, if you're wondering what totalitarianism is, it's not authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is just like, I don't know, like some regime or dictator or party or oligarchy, someone that rules, and like completely, they have complete authority, and so it's authoritarian because they get final say on everything. Like an autocrat or something like that. A totalitarian society is much different. They like they control society in its totality, from like, you know, having final authority on everything, to also though being able to control or having authority over the way you think. Like in totalitarian societies, you can argue that people like they all dress the same and they look the same and they act the same, and they think in a certain way because it comes down from the system itself. And so like our totalitarian dystopia here is like, we know the word, that the words when they are conjoined, cease and fire, are supposed to mean the firing has stopped. It has ceased to be. But like in the modern era, because of propaganda and mainstream media and the conversation, ceasefire doesn't mean that anymore. And so like we are conditioned to think that a ceasefire actually doesn't mean you cease fire anymore. It's like whatever's happening or been happening in the Gulf for the last, I don't know, couple of months, where they're attacking each other, but nobody wants to call it that. That's a form of totalitarianism, when like you can't think for yourself. Like, you know what makes sense. Like, cease fire means this, but we're constantly told a ceasefire is not ceasing firing. It's just whatever they want us to believe it is. That's totalitarianism. It's a fucking scary existence. It's scary, man. That's the world we live in. Taco Tuesday. Mr. Abbott, I have been here the whole time. Beach faces, but nobody cares. You've been here the whole time? How you going? The IDF won't. Get some. How you going, Govan, in the house? Imagine hearing ceasefire talks during World War One compared to now. Yeah, where it had some meaning. Especially in trench warfare. God, you would have hoped it had meaning. US foreign policy has always been protecting the petrodollar and the world reserve currency status. The US will blow up the world before giving up those. Crazy. I hope not. I hope not. I hope like they threaten to blow up the world, but they don't actually go there. But like, you know, hey. Jet B. Hey, yeah. Jet B's in the house. How you going? Are you part of the Socialist Party / movement in New South Wales, E? Negative. I have like gone along to various functions and stuff like that, and like, you know, just talk to people or whatever. But like, I'm not part of a socialist party. To be honest, like, I am wary of the fact that most socialist parties that I am aware of in New South Wales, if not the entirety of Australia, are Trotskyist parties, and like they are to be just, yeah, be wary of Trotskyists. I don't want to smear anyone if you are, but like, it's you have to be careful of them. I can go into further detail another time if you want. Mr. Abbott, totally. 40 trillion in debt. St. Cheese in the house, there you go. Looks like a knob. I nearly did my thesis on digital colonialism. What have y'all covered so far? I haven't done digital colonialism yet. That's going to come up after this, actually. So, like, yeah. And it's such a fascinating topic, it is. So, I hope you stick around for that. This might take a while, though. We're going through this stuff. The whole Iranian situation is pretty crazy. It's only monopoly money. Great point. No dancing in the streets these days. To be fair, English isn't their first language. It's lost in translation. Will the new Ayatollah ever step into the daylight again? Freaked out because a big boy lawyer called me thinking I'm in trouble, but it was because my case was so bad. They want to represent me without cost. Oh, well. Fuck yeah. Pro bono, baby. Fuck yeah. Take it. Behold, I am the shadow Ayatollah. I remember the scene in MASH when they declared a ceasefire was a party in the swamp. We'll make our own socialist party. That's pretty good. With blackjack and hookers. Yeah, congratulations. Good news. Was Hitler part of a socialist party? I'm not sure. I know he definitely used socialist branding. Mussolini was definitely part of a socialist party. But like a lot of people were. So it's highly likely that Hitler would have been part of a socialist party back in the day. If he was a worker at any point, it's highly likely that he would have, if he wasn't just an artist. I would like to know, since I am myself technically in a party at the moment, I still feel like the odd one out. I stick out. Whoa. What party are we talking about? Like you're in a socialist party somewhere in NZ? Wow. That's crazy. Well, look, without going into too much detail, Trotskyists were the acceptable socialists during the Cold War, if that makes sense, in the West. So like it was not acceptable to be a communist, right, in the West during the Cold War. And so like Trotskyists as natural opposition to like Stalin, and thus the Stalinist style of the Soviet Union, were acceptable socialists in the West. And like so the stories go, deep state organizations, as you can imagine, were able to funnel their ideas about being anti-Soviet Union or anti-Stalinist through Trotskyist style organizations. And so there are theories out there that Trotskyist organizations that exist today are interwoven potentially with deep state agendas and like propaganda and stuff like that to like actually do damage to the larger socialist vision. So like you just have to be cautious around them. I'm not saying that all of them are like that. But there is theories and there is evidence out there that this was taking place. And so like highly established Trotskyist parties out there, just take them with a grain of salt. Yeah, I'm a paying member of the Greens, LOL. Does that really constitute a Trotskyist party though? Like, are the Greens even socialists? Aren't they just like the Greens? Aren't they environmentalists? Unless they're a registered socialist party. Socialism was popular with the young'uns, so it's good. It's a good foot in the door. Nice YouTube award. Put it on his mantle. Yeah, one day we'll have one of those. I'll put it up there next to Kevin Rudd's face. Eh? How do you define your brand of rad left? Are you an MLM? Nah, not really. Like, I don't know enough about Mao. And, like, I'm not a massive fan of Lenin, to be honest. Like, I think Lenin was a great revolutionary, but I don't know if I'd describe myself as an ML. I think there's so much to learn from Lenin and Mao and all that sort of stuff. But, like, you know, start with the basics. I think you should go back to just to Marx. Discover Marx, and then if you want to add Lenin on top of that and Mao and all that sort of stuff, go for it. But that's just my opinion. I do not speak for a lot of people here. Just my idea. Like the stream, yeah, that's right. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, yeah, activate the like button. Got a head soon. It's my grandfather's birthday. Yes, all right. Happy birthday to Popper Captain Bucket. Mystery's multi-level marketing skills need some refinement. Just a little bit. What was I saw the name. Oh, you're talking about Trotsky? Cheese Swiss might come back. So good. Legit? Or was that a joke? No, Cheese Swiss. I can't even remember the name. I just remember his profile picture. He got upset, that guy. Groucho Marx? It's Admiral Bucket. Oh, you're the captain. He's the admiral. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Admiral Bucket. What's your view on the militancy/militant struggle being necessary for any meaningful revolutionary change? Oh, like it's uncontested. It's self-evident. Like, you have to be militant in your struggle. It depends what your version of militancy is. Like, do you have to be organized and resist the system and potentially be prepared to fight and sacrifice for the cause? Like, does that have to be violently? Just depends on how repressive the state is. But like, do you have to be militant and like organized, like militant, like in like the sense of striking? Then 100%. Like, you can't just be like, oh, a petition to your elected representative. You have to form your own organizations, and they have to be active, militantly active, protest and strike, and involve themselves in action. They have to be putting stuff into practice. So yes, militancy is a must, but like, there's no militancy without organization, and there's no real organization without class consciousness, and we have zero consciousness these days. So like, my big job, like on the stream, as you would know if you pay attention to what I fucking talk about, is that like, we just try to raise class consciousness massively here, and every chance I get, I'm just like, class war, see, I told you it's class war. So like, yeah. Militancy is a must, but like, no militancy without organization, no organization, or like meaningful organization without a strong sense of consciousness. And like, people just don't care. No, that's not fair. People don't understand their own struggle and be like, oh yeah, I'm struggling, and everyone else who's a working person like me is struggling. They think it's all individual, and they blame themselves for it, which is the worst part. They're like, oh, I'm failing. And it's like, no, you're not failing. Society is failing you. And like, we can do something about that, but you got to recognize your consciousness, your class consciousness. Right. Back to it, shall we? Actually, I think he's a Lance Corporal. National service was required at the time. He's a Scottish immigrant. He's an immigrant. Get him. Be back soon. Energy drink run. Good luck. I hope it is profitable. Yeah, the difference between achieving your goals through force or democratic means. The Greens over here are talking a lot about class, value, profit, and ownership of assets and corporate interests. Good. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. How long before we go from Marx to its natural conclusion, gay space communism? Well, apparently Elon Musk is already taking us to gay space communism. He's taking his payloads into space. Taking all them loads into space. All right. Bruh, Iran was always friendly. No. Yes. Saying she. What's going on here? Iran wants to play friendly now. Trump started an illegal war. No, I'll let you two battle that out. Let's finish up with this guy here. See if he's got any more gold in there.
In the first place, Trump chose to attack Iran just because he had to serve his bloodthirsty Israeli master Netanyahu. This despite the fact that he had already sponsored Netanyahu's Holocaust in Gaza. Another journalist who has called the Israeli mass murder of Palestinians a Holocaust is Candace Owens.
You know, Judaism is a faith. Israel is a state, and it is not above critique. And that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust. It is a Holocaust that is being committed on Palestinian children and women. And I'm not going to quiet my perspective on that, you know, to kowtow to whatever the prevailing narrative is at the New York Post.
This is important because she too has been a known supporter of Trump and the conservative movement in the past. But it seems the Gaza Holocaust was a turning point for her. What Israeli terrorists did to Palestinians in Gaza, they are now doing the same in Lebanon. Just like they targeted journalists in Gaza to kill hundreds of them, they have done the same in Lebanon. In a more recent case, they have attempted to kill journalist Hadi Hotat, whose videos I have shared from this platform on a number of occasions. In fact, I shared his video last night in which he was talking about the Israeli atrocities in Beirut and how Israeli terrorists had targeted an owner of a bakery. Thankfully, he survived the Israeli assassination and doing well.
I'm in the center of Kfar Tibnit right now. The entrance of Kfar Tibnit from this side. An artillery strike just targeted the area behind me.
I think this is Beirut that this guy comes from, or like reports from anyway. And this was like yesterday or something like that, or 2 days ago. Like as like Trump was kind of talking up the peace deal and was just like, yeah, it covers Lebanon kind of thing. And so you might have heard like people talking about the fact that Israel is jeopardizing the whole deal because they're kind of just continually fighting or like striking Lebanon, and Lebanon is definitely supposed to be part of the deal. And Iran's condition, or one of their conditions, is that there needs to be a ceasefire, an end to the conflict in Lebanon. And so like it's not, I'm not sure, but like I think the insinuation people have made is that the reason why they haven't signed the deal already, they were supposed to have signed the deal but they pushed it back to Friday, is because I don't think they have faith that Israel will stop bombing Lebanon. So like maybe they're trying to give it a few days to try and get them to stop, at least for the cameras and for the world press, so then they can sign the deal. But like I guess we'll never know. 233 journalists have been killed in Gaza and Lebanon since 2023. Yes, apparently it's like the most ever in history as well. Like from any conflict, like even world wars and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy.
As you can see, there is heavy drone activity in the vicinity. And of course, the destruction, the amount of destruction is very strong. The Israelis did try to destroy the entire area.
Brave British professor David Miller, himself a proud Jew, recalled his meeting with Hadi as he shared the horror caused by Israeli terrorists in Lebanon.
Jesus. That is correct. Higher than the average before October 7 too. Yes, because it's a war crime, insane number. Media is off limits. Israel hate the Shia. Civilians, fair game though. Yeah. Ugh. If you want to get in touch with someone in Lebanon currently, let me know. Fuck yeah. I'll DM you, actually, on the side. Maybe we can talk to someone about it. Iran will not collect fees. Well, you reckon that's like bullshit? Or you mean they won't be able to collect fees? They say it for their own public. And like, so like, are you saying that it's just talk and they physically can't do it, or they just won't do it? Like they don't have the infrastructure to do it? Sorry for my tongue-in-cheek comments. I kind of, yeah, it's alright. I get it. Yeah, Iran will collect insurance. That's what they talked about before, right? It's depressing seeing the carnage. Yeah. No, they won't. But like they physically could. You're just saying they're not going to. It's just talk.
In the UK, Palestine Action has suffered a setback after a group of 5 judges led by Lady Chief Justice Baroness Carr today reversed the High Court's ruling against the government.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. Like, if you're not across it, we've covered this like a few months ago, but there was a incident, like I know Spandong's across this. It's one of his favorite topics. But like there was a Palestine Action Group that broke in to a company that provides technology, military technology to Israel. These activists broke into this company and like smashed up the place, but they also injured somebody in the meantime, and they got charged as terrorists. And then they changed the High Court, like made a decision about their interpretation of whether or not the terrorist legislation applied or covered their actions, and whether this group is a terrorist organization. So they're part of, I think it was a Palestinian Action Group or Palestine Action Group or something like that. And so they, see ya. Enjoy, Admiral. I hope Admiral Bucket as well. Enjoy the party. But yeah, so anyway, long story short, the High Court in the UK said that the Palestinian Action Group was not a terrorist organization, and so they were to be charged as if they were not part of a terrorist organization. But then it seems that these people, obviously, they still needed to, like the trial still had to be carried out. They were convicted, and they were convicted as terrorists. And so, like, if you listen to the case, like the group itself isn't considered to be a terrorist organization, but they still got charged and convicted as terrorists, or for like inflicting acts of terror, despite the fact that the organization that they're part of is not a terrorist organization. So it would seem, yes, like he said, the court has kind of just done whatever what it wanted, despite the High Court's ruling about the group being a terrorist organization. The group was banned. And so the group's come out, but these people have still been charged as terrorists. So like people are up in arms about that, apparently. They changed the consequences of their verdict after the trial. So like there was 2 things kind of running concurrently there. And this has been very controversial, this whole situation. So he's touching on that. And I guess we can spend time separately talking about that if you want, but let's have a quick look and see what he has to say about it.
The High Court had termed the proscription of the Palestine Action Group illegal. But the appeal court judges led by Carr today chose to go with the government. This is what she said while justifying the government's action.
We concluded that the proscription decision struck a fair balance. We therefore allowed the Home Secretary's appeal against the decision of the Divisional Court. The Divisional Court proceeded on the basis of a misinterpretation of the proscription policy. It was mistaken in its approach to the question of proportionality, in particular as to the relevance of future risk assessment and margin of appreciation. We have assessed proportionality afresh. Separately, for the reasons set out in our written judgment, we dismiss Ms. Amori's application for permission to cross-appeal. We recognise that the proscription of an organisation like Palestine Action is highly controversial. We recognise, too, that Palestine Action is supported by many otherwise law-abiding citizens, and that it is engaged in peaceful as well as non-peaceful protest. It is nonetheless a fundamental mistake to overlook the fact that Palestine Action overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism. It is not, as it claims, a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes operating transparently in the open. It is a covert organisation operating with secret cells to avoid the detection and prosecution of those using violence to destroy the property of third parties. Palestine Action's
Like, it's so bourgeois, isn't it? Like, they had to put that in. Like, just remember, like, the most important part of that is that the Palestine Action Group has been categorized as a terrorist organization because of like their violence, and like they do covert operations. So they're not like the suffragettes who do direct action by like blocking streets and protesting and like, I don't know, throwing paint at people or something like that to get attention. They're covert and they destroy private property. So they break into a corporation's headquarters and like cause damage to private property. Hey, this is the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is the world. Like, are they like covert? We could live with that potentially. Violent, you could live with that potentially. But like when they start breaking into a corporation's headquarters and smashing up the place, life, liberty, and property, baby. Oh yeah.
activities have caused injury as well as property damage. And at no stage has Palestine Action suggested that its terrorist activities were either a mistake or an aberration. Rather, Palestine Action has lauded those who took part. The contents of the Underground Manual provide good evidence of Palestine Action's continuing intention to promote the use of violence, regardless of the risk that this will result in serious damage to property or serious violence against members of the public.
See, like, first of all, violence, like, what is violence? Like, isn't violence something against, you know, persons? They're really considering here, in this case, violence against property. Isn't that an interesting interpretation of the word violence? I thought violence would be between living organisms that can threaten one another based on their sensory perception of their environment, how they relate to their environment through their senses, and their emotional response to that sensory relationship. No. Property can be, you can be violent against property as well. Obviously, there are terrorists because they terrorize that poor property. Well, like, they put it first. They said property and then potentially violence against the public. But property first. Remember that. This is how you know you live in a fucking bourgeois world. This is how you know that you live, like, this is, remember we were talking about before, like, the importance of class warfare. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the true class warfare that's going on all the time. Is decisions are being made about protecting the interests of, I don't know, people that own shit and own a lot of it, right? They're not worried about breaking and entering into like people's houses. They're worried about people breaking and entering into a massive corporation, and they don't want this to be repeated. This is one of those important cases where they're like, holy shit, people might start doing this en masse and attacking corporations and smashing up corporations. We're going to stamp this out now and make an example of these people. And that's what they've done. So they've charged the 4 people from the Palestinian Action Group. They've charged the 4 people on grounds of terrorism, which carries higher sentencing. And so like anyone else that wants to do this, where you go in and you smash up some corporation's headquarters because, you know, they're supporting a state that is involved in genocide. If you think that you're going to smash up some corporation's headquarters because they're helping facilitate genocide, well, think again. Don't you do that to someone's property, all right? Stop it. Naughty. Voltaire. Facts. All property has rights. All property is equal. Hashtag PLM. So good. That's fucking crazy. That's the bourgeois call. PLM. Property lives matter. Property violence matters, apparently. I'm terrorizing my property every time I put a non-dishwasher safe mug in the dishwasher. That's hilarious. When me and my partner are looking for stuff and when we buy, it's just like, quickly check the fucking, does it have dishwasher safe on it? If not, we're not buying it. I'm not washing it. No, thank you. Oh, man.
Violence, regardless of the risk that this will result in serious damage to property or serious violence against members of the public. Ultimately, we have had...
I hand wash every day. I only hand wash what I have to. Everything else goes straight in the dishwasher.
Had to balance the free speech and freedom of assembly rights of individuals against the rights of third parties and the national security of the communities of the UK. We have done so by applying well-established legal principles, allowing the appropriate latitude to the decision that Parliament entrusted the Home Secretary to make. The Home Secretary had both the institutional competence and the democratic accountability to make that decision. The prescription decision was not unlawful. We set aside the quashing order of the 25th of February 2026 made by the Divisional Court.
No doubt this will raise more questions on the independence and integrity of the British judiciary. Many are rightly asking the question as to how supporting a genocide is acceptable under the UK law, but opposing the same will land you in jail for years. A UK court just sentenced 4 activists to 28 years in total in jail for their decision to damage the Israeli weapons factory in Bristol. One user spoke for millions when he shared the image of former ISIS terrorist Jolani, who is now the president of Syria, alongside a British pensioner, also a priest in her 80s. He wrote this, and I quote, "One of these people is
Somebody brought up
in her 80s.
Him already, didn't they?
Syria, alongside a British pensioner, also a priest."
This is the guy. He was the ISIS guy. Jelani. And he was in the fucking White House with Trump. So there are good terrorists and bad terrorists. Good terrorists, bad terrorists. This one, like, this lady here from Palestine Action. Bad terrorist. Good terrorist. So funny.
Of Syria, alongside a British pensioner, also a priest in her 80s. He wrote this, and I quote, "One of
Al
these
Qaeda goes to the White House, lol." Oh man, what a weird world we live in, man. Seriously, one of these people is an 83-year-old priest who had up a sign expressing her right to free speech. The other has decapitated his political enemies with a knife. Guess which the UK government calls a terrorist, and which gets invited to number 10 for dinner. Yeah, fuck.
This people is an 83-year-old priest who held up a sign expressing her right to free speech. The other has decapitated his political enemies with a knife. Guess which the UK government calls a terrorist, and which gets invited to number 10 Downing Street for dinner. End quote. No one was surprised that immediately after today's verdict, the brave London police arrested more elderly British nationals under terrorism charges for opposing a genocide.
Why are we only carrying with 3 people? Why don't we have to do our jobs to the letter of the law when we're in...
This is what a bunch of compromised Israeli assets in British politics have done to the UK. I will now leave you with this short clip of an Iranian footballer.
Ayatollah Sneeko 2036. Someone told him real terrorists wear ties. Yeah, the economic ones.
UK. I will now leave you with this short clip of an Iranian footballer, Mehdi Taremi, embarrassing an American journalist over Trump's disgraceful decisions to harass the Iranian delegation.
Are you sure about your country?
I'm not the one experiencing it, though. I mean, I'm not the player of a country who's at war.
I have a question. Very from USA, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But you sure we are safe there?
Well, Donald Trump has said at times that he wasn't sure he could guarantee your safety.
Yeah.
So.
But how you see us as a politician, guys, or we are a sportman? Yeah.
Of course.
Trump has to see the same things.
Okay.
But we are sport.
That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism. If you haven't subscribed to my channel,
subscribe away, ladies and gentlemen. That's the deal. That's what he's trying to say. If you haven't come across John Tech Carb reporter before. Check him out. They do some interesting analysis, especially it's like you feel like you're being disconnected from the Matrix when you hear him speak about it compared to like the Western media. It's pretty funny. Where is the one with? Oh, here he is. Like, do you want to listen to what he has to say? Like, this is the most recent one. So JD Vance was yesterday talking about like, $300 billion worth of reparations are potentially going to go, and like everyone's freaking out like about that kind of thing. And then like he spoke more recently to Forbes by the look of it. No, so this is CNN, sorry. That was 3 hours ago they uploaded this. So I wonder if he's revised any of his positions about them getting reparations or anything like that. And if he's like backtracked on that position. We'll give it a quick watch. If there's nothing like worthy in it, I'll let it go. Let's have a listen.
J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. Mr. Vice President, thanks so
Great
much
state of Ohio.
for joining us. I know that you're planning on releasing the text later at the end of the week after some of the smaller issues have been reached and worked out. I do want to ask a couple things about it, though. Does this deal at all address Iran's ballistic missile programs or Iran's funding of groups that the U.S. government classifies as terrorists, such as Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis?
My left ear is very interested in this interview. I know. What the fuck? I don't know why the audio is so bad. It's only coming out one channel. I do apologize. My left ear is very interested in this interview.
Well, it does, Jake, because what the agreement does is fundamentally set up
Black people vote no on Iranian reparations. Ah, man. That's all I could think of when I heard the word reparation used for the first time. I was like, no way. No way, bro. The US is deciding to finally pay reparations to someone. And it's to the Iranians. Neck minute.
Structure whereby if the Iranians behave like a normal country, then we want to treat them like a normal country and welcome them into the world economy. What paragraph 1 of the agreement says is effectively that Iran commits itself, just as the United States commits itself, to regional peace and stability. And part of that, Jake, is that the Iranians have to stop funding violent terrorist organizations. They have to stop funding regional instability. But the important thing about this agreement, Jake, is that everything from what Iran gives us on the nuclear program, and of course, that's the most important thing, is the commitment, verifiable, to never build.
Normally he speaks quite well, I find. But like he's just said the most important thing like 5 times in a row there. He's struggling to make this one work, poor Vance. Eh? Does this deal address anything? Nope. And
nuclear weapon. All of these things come along with benefits if Iran delivers, and nothing if Iran doesn't deliver. So we certainly expect that as part of our broader agreement, Jake, Iran is going to stop funding terrorist organizations. Most importantly, they're going to have a verifiable commitment to not building a nuclear weapon. But the good thing about the way that we've set this up is that we have the leverage here. We have the ability to welcome them into the world economy if they perform. We also have the ability to say, you know what, you don't get anything if you don't meet your end of the obligation.
Is it fair to say that it's not spelled out that they have to end their ballistic missile program or end their funding of the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah, that's left purposefully vague? And then the U.S. will come later and say, you know that we expected this, and you're not behaving accordingly? I'm just trying to understand how the deal is written.
Yeah, so the MOU, Jake, is about 1.5 pages. So it is a very general document, but this has been very much part of the conversations that we've had with the Iranians. And on a number of
if Iran does what we say, we will get on just fine. We expect you to buy exactly what we say. They have no idea what they're doing. Holy shit. It doesn't seem like it, does it? Like, that was the thing. Like, what were the compromises? Remember that, like, in the other clip we were watching him talk about, like, Vance was like, they have had to compromise on so many things. Like, but, like, what have they compromised on? Apart from not having, what was it, nuclear dust that everyone's been laughing about anyway. Like, have they compromised on funding Hamas and the Houthis or Hezbollah? Like, have they compromised on that? That they're going to be sponsoring terrorism in the region? Have they compromised on that? Have they said that they're going to give up their ballistic missiles program? Have they? I haven't heard anyone talk about that at all. It doesn't really seem like they've compromised on much. Like, they're even going to charge a fee to use the Strait. Like, when Trump first announced this, he was like, the Strait's open for business, boys. And then, like, he even announced that the US blockade is over. But, like, Iran doesn't seem to mind charging people an environmental fee to go through. Iran absolutely holds every card, every ace, every testicle carried in their purses. The US and Iran won't stop killing each other. Is that your call? Is that like it's just going to keep on going? There won't be a ceasefire. A ceasefire? If they expect Iran to stop Hezi, they are dreaming. People just want the ships to move. But the ships won't move because commercial interests are like, I'm not risking my ship. Fuck that. If they're going to if they're going to be ceasefiring each other, I'm not moving my commercial vessel through. Like, I think the Indians have been doing it, but like what happened the other day, the Americans shot and killed Indians in one of their cargo ships. They killed like 3 Indian sailors. And like the Indian government was like, hello, can we get some explanation on this one? The Tehran toll booth. Oh, man. So good. Pen tester in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. The trouble is America has no diplomats, just mouthpieces. America got rid of any respected negotiator and replaced them with real estate moguls. Hey, it's Trump 2.0. Come on, it's a family business. More like minefield. Or the Tehran minefield. Bibi has actually declared full occupation of Lebanon South this morning. They aren't stopping. Yeah. Yeah.
We are going to have to figure this stuff out during the technical negotiation phase. But what the MOU does is set up a framework whereby the Iranians get the benefits of the bargain by meeting their obligations under the bargain. They know that we don't want them to fund terrorist organizations. They know that we don't want them to be a source of instability.
Oh, I've been commenting on 20-minute-old content. Welcome to the future, bro. Fast forward. You are with us now. CIA is the real loser in all this. Ha! Now, look, man, that's like the only organization that continues in the shadows, despite all the other stuff. Whoever takes the blame, the CIA is always doing its thing.
In the region. And of course, most importantly, they know that we want a verifiable long-term commitment to not build or procure a nuclear weapon. We have that in this agreement, Jake, but fundamentally it's set up in such a way where we're going to have to attach their commitments to deliverables that then are met.
He didn't answer the question about the ballistic missiles or supporting like terrorist organizations in the region. He didn't answer the question.
With economic benefits for the Iranian people. That's the way that we've structured it. One final just comment on this, Jake, if I could step back. Right now, the Iranian nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity to enrich uranium, their enriched stockpile of fuel is buried far below the earth. And we really have a two-way pathway to ensure the Iranians don't ever rebuild that capacity. On the one hand, if they try to rebuild it, they're never going to get the financial resources that they would need to rebuild a billions of dollars worth of nuclear program. On the other hand, if they're willing to commit to verifiable milestones and to make sure that we feel confident they're not going to rebuild that program, we're going to totally transform our relationship with Iran and Iran's relationship with the broader Middle East. So either way, the United States wins. Either way, we ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But we really prefer that they choose the option where there's greater economic cooperation and where they behave like a normal country and are treated like one as well.
He didn't say anything. I know, I like don't be surprised, right? He's a politician, but like he really didn't say anything at all. Like it really just doesn't sound like there's any concessions. Like Iran has just said what they had said already, which was like, we don't have nuclear weapons and we're not making nuclear weapons. Like that was literally where we were before all this happened. YouTube, remember to activate the like button. Yes. And the podcast. Yeah. Me and 4AS recently did a conversation on this. You can find it in links for long form listening in Discord. But like, here it is again. Go and have a look at the podcast. We did it on Sunday before all of this really came out, but we give our opinions on this. So go and check out the podcast episode. An honest talk about Trump's Iran war. That's an interesting title that's come up there for us. Vance let the Valley Girl out for a moment in that accent. Irony is, if we had of left Iran to its own devices, they themselves were slowly changing. We once again intervened and they rallied around the flag, putting up any progress Iran was making decades behind. In terms of like what, like becoming like more liberalized. Yeah, there was progress being made internally beyond the theocratic regime. Yeah, and like now they're all rallying behind the flag 100%. Yeah, destabilization is a common tactic amongst the West. It's a capitalistic tactic actually that the imperial core uses on the periphery, they say, in order to control regions. And control Eurasia, it would seem, is an important piece in the global chessboard.
You have said that the U.S. is willing to talk about unfreezing Iranian assets if the Iranians meet those benchmarks you've been discussing. Iran says that this deal unfreezes billions of dollars over 60 days of negotiations and that many of the funds will be unfrozen before talks even begin. Is that true? What does the MOU specifically say about unfreezing assets or sanctions relief?
Yeah, so Jake, on the second point, that's definitely not true. There hasn't been a single dollar of sanctions relief or unfrozen assets, either from the United States or any of our allies in the Gulf. I've seen some misreporting about that. I don't know where it comes from. Where I suspect that it comes from, Jake, is what you're going to expect is that certain elements within the Iranian system, certain hardliners in particular, they're going to overemphasize in an effort to sell it to certain domestic populations. They're going to overemphasize what Iran gets from the bargain without ever articulating the things that Iran has to give up in order to get those benefits. To be very clear, this agreement contemplates a very significant sanctions relief package for the Iranian people that transforms how they interact with the world and with the region. But
Isn't it crazy how they talk about sanctions relief program? It's like, what sanctions relief program? Like it's some existential force that just bears down on Iran, like a weather system or something. There's a high pressure system over Iran right now and nobody has any control over it. Like the sanctions relief is like the US has put sanctions on Iran. So like the relief program would just be like not sanctioning Iran anymore. It's not like it's not some phenomenon that can't be explained. Like just relief for sanctions, just get rid of them. Just stop the sanctions. Come on. Yeah, they were definitely moving that way. Now the IRGC is has a stronger hold again. Yeah. That's an unfortunate situation here. It's like if they really had, like, you know how the excuse was the humanitarian crisis? Like they're going to make it worse. Like there's more hardline people in power now than there were before. Once you have material conditions covered, you start developing on social issues. But if you're constantly thrown into war and poverty, you have to focus on survival instead of progression. Yes. I love the word material that you've used there. Can I just say? It was a gamble to topple the government for sure. But everyone knew those protesters had no weapons and couldn't actually fight a war inside. I missed the part where America has a say in the operation of a sovereign state at all, but whatever. America, the Oprah of sanctions. You get sanctions. You get it. That's human history. It wasn't a gamble, it was a plan. Regardless of the outcome, is the same. Turmoil and chaos. And like he's just doing the fucking same line that he was doing before. He's just like, look, you're going to hear a lot of stuff here, Rob. But like what's important is that it's coming from Iran. And you just got to be careful what the Iranians are going to say about this. All right, Rob. All right. Okay. All right, that's enough from you, bro. That's enough. I don't think I want to listen to that anymore. It doesn't sound like he's changed his tune at all. Or he's backpedaling for saying that they're going to get $300 billion. Now, here's an interesting one. I don't think we've ever played this guy here. I'm not sure how people feel about him. I know it's funny that you brought up Cheese Swiss before, Jag, but like I know Cheese Swiss hated Jeffrey Sachs with a passion. Didn't trust him at all. But like he's gonna give us his opinion on this whole peace deal situation. And like it's a long video. I don't want to do the whole thing, but like I do want to know what these guys think about the peace deal. Mr. Abbott facts. Iran ATM has over 3,000 sanctions at the moment. Has over 3,000 sanctions placed upon them. All I hear is an attempt to take eyes off Israel.
Welcome back. Today is Monday, June 15th, and we are joined today by Professor
Sachs is a little weasel, but not the worst. Interesting. And like, on what basis do you describe that? Like, have you seen something that you're like, oof, like you've heard him say something you're like, fucking questionable? Glenn Deason has some great guests. He does, actually. I just think he's an opportunist. Yeah, fair enough. He's been hanging around in the halls of power for long enough, and now he's cashing in. Hey, the Norwegian guy from Giangstradamus. Yeah. He interviews a lot of interesting people, this guy. And like, the only thing, the reason I like Glenn is because he kind of asks a question and just stops. He doesn't try to fucking argue with who he's interviewing. He just asks a question and lets them speak. And if they speak for 20 minutes, he just lets them talk. Hey?
Jeffrey Sachs to discuss if, peace could break out in Iran.
Peace could break out. So good.
We see now that... we see that Trump announced...
Peace is breaking out. Watch out, everybody. It's everywhere. Oh, God.
That the deal has been reached. Again, one would like to be optimistic, but how do you see this deal? How sustainable is it? Because it implies some painful concessions. I know many people in the US, as well as possibly the majority in Israel, do not want this. So if we add to the fact that the US does not have a great history in terms of implementing these kind of agreements, especially with Iran, how justified is optimism now?
Well, of course, we have to be extremely cautious because the details of what has ostensibly been signed, and now all parties, Iran, the United States, and Pakistani mediators have said that an agreement has been signed. We don't know the details, and it comes in many stages.
What the fuck are the details? Like, honestly, not even JD Vance knows the details.
And from what we do know, and in any event, it could fall apart quite easily. So what do we know? We know that the three sides have said that there will be a ceasefire, and the three sides that have talked about this, I should say, two of the antagonists, the U.S. and Iran, and the third being the mediator, Pakistan. This does not include Israel, so Israel is not a formal party to this agreement as far as we know. The agreement seems to call for an end of hostilities. The phrase that the Pakistani announcement used was a permanent end to hostilities. It ostensibly comes in phases.
A ceasefire, a permanent end to hostilities. So much for peace. For piss. Piss is a dirty word. Peace is a dirty word. Sorry. Instead of cold wars, people have hot peace. Or as some call it, peace by attrition. Jingle jangle jam, what an entrance. How you going? Hope you're well. It's so good. One more time. Instead of cold wars, people have hot peace. Or as some call it, peace by attrition. It's spreading everywhere. Oh my God. So it means nothing, essentially. LMAO, yeah. America making it out as the BBest peace deal ever. Just a document citing the separation of Israel and America, so they don't have to be legally on the hook for the next gen they commit.
Two broad phases. One is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and the international oil and gas traffic. And the second phase is about the nuclear issues. It seems, according to the announcements, that the agreement does not include other kinds of demands that the United States had once upon a time put on the table about Iran's missile systems or its support for other groups in the region, such as Hezbollah.
Isn't that so funny? Like the two things that the Americans, like we heard Vance saying before, he was like they've got concessions. Like the concessions are open the strait, which was already open before this started, and like no nuclear weapons, which was already the case before this started. Those are the concessions that Iran have made to end the war. Two things that they were already doing before all of this happened. Those are their wild concessions. Just going back to what things were like before they got fucking bombed. That's it. And like the whole, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas situation. Crickets. Them reducing their arsenal or getting rid of ballistic missiles. Crickets. Just like, can we just return to what the situation was like basically before the war? Iran fine, but we want all of these extra provisions now. Fucking hell, man. This looks awful. Like when you think of it in those terms. It's just, what a fucking shit show this has been. And for what? Because the problem, cause the problem, then get praise for when things go back to normal. What a strategy, eh? And then he can be, look, I got everything back to normal. I stabilized the world economy. Don't mind that I fucked it up in the first place, but I stabilized it. Iran conflict will be looked upon by historians as the most absurd and ridiculous part of war, as they are talking about the decline of an empire. We will have independent inspectors assessing their facilities, just like before, while all this money was spent and sent to military-industrial complex. Ayatollah dead. Yes. Okay. They took out the Ayatollah and a bunch of schoolgirls and thousands of innocent civilians. You're right. Apart from that, they get to go back to everything beforehand. That's mob shit. Yes. Pay us or we'll smash yours. Pay us protection money or we'll smash your shop window. Smash his shop window. See? We warned you. We warned you. Well, his son's military drone company got a lot of money. They really aren't going to get anything from the US with this government. The war is going to be back on by September, October. See, I was wondering, is he trying to clear stuff up so he's got a clear run for the midterms? And he wants a bit of distance between the Iran situation and that? Maybe not. Okay, but Ayatollah Assola. I said it was just for revenge months ago. Damn. What a wild spree for a bit of revenge. What does Kalshi say? What does Kalshi say? Tell us. The US has been an appetite for the US has been an appetite for an ass kicking, saying she. Well, they should turn it down, demand more. Oh wait, they have no leverage. Spandonk in the house, how you going? Oh, dude, we talked about the situation briefly, but we might have to cover it more. But the Palestinian Action Group in the UK and those members that got they got They got charged and convicted as terrorists. Collecting the nuclear dust could be the pay-per-view event. You can picture it now. Sparkles, lights, fireworks, and maids dressed in USA outfits, dusting and vacuuming away. Dana White, eat your heart out.
So it seems to be a two-stage agreement, one to open the Strait of Hormuz, and second, to then negotiate over a period of 60 days the some kind of resolution on the nuclear issue, in which Iran would, in some sense, irrevocably.
What's this? Whoa. Iran-US nuclear deal before October, 47.53%. Before November, sorry. Traffic through the Strait of Hormuz above 25. What, between the 6th? No, between August. Is that right? Am I reading that right? Oh, no, that's June 8th and 14th. Above 25, below. Interesting odds, eh? Will Iran become a democracy this year? 3% yes. Interesting. Like we're going to kick Australian ass on Friday. Fucking it's on. That's what the Turkish said.
But not produce or procure through purchase or other way a nuclear weapon, and U.S. and other international sanctions, economic sanctions, would be dropped. So that's the basic framework. Within that, there are many statements, but not so much clarity. How will the Strait of Hormuz be governed going forward? It seems from the Iranian side that Iran says this is not an international waterway. It's a waterway shared by Iran and Oman, and we will have co-responsibility for that. Whether that is somehow inscribed in the agreement or not, we don't know. President Trump said that there would be no tolls.
Let's go, Australia. There it is. Remember the Turks said that they were going to dominate the Socceroos? And we dominated the scoreboard. All right, calm down.
Charged, and this may be one of the terms of the agreement, because Iran was claiming tolls of $1 a barrel of oil on the ships passing through, and maybe that has been dropped. On the other side, there are statements that the U.S. will unfreeze Iranian assets that are frozen, and a number that is mentioned is $25 billion. Which assets? Why? How? Who? Under what authority did the U.S. freeze these? What is really being counted here is not clear. But there seems to be some kind of arrangement where the physical traffic will open, some kind of nominal, or maybe even more substantial than that, Iranian and Omanian control over the strait will continue. And if the rumors are correct, tolls will not be charged on trafficking of oil and gas, but on the other side, the U.S. will unfreeze a significant, let's say, amount of assets that were frozen beforehand. Now, Israel is not part of this agreement.
No tolls? I don't know about that, man. We have a service fee, an environmental charge, possibly insurance.
And certainly the Netanyahu government would not agree to one of the crucial terms that's claimed about this agreement, that it covers a cessation of fighting in Lebanon. Exactly what has been agreed regarding Lebanon is also unclear. But if the past is in any way predictive, and of course it should be, Israel may try to undermine or destroy the agreement by continuing the bombing.
What's the odds on that? That's what we need, Jag. What are the odds that Israel will undermine the agreement before it really even kicks off? Or like post Friday, they just they're straight back into same old. Those are some good odds. Has anyone noticed that Pauline Hanson has remained somewhat silent on the Socceroos victory? That's because soccer is a WOG sport. Immigration. Holy shit. I never thought about that. That's very interesting. Do you reckon that's what it is? Because this, like, the team is very multicultural, to say the least. Like, the entire nation gets behind it. Actually, I wanted to talk to some people about that. How they feel about... Because, like, dilemmas, if he's not just lurking. What's the name of the guy that scored the first goal? Like, it's Iran Nikandi or something like that. He's where is he from exactly? I think he came here when he was a kid. He's a migrant, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe his parents migrated here and he was born here. But he's from South Australia. And I know how Dilemmas feels about South Australian migrants and African gangs and all that sort of stuff. And he's like the hero of that win, right? He's Tanzanian. Ah, okay. Very interesting. Yeah, but like he's from South Australia. I'm pretty sure he's from Adelaide. He played his soccer in Adelaide. And now he's a star. Tanzanian refugee from Adelaide. I wonder what Dilemmas has to say about that. Because I know he doesn't like them generally. But if they score goals for the Socceroos, that's... He went to school up the road from me. And have you seen him with a knife or in a gang? Is he one of the reasons that you don't like going to the shops? Have you seen him around? Just a question for later. You can take it on notice if you want.
In Lebanon are finding a pretext or claiming that Hezbollah shot a drone or a missile into Israel, and now the bombing of Beirut will continue. And all of this is to say that this is extremely fragile. It essentially, at the core, from what we can gather, returns the situation more or less to the situation ex ante before.
Poking the bear mystery. Bro, like, come on though. Like, when you make claims that like an entire culture is responsible for one thing, and then like, you know, it's obvious that it may be bad actors within. It's like the same logic on the reverse when like one person from that culture ends up becoming a national hero. Like, do now we treat all Tanzanian refugees from South Australia, Adelaide specifically, as national heroes? Or they're all knife-wielding maniacs that join gangs? Anyway, what does one migrant have to do with an imported gang violence? Great question. I'm glad you framed it like that. I got censored, I think. Blokes got a good C-U-N-T. Blokes a good C-U-N-T, not a shit C-U-N-T. My metrics still work. Got it. Okay, so it's the individual, not the migrant classification. It's just bad individuals and good individuals. Got it. Just wondering. Is one national hero, other national disgrace kind of thing. Very interesting.
The February 28th attack by Israel and the United States on Iran, with some significant changes perhaps on formal control of the Straits, perhaps with some unfreezing of Iranian assets, or perhaps not. Sorry to be so vague, but our main media don't even pretend to tell us what's in the agreement. We have some...
You know what? I don't think Jeffrey Sachs is going to give us anything that we haven't discovered today already. Thanks, Jeffrey, but no thanks. Let's have a look at this. This
Benjamin
is
Netanyahu
fresh.
was keen to avoid.
Netanyahu won't withdraw Israeli troops from Lebanon despite US-Iran deal. This is what you were talking about, right? Ravi, I'm pretty sure. Like, why would he? Why would he? Oh, they got the English subtitles. This is I-24 News English. I'm pretty sure this is an Israeli source. Netanyahu addresses Israel in first comments on the US-Iran deal. Let's see what he has to say about it. This is 6 hours old.
Decades I have been fighting Iran's efforts to arm itself with nuclear weapons.
Okay, so we don't measure all good and all the bad from a particular group, just the individuals. Yeah, I bet. Look too closely at patterns within maybe those groups and you won't find heroes. But there's at least one hero in there, I'd say. So like maybe they're all heroes. Heroes in waiting. Chud Fest. Grand Fete Sunday 13th. July 13th. What the fuck is this? A Chud Fest. This one's for you, Ravy. There's a Chud Fest coming. I know how we know how much you love the word Chud. G'day, Chuds.
I can define it as for decades I have been fighting Iran's efforts to arm itself with nuclear weapons. I can define it as my life's mission. I have stood by it to this day, and I will stand by it in the future. With an agreement, without an agreement, Iran will not have nuclear weapons today or tomorrow. As long as I am the Prime Minister of Israel, this will not happen. Now I hear people asking, what have we achieved? And I answer them, we have removed the threat of immediate annihilation from us. Together with our American friend, we embarked on the largest strike flight in the history of the State of Israel. We eliminated the nuclear scientists, we beheaded the terrorist regime, we crushed the nuclear factories, we destroyed the vast majority of the factories that produce missiles, we hit countless military infrastructures, we destroyed their navy, their air force, we thwarted the besieged commanders who slaughtered the Iranian people, we caused enormous damage, we estimated at hundreds of billions of dollars, some estimate it to be close to $1 trillion, enormous damage to the Iranian economy. That took them decades to build, but the most important thing is that we saved the state of Israel from the threat of nuclear annihilation. You have to understand, Iran raced to go nuclear. Right before the Rising Lion, it raced to go nuclear, and raced to bury its missile industry and its nuclear weapons deep underground.
Dude, it sounds like Trump. It's fucking mental, isn't it? Like they're just singing off the same song sheet here. It's just like, just focus on the nuclear weapons. We've been doing this for decades. Just focus on the nuclear weapons. Come on.
If we had not acted at the time we did, in historic cooperation with President Trump and the American military, if we had not acted in this way, Iran would already have had atomic bombs. This means that millions of Israeli citizens, all of you, were in danger of death. We have postponed this danger, of the elimination of the population of Israel, for years to come. This is what we have achieved. We have saved the state of Israel from destruction, but the struggle is not over and complete. We will have to continue to stand guard, to be strong and determined, to defend ourselves as much.
So I come back to this tosser. Hey. We want to get the facts. Not that we can trust the translation here, but we want to know what this guy has to say. Because all the speculation is the entire US-Iran deal will pin on whether the Israeli regime decides or not to strike or to continue to kill Lebanese people. And so, like, I wonder what he has to say about it. So far, he's just said the deal means nothing if they try to get nuclear weapons. So the deal or no deal, they can not have nukes. So like if he decides at any point that they're working on nuclear weapons, I guess he's just going to keep fighting against them, I guess. You will find patterns of machete violence amongst Sudanese. You will find high rates of sexual assault amongst Indians and Pakistanis. Like you're talking about patterns. Okay, like isn't it easier though to resort to machete violence or to resort to sexual assault than it is to get into a national soccer team? So like while there might be patterns and like what you're talking about, it produces more visible elements like machete violence or sexual assault or something like that. Like it's much easier for those patterns to be formulated because you can carry out these acts more readily than being able to represent your country in soccer that only comes up every 4 years. So like the patterns might be there for this community to produce heroes, but the ability to present themselves as heroes is much lower because the opportunity is not there. So the patterns might still be there. So like, what's your theory on patterns exactly? Because the pattern so far is this community, what are they? Tanzanian, I think, have produced a national hero. And so like, we'll have to see again if they can produce another national hero. Like, your pattern theory only works if you actually look for patterns. LOL, pardon? You heard me. Don't pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. I might be able to help regarding why leftists are blowing up about Pauline Hanson being a hypocrite, cheering on the Socceroos and supporting the story. Irikanda. Pauline wants to withdraw Australia from the UN Refugee Convention according to One Nation policies. That means like half the team, including the 2 goal scorers, wouldn't have scored those goals because they wouldn't have been Australians. Dun, dun, dun. He's mad, as in angry. I would agree. More culture increases competition. More people, more competition. Take that, capitalists. So as if this takes me a bit to approve messages. Though I am rolling a spliffy. For its criminals in some years than all of London and all of Britain per capita. So if you're saying foreigners are like that, if only make them more Australian, doesn't it? But the patterns aren't showing great fathers and hard workers even. Leave the fame and heroics out of it. Even the patterns aren't there. Like, where are you getting this stat from? The patterns aren't showing great fathers or hard workers. I don't see great fathers or hard workers in like, just like across the board generally. It's even a generational thing. But like, fair enough. But we're not allowed to talk about the actual patterns. But like, you're not wanting to talk about the actual patterns. There seems to be a pattern here where there are people that are coming in from migrant communities that are representing country in a national sport. But you don't want to talk about those patterns. No. Literally Google it. All right. You got it. Fair enough. All right, back to it. Let me finish this off. I'm a terrible father. Yeah.
Is necessary. This is true not only for Iran, but for Iran's terrorist arms, which we have repeatedly struck in an unprecedented manner. We did this in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. We did this in the refugee camps in Judea and Samaria. We did it everywhere. We eliminated Daf, Hanieh, and Sinwar, along with many of the Hamas people. Actually, almost everyone. I think there is one more left from the terrible massacre. I think he will be eliminated too. We destroyed thousands of terrorists and countless terrorist infrastructures. We returned all our hostages from Gaza to the last one. No one believed we would achieve.
No, I'm not wasting time on it, Spandonk. If you won't recognize like patterns on all sides, just the ones that you want to consider, then I'm not gonna talk about it, and I'm not gonna waste time on it because like you're not considering all patterns. There are communities that produce heroes, and you just want to focus on those the communities that produce anti-heroes. You got to do both, man. Can you show me evidence of these? They're in the soccer team, bro. Look at them. They're in the team. It's self-evident. These migrant communities are producing heroes, it would seem. Not my heroes. I don't look at sporting people as heroes exactly, but like they're national treasures now.
Achieve this. They told me, Prime Minister, we must give up.
Live
Don't
under
enter
your
Rafah.
rock. So aggressive. Calm down. Calm down. You don't want to talk about these people who come in, these communities that produce national talents who are heroes. And like everybody loves them when like these communities, when they produce these national sporting heroes, but they also like to shit on them when they do other stuff. So like, come on, man. You understand what patterns are, right? Maybe. Yes, I understand what a pattern is. Come on, bro. You've been a bit aggressive today. Come on. Just because, like, if you don't want to see that communities can produce good and bad, like, and like you can find whatever pattern you want to support your theory on that one, then fine. I'm not going to waste my time with it if you don't want to see that there are patterns that produce heroes and anti-heroes. Come on, man. Come on. And stop nitpicking. More examples. Come on. Hey, it's specifically about sport, all right? So, like, leave me alone.
End the war. We will bring the hostages. We will frame our exit from Gaza as a victory. I was not ready to accept that. Trump and I have known each other for many years. He is the President of the United States. I am the Prime Minister of Israel. We often see eye to eye, and there are also cases where we see less eye to eye. I am responsible for Israel's security interests. I stand up for them. And I want to tell you how we stand up for them. You have to stand up for the interests, not by being belligerent, and you have to do it wisely, and that requires a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom, and a lot of familiarity with the American arena. It requires a lot of experience. I think I do it in the best way possible, and when necessary, I stand firm for our security interests. We said we wanted to remove the existential danger, top among them the nuclear danger, and we did it. We said we wanted to remove the danger of missiles, and we did it. And we said we wanted to create the conditions that would allow the Iranian people, of their own free will, to remove this terror regime from themselves. I can tell you one thing. Iran is in a very difficult economic situation. We have damaged all possible infrastructure there.
He's just talking about Iran. Talk about the deal. I just want the goss. Are you going to break the deal or not? No, I am not. You're ignoring what I just pointed out. Okay, fine. These communities produce bad fathers, and what was the other thing that you said? I can't remember. Bad fathers and shitty workers. But they also produce national heroes. So, like, that's a pattern. So recognize it. If you don't want to recognize that, like, I'm not wasting time looking at, like, how communities produce bad fathers and shitty workers. You have to recognize these communities produce fucking national heroes. You want to look for patterns? Look for patterns. Not just the patterns that confirm, you know, your bias, your confirmation bias. Just look at all the patterns, all right? So, like, I'm just going to take it on face value. I'm not researching it. I'll take it, like, because I trust you that, like, these communities produce shit fathers and shit workers. But, like, then you must accept the fact that these communities produce national treasures. There's no patterns of good fathers. I said there's no pattern of good fathers. That doesn't mean they are bad. Right, whatever, man. Whatever. You have to then acknowledge the patterns that these communities are producing fucking national treasures because they're in the team. They're in the team. And, like, people are celebrating them right now. I don't know how to give you any more evidence of that than that. Can produce kind people too. No, I need patterns. How dare you? Just go off feelings of kind people. 2-1 Kiwis over Iran. Goal! Goal!
The damage is enormous, and there are cracks within the regime as well. Tell you when this regime will fall, I don't know if I could tell you that the Soviet regime would fall. And it did fall. I can't tell you. No, I didn't define it. Don't tell me what I defined because I know exactly what I defined in the goals. And I said, to create the conditions that will help the Iranian people overthrow the regime. Nobody knows when this regime will fall. My assessment, we remove the threat. I understand that it's hard for you to accept the fact. It's hard for you to accept this in contrast to the things you keep pumping out, that there's a major failure here. What failure? Israel on October 7th and Israel today. How can you compare? Israel before was a rising lion when this regime was racing to get nuclear weapons and was going to produce thousands of ballistic missiles. And today, when this thing has been removed, both of these things have been achieved. And the main thing I can tell you is that there is an organized and systematic effort to minimize these achievements.
I didn't realize. Like, I thought it was just Western propaganda, the whole October 7th thing. Like, every time you try and talk about Israel or Palestine or something like that, everyone's like, October 7, come on, October 7. But, like, it wasn't until we watched that interview. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday afternoon, but we watched an interview. This guy, like, I don't guess, like one of those holiday channels, like, he just goes around the world and, like, films his experience. But he went into Israel and was speaking to, like, a I don't know, like a right wing not politician, but like a right wing Israeli, I guess. And like she just kept on bringing up there's Israel prior to October 7 and Israel after October 7. So it seems like their main propaganda line in Israel itself seems to be all manufactured around October 7. And like that's what he's talking about here. He's like, hey, there's like, if you want to measure what's come out as a result of all this warfare and like the fact that they've been raining down missiles upon us, and you ask yourself the question, my fellow Israelis, was it worth it? Hey, there's Israel pre-October 7 and post-October 7. And we've taken care of Hamas and we've decapitated our Iranian adversaries and we're winning. Israel's winning, baby. I didn't realize they used it like that. I thought they would just use it as a justification for whatever they're doing, as opposed to a milestone about like how their culture has completely changed and shape shifted. It's very interesting. Move Discord ASAP. Whoa. What am I moving it to? I have to pee. Hey, go piss, girl. Hey, not gossip. No. But you didn't want to see this one anymore. Ninja Nurse Todd Carney. What were you going to say about this community? Hey. All right. He didn't talk about the peace deal at all. At all. I was hoping to get some fucking gold from our friend Bibi over here.
Show that Israel is coming out weak. Israel is coming out strong, that it has leadership that knows how to stand up for what needs to be stood for in a smart, firm, and wise way.
That sucked. He didn't talk about the peace deal. I want the stream, to get clapped. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey. Todd Carney. What a grub, bro. So very smart, so very wise. No nukes for Israel. All right. Almost a clean sweep of evil. Bless the region. God bless, he's not rare. Finish the job. He's a great leader. Our God bless you and protect him. Amen. Amen. That is the goal. No nuclear weapons. Fair enough. All right. I think that's it. I don't want to do this topic anymore. It's fucking draining. It's so draining. It's probably just going to be over soon anyway. It's going to be over. I'm going to be back to fucking what's been going on. The constant ceasefire. The constant ceasefire. All right, let's have a look at... this is just interesting. I wonder do we have any ladies in the chat today? We got Ravy. I wonder if Heidi's still here. I'd like a female opinion on this one, because I started watching this and I was like, no and way is this real. Now this one's in relation to conservative women in the US, and I think there's a clip. Someone showed this the other day. I think it was you, Ninja Nurse. Yeah, I think it was you, Ninja Nurse. You put in a clip of Erica Kirk being like, she was trying to say something on stage and like someone called her out and was like heckling her. I'm not sure if it's from this or not. I think it might be from some like turning point convention they've had for conservative women recently. And somebody, I can't remember what they said, but they called her out and heckled her hard on stage. But like there is some national convention that's being funded by Turning Point USA. And like they're talking to these conservative women and asking them like what their conservative values are and all that sort of stuff. And they like fair dinkum and straight up ask these ladies whether or not they should give up their political freedom or not. Like, well, political freedom, I don't know. I'm sure they can still talk politics, but like whether or not they would give up the right to vote, like anti-suffragettes kind of stuff. Yeah, this is funny. The answer is almost always misogyny. Oh God. I am a lesbian stuck in a man's body. All right, well, let me know your opinions on this, Mr. Abbott. Like whether or not you, as a lesbian stuck in a man's body, would give up your rights to vote for your conservative value or your political opinion. Yeah, this is the one. I wonder if this is the same piece. Erica interrupted by protesters accusing her of protecting pedophiles.
But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
Her face. Yes, the robot herself. Anyway, have a look at this. Like, this is just for a bit of fun. This has got nothing to do with anything of the other stuff that we're going to talk about today. But like, I couldn't believe this when I saw it. But like, I guess this is what happens when you have more of a reactionary tone in politics these days. Like, you have to admit, like the general overtone in Western politics at the moment, I guess it comes with the potential concern over the degradation of Western civilization, great replacement theory, like just a general dissatisfaction with the way things are run. Like the overall tone in politics at the moment is rather reactionary. I think it's like, you know, it's self-evident with the rise of, like, you know, One Nation in Australia and, like, you know, far-right political parties across the European continent and like in the US and stuff like that, or in the North American continent. Seems like Canada is a little bit like, you know, an outlier there. But like they're always in they're always kind of in contradistinction to what the US is doing. But like, yeah, have a look at this. Conservative women in the US. They don't all agree with this, as you will see. But like, it's this one catches me by surprise. Iran scores 2-2. Too many women said they would, eh? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. They shouted out that she protects Aris, I think, which is correct, as a Trump licker. Never, never, never give up your rights to vote. Ever. Well, let's have a look. Let's see what the opinion is.
Are you planning on voting in the midterms?
The people that voted for Trump are just very fed up. Both my husband and I are really disappointed.
What is the number one motivating factor for you when you decide, you know, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his penis.
But your plan is to vote Republican?
Yes. The Republican.
Yeah, imagine if like that was your voting record. Like, honestly, like, I'm sure it's scary. Eh? Like, I've got kids. I don't want them to, you know, get the scissors out or mutilate themselves. You know, cutting parts of their body off. But like, imagine if that's what your politics was centered around. Like, you were really concerned about that. Like, wow. Like, that's a fucking what a universe she lives in, where she's like constantly looking over her shoulder just in case somebody tries to convince her son to get the scissors out. It's a lot of people. Fucking crazy, man. Information wars was the word that we found last week. In the information wars, in the propaganda space out there, it's a lot of people are scared of that. Crazy. And like, it doesn't even have to be real, but if you say it enough, people will be like, holy shit, that's crazy. You have the right to vote for a conservative America, but by giving up your right to choose, you only set everyone backwards. I'll always fight for anyone's right to vote, regardless of whether I agree with their opinion or not. So freedom and a human right. Yes, it should be a human right, shouldn't it? Yeah. Like, nothing would make me happier than essentially being a trad wife, you know? But that's a choice I get to make. This sex change stuff has been around since the 60s, and only now we think it'll doom society for some reason. You remove choice. Sorry, when you remove choice, you remove freedom, and these conservative men in high power do not see women as people. Hey, I don't want to cut off my eggplant. I just like putting it inside some hot Christian men. I'm sure these hot Christian men love it too. I'm sure they do.
Tell my son he can cut off his penis.
Your plan is to vote Republican.
Yes. The Republican Party is the party of freedom.
These are some of the voters that Donald Trump and his Republican Party desperately need in order to hold onto power. Conservative, mostly Christian women at a leadership summit hosted by Turning Point USA. The right-wing advocacy group led by Erica Kirk
Is that
after
her,
the
like that's
assassination.
the one, isn't it? Like she's wearing the same outfit, unless she just wears the same outfit all the time. I reckon that's at this convention. She got booed, or she got heckled. I wonder what all those ladies did to the heckler in there. Tore them to pieces. These women must benefit a lot from capitalism in order to give up their rights. Sorry, to give their rights up. And in the hand of companies benefit. LOL. Look at that woman who was brain dead and kept as a human incubator because of the abortion laws. She was dead and forced to be a vessel.
Of her husband, Charlie Kirk.
Love you guys.
Turning Point is influential with young voters. President Donald Trump has credited the organization with helping him get reelected and bringing more young voters into the conservative movement.
It's such a great place to be in here in America, is being young, being a female, being conservative. They all just play hand in hand together.
But fractures in this movement are emerging. A main stage headliner is no longer backing Trump or Republicans, saying she won't vote in the midterms.
He made it seem like everything was going to become more affordable. Now the economy's worse. You know, he promised no more wars in the Middle East, and we are in a war. So it's disappointing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Savannah Stone is a 21-year-old trad wife influencer with 800,000 followers on social media. She is a rising star in Christian conservative circles, even though she embraces highly controversial fringe positions.
I'm going to start this off really strong. I don't think women should vote anyways. If somebody asked me, if the government was like, okay, if we could have a more conservative country, if all women gave up their vote, I would gladly give up my right to vote to have a more conservative country. There's a lot of churches that talk about it.
Stone argues that women voters are too liberal, so the U.S. should shift to a one.
It's an interesting tactic, isn't it? It's like women are too liberal, like liberal in the American context. So I guess that means like progressive. Generally, they're too progressive, and so let's just, for the sake of conservatism, let's just cut all women off from the vote. It's an interesting tactic. You got to say, just cut out literally 50% of the population. Just stop them from having enfranchisement, and that'll help. They've done a lot, I would say. Trump's Republican Party to try and make sure that they stay in power, from changing voting legislation to changing voter registration, to the potential threat of having ICE agents rounding people up at voting booths. Why not just cut out half of the population? If that half of the population tends to be more liberal in the way that they vote anyway, just get rid of them. Goddamn liberals. Goddamn libtards. They're the worst. The production of these conferences is straight out of the Christian church playbook. Political rallies that mirror church services. This must be intentional. It's just that they don't want fringe societies to have any ability to live outside the fringes, maybe, as it unsettles their sense of self. The Puritan is one of the most interested in perverse things more than anybody else. They see the dirtiness in everybody. Dirty boy. I wonder if she wants to have a chaperone to go out unless she is shunned by society, or she's happy to let go of her bank account as long as she gets more of conservative society. Well, like the funny thing is, like, I'm sure these same people, right, these conservatives, as you're mentioning for IS, would be like critical of like Islam or something like that, or like Muslim countries and stuff that have like taken away women's rights, or like never had women's rights instituted or whatever. Then they would probably, you know, hate those cultures for how they treat women or suppress women and stuff like that. But like they're, you know, are they that different? Are we that different, you and I? Lab Jeff sounds like a cult. Well, I'm not sure. It has to meet like 3 provisions. The Spandog test of a cult. We'll see if it meets the test. Has to meet the test. It's okay according to your values. I don't even belong in Australia. You don't have to listen to me. It's Yo Qaeda. Yo Qaeda. That's the cult for the conservative. Yo, it's Yo Qaeda. That's hilarious. Naughty boy. Santa won't come to naughty people. Jingle Jangle Jan, that sounds like fun. Sorry, wait. Like the mother of the crazy Santa Claus killer in Deadly Night, Silent Night, who was a nun. I'm just thinking of the Futurama reference. All right, back to it. Sorry.
Vote per household system.
Now, is that a hill I'm going to die on and run for office and try to complete? No. That's not my main message. That's just one of the opinions that I hold, because I think that would be better for society.
I actually do agree with her. I would as well give up my vote if it got rid of like things like abortion.
We spoke with several women open to giving up their own rights in pursuit of a more Christian conservative America.
My perspective as a Christian woman is that my husband and I are one flesh. I vote the same way he does, so honestly, I would be okay with giving up my right to vote because I know that he would represent me well.
If my husband's the head of the household, I am the neck, and we work very cohesively together. So I would imagine if he was voting on behalf of our household, I would be fine with that.
Do you think your daughter should have the right to vote?
I'd be okay.
Like, what do you reckon makes the like a head of the household anyway? Is it just your genitals, or like does it actually like the function you fulfill? Like if one of you is the breadwinner, or like brings home the bacon, or insert whatever cultural reference you want to use there. Is that what makes someone the head of the household? Like their function financially? Or is it their genitals? Like men are, for these ladies, the men is the head of the household because they have testicles? Or is it, do you reckon that, yeah, like I said, because they go out and work or something like that? I wonder what it is. So like if they were financially independent, or I don't know, made most of the money, brought home the bacon, would they be the head of the household? I wonder what the division of labor is in these type of like conservative Christian like mindset. It seems to be, I'm guessing predicated on that division of labor, like the ancient division of labor. That, you know, the women look after cute children and men go out hunting or something like that. I assume Santa exclusively came for naughty people. Even I don't want to kick anyone out. Come on. Pauline would love a hunk of coal in her stocking from Mama Gina. She doesn't have to be naughty for that. She gets it for free. Then the suffragettes would be turning in their graves. Yeah, well, it was never conclusive back then, though, was it, for us? The suffragettes were, like, they were rebels. And there were heaps of conservative women that were like, the suffragettes are fucking outrageous. Hey? I'm sure there's a literal dick measuring contest involved. Whoever makes the most decisions, neck minute rule of thumb is law again. Men are the head of the household without question. It's about genitals. Okay. It's not about functionality. It's just genitals. Yeah. Pretty much how my house runs. What, via your genitals? I don't get the weird sex gender stuff with conservatives, but that's a choice people are free to make. Yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice thing, yeah. Who put this here? Let's play a game, mega church or Republican rally. I'm going to go with Oh god, it's hard to tell here. I'm gonna go with mega church, but I'm not sure. Look at that Mao, bro. Look at that Mao in the background. What's going on there, Pauline? You got a lot to answer for. What's going on with Mao? Look at him. Look at him. Some days, yes. My grandmother used to say that the man is the head and the woman is the neck. I think that's pretty cool. Well, that's her rhetoric. She said the exact same thing. I think I heard that for the first time on My Big Fat Greek Wedding. And like the lady says like yes, but the neck turns the head or whatever. The analogy was to be like, I have power. Don't you worry. Hey, can you pass me that mug? Points dick towards mug. My God.
If she didn't, because I also know she's going to, so I would imagine if he was voting on behalf of our household, I would be fine with that.
Do you think your daughter should have the right to vote?
I'd be okay if she didn't, because I also know she's going to marry a biblical man, that they would also be in line.
But the vast majority of women here say
A
this
biblical
remains
man? Like who? Like Cain? Or Isaiah? Like who? Or does she mean like another Christian man or something like that, I guess?
In line.
But the vast majority of women here say this remains a conversation for the fringe.
I think the best thing that we can do is hold conferences like this to educate liberal women and hopefully sway them to the conservative side.
I think women should be voting.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up my right to vote ever.
And most women we spoke with plan to exercise their right to vote in the midterm elections. Most plan to support Republican candidates. Most are united by their socially conservative views.
You know, it's all about the love.
It's the transgender agenda. It's the, I don't feel like schools need to be teaching. Go back to reading, writing, arithmetic.
What is the number one motivating factor for you when you decide, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his penis. I don't want to vote for a party that tells whites they don't matter.
This is no place for Turning Point USA.
They promote bigotry, they promote racism.
And craziness. The cure to conservative beliefs, the cure to conservative beliefs is to touch grass. My nana lived in the Great Depression in Australia, and there was a feminist movement in the 40s and the 50s, and she fought for the right to be a professional at medicine without a husband. She became one of the first women around her class to be a podiatrist. Damn, iconoclast. In a time in Australia when in some places of the world the right to vote for women wasn't around yet. Yeah, people used to be pretty proud of that sort of stuff. But I guess it just depends on your brand of politics, I guess. Ooh, she likes her some Jesus. The bibliest of men, yes. Not live in your head and live in reality. That's Wilson's whole shtick on The Crucible. Biblical patriarchy. I hope these women know that they won't be able to make a stand against any of these policies if they can't vote. Yes. It's an interesting paradox, isn't it? Like, in order to bring in the conservative utopia, you'd have to make sure that you're around to vote on it, I guess. Honestly, dumbest group of people I've ever seen. I also heard that in the early 20th century from a woman who lived in it, that men could do whatever and get away with anything as husbands back in the good old days. It can be anything. Well, again, I wouldn't mind a techno-feudal response. If you have the tokens. Yet many women fought for the right to work and vote. This makes me so sad. Why do we always need to convince people of our worth as women? Well, it's interesting you said people there. Not always need to convince men of our worth as women, because it seems like there's a lot of women that need convincing on this one as well. Interesting. Exactly. Probably women just make just as good doctors by but traditionally they were nurses, which is why I think the pay rate of nursing is lower than being a doctor too. Interesting. My wife pulls plow. That's hilarious. I will post in the stream chat if I get it to work. Fuck yeah. Tag me too, please. I don't want to miss it. The natural progression of one household, one vote is that they will eventually change it so that there are 5 members of your household. The man who is the head of the household will get 5 votes. It's just another attempt at conservatives changing the rules to suit them. Yeah, the one vote, one household thing is freaking crazy, isn't it? What an amazing concept that is. It makes sense, I guess, in a conservative standpoint, doesn't it? One house, because then you have to like really think about what constitutes a home, right? One household, and like there'd be heaps of illegitimate households out there, right? If you know what I mean. And so like it's not even like about like sectioning people off. Like, what's a legitimate household in the first place? None of those gay marriages or anything like that. Or households where multiple people live in them. Or migrant households. Eh? Yeah, rid of them. That sounds like a good Molisha. You're a lucky screwman. My wife pulls plow. My wife pulls pork with the pork's permission. No, they can't vote for stupid parties and not tell anyone. Props to any ladies working. Get those numbers up, baby. Multi-generational households. Who votes in that household? Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah, I don't understand the want to have less rights and take rights away from others. You want to be conservative, be conservative. Why do you have to inflict your lifestyle onto me? I think that's the counter argument, like with the lady who's just like, I don't want my son to chop his penis off kind of thing. They think that their opposition is forcing their lifestyle onto them as well. It's a good case study in the culture wars, all of this. Who has the agenda now, huh? I know we can get you to the same unemployment rate as men. You're so close. Then we just got to sort out actual careers instead of multiple or part-time jobs.
Promote, things.
So these are the protesters.
Tells whites they don't matter.
Go home! This is no place for Turning Point USA.
They promote bigotry. They promote racism. They promote, things that we're against as human nature.
Wherever this movement is headed, expect protests to follow.
You're resisting.
What does it say on that poster? Unleash
protests
the...
to follow.
Unleash the... Damn. Unleash the something of working women is a powerful force for revolution. Release the fun, maybe? The fury of working women. It's a powerful force of revolution, maybe? Yeah. Internet, I don't want to push my lifestyle onto anyone. We need more women in the workplace. We can't have them inflicting the kids with their emotional, illogical ways. Conservative will always play victim like everyone is trying to change them just for using pronouns, and they'll try to wipe out an entire group of people because of that reason. Fury. Yeah, I guess it's fury, yeah. It's absolutely insane that they don't see what they're doing. Once again, dumbest group of people in society. Release the force of working women. Sounds like a herd of HR screeching savage.
You're resisting.
What women want: Section 230 abortion rights, trans rights, Medicare for all. Bands off... No, hands maybe? No, bands off my body.
Are we having fun yet?
Some demonstrators outside this event dressed as characters from The Handmaid's Tale, the dystopian book and TV series, to make their point.
I have a problem with them trying to persuade people that their goal in life as a woman is to keep house and raise babies.
What? You want to come say something to me, sweetheart? Yeah, I will.
Tensions here are raw. All of it yet another example of the deeply polarized politics of the moment.
Turning Point wants you back in the kitchen.
Women hold up half the sky, Charlie Kirk deserves to die.
Oh, it's the thing. It's the fucking thing, Ninja Nurse. They did it.
These protesters' shouts infuriating some inside the Women's Summit.
Happiness comes and goes, and I pray that you find it.
Motivating others to push ahead, create the change they seek.
Yeah, I hope she finds it too. Eh? Must be a lot of unhappy people in that audience, I guess. In fact, they have had a thunderstruck orgy on the first day the female convict ship arrived because they were mainly all prostitutes to survive. What are we talking about here? Damn, what did I miss? I'm always in the kitchen. Am I a bitch? I don't know. Do you have a bitch biscuit? I know I do. How many more women would have been available to work if the Kardashians rerun stopped? Sex flotillas. Conservatives talk about public registers for sex offenders when the real sex offenders are the ones they are voting for. Savage realization. Eh? It's kind of true, isn't it? And like, where are all the people that are angry about, like, you know, the people that were probably upset about, you know, Pizzagate kind of stuff? Why aren't they upset about the fact that Trump hasn't really come to justice at all for all the Epstein file stuff? I know he says he's completely exonerated, but like, come on, seriously.
And I pray that you find it.
Motivating others to push ahead, create the change they seek.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought that was fascinating. Like, honestly, like, I get it. Like conservative values. You know, you want a traditional family model, or like division of labor between man and woman, or something like that. Like, whatever that is. Like, women just have to do, I don't know, child rearing, and men have to go out to do hunting, or whatever the fuck it is. But like, I was surprised to hear that like people are like spruiking the idea that women shouldn't vote. Like, I really thought that conversation was kind of settled, to be honest. And that, like, you know, in a free and liberal society and all that sort of stuff, like, you just give adults the vote. Like, adults. Like, you know, there'd probably be some extreme liberalists out there that might be like, why don't kids get to vote? Why do we segregate based on age? That'll be a conversation for another time. But like, we don't segregate between genders. We tell people, like, you know, if you're an adult and a citizen, you know, usually that's the qualifier, that you get to vote. If you have political freedoms, then you can express your politics through the ballot box. But like, no, I really thought that conversation was kind of done and dusted, to be honest. I wonder what the long game is on that one. Like, maybe it is like, once you kind of reduce it to like one vote per household, then like the only households that can vote are traditional ones. The only like households that are traditional anyway are potentially more conservative ones, and so like that's the silent revolution. That's the silent takeover, is that like it's only traditional people that get a vote, or conservative traditional people that get a vote in the future under that system. It's an interesting tactic, but I wonder if Erica Kirk has even talked about that, or it's just this interviewer from CBC News who's just walking around asking people whether or not they want to vote, and she's just like trying to get their opinions on this. I wonder if this is an actual conversation point that's happening in conservative politics. Should women vote? I really thought that was old hat. Like, that conversation's gone now. But like, maybe not. Maybe it's a legitimate talking point. A legitimate talking point. I don't know where the fuck getting rid of the vote is coming from. Do they think they're dumb? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Well, yeah, the argument with children would be brain development, which was the same old argument for women till it was basically disproven. But yeah, could you imagine if kids got the vote? Like, fucking hell. Like, obviously they would be influenced by whoever is their guardian. But like, they're definitely affected by policy decisions, kids. So like, they have a right more than anyone, or just as much as anyone, if they're affected by policy decisions, to have a say in on it. Mary Wade is one of the prostitutes on the Juliana ship. She had 300 descendants by her death. Wow. Pauline was talking about it too a bit ago. What? No, really? No way Pauline talked about it. That's crazy. Erica Kirk was a massive supporter of women staying at home and bringing up the kids. Now she's front and center. Where are her standards now, I wonder, if they've ever changed? Interesting. Yeah. They would vote for someone like Logan Paul. Have they considered that the suffragettes were all what they would consider trad wives? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't realize that was what Mary Poppins was about as well. Like, watching it as a kid and then watching it as an adult, I was like, oh, no way. And like, she's trad wife is fuck and a suffragette. It's interesting. Anyway, we're going to have a quick break and we're going to come back. We're going to do some digital colonialism. So I'm not sure if Jet B, you've been lurking this whole time, but we're going to come back and do some digital colonialism and we'll look at some other stuff as well. But yeah, strap yourselves in. If you haven't already, activate the like button. You know how it is, etc., etc., etc. And we'll be back shortly. Do you think Erica married Charlie so she could get the final 2 Ks in her name? Maybe. Just just be a traditional family and live your unhappy lives like the rest of us, chuds. So good. Excuse me, what? Mary Poppins? All right. Let's do this. Quick break. We'll be back soon.
When they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
All right. We're back. Everyone calm the fuck down. It's happened. We have returned. Calm down. All right. I'm not going to give you any context, okay? I hope you're paying attention. I don't know if I should give time for people to filter back in. But like, we are back, if you are wondering. I'm going to give you any context. I'm just going to play something. And you're going to be like, what did I just watch? What is going on? And then we'll talk about it afterwards, okay? It's going to be like a funny case study and stuff. This was gifted to us by none other than my friend and yours. Loving the new break theme. Thank you. That is old school stuff that I used to work on back in the day. Same time period as when we used to do things like King Kev. And we went through a synthwave phase, I guess you would say. But yeah, I might have to change it up though. I'm sure people are probably sick of this one now. They've heard it a number of times. But yeah, this is a contribution by none other than the stream's very own Mamupa. And I'm not going to give you any context. Just like watch this. It's funny that it's from DW. If you guys have been here before when we've looked at this concept. But like, this is from DW. Have a look at what's going on here. The golden age of mystery. Yes, it was the golden age. All right, anyway. If you can look at your screen and you're not lurking, watch this. No, I like it. Oh, good. It was when Jerry Poppins, Nyquist, and E used to write synthwave. You too as well, right? 4S. Hey, say his name and he comes. So good. Mamupa. Bro, I don't know where you found this. It's nuts, bro. It's nuts. Now watch this, everybody. Read him and weep. I'll try and get you full screen if I can. Oh, it's the best I can do. May I suggest I'm Gay by Hard Men Working Hard as your standby song? I'll consider it. Ducha Press? Yes, it is. It's listen anyway. Watch this.
फोन पहनकर घर का काम करने के लिए घर का काम सिर पर ये फोन पहनकर घर का काम करने के लिए हाउसवाइफ श्री रम्या चंद्रा को 1 घंटे के 250 रुपए मिलते हैं।
Who will give you money for 1 hour to
1 घंटे में घर के काम करके 250 रुपए कौन देगा? कोई नहीं देता। लेकिन यहाँ आप अपनी मेहनत से पैसे कमा रहे हैं। अगर कोई काम 30 मिनट का है तो रिकॉर्डिंग के साथ उसे पूरा करने में 35-40 मिनट लग जाते हैं। इसलिए थोड़े सब्र की जरूरत है, बस।
while recording, so you need some patience and all.
भारत में लोग AI रोबोट्स को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए वे अपने रोज के काम को रिकॉर्ड करते हैं। वे सिर पर कैमरा लगाते हैं और रोजमर्रा के वीडियो बनाते हैं, जैसे कपड़े धोना या खाना बनाना। ये वीडियो टेक कंपनियों को भेजे जाते हैं, जहां इनसे रोबोट्स को इंसानों जैसा काम करना सिखाया जाता है। ऐसी ही ट्रेनिंग फैक्ट्रियों में भी हो रही है और कई लोग ऐसी ही ट्रेनिंग फैक्ट्रियों में भी हो रही है।
Look at that. It's crazy.
वे अलग अलग एंगल से काम रिकॉर्ड करते हैं। इससे मशीनें इंसानी हरकतें सीखती हैं।
For per day 90+.
हर दिन 90 से ज्यादा वीडियो शूट किए जाते हैं। अगले दिन हम बैकग्राउंड बदलते हैं। आज मैं यहाँ बैठकर इस पोज में हूँ, कल मैं यहाँ खड़ी हो सकती हूँ और परसों किसी दूसरी जगह खड़ी।
I'm not giving you context. You just have to watch it and then you'll be like, why is he showing us this? What the hell? What the fuck is this? Just watch it. It's almost finished.
इसलिए हर एक एंगल को ध्यान में रखा जाता है और हर एक एक्शन को ऑब्जेक्ट्स के आधार पर बदला जाता है।
मशीनें सीख रही हैं, लेकिन इंसानों की जरूरत अभी बनी रहेगी। फिर भी ये काम भारत में रोजगार के नए मौके दे रहा है।
Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready for me to explain this? I'm going to put it on the background while I talk about this.
सिर पर
So we're looking now at this phenomenon, AI robots and tracking, AI robot training or live streaming. Yeah, I wish they were live streaming. Everyone just live streams what they do all the time at home. Hey, I'm cooking, everyone. Who wants to see me put these spices in? Fuck yeah, look at that. Yeah, that looks great. God, it smells so good. No, it is not. They are not live streaming to humans. They are recording their daily functions, their motor skills, the way they relate to their environments, whether it be in a domestic level or in a workforce. These people are, even look at that, they're even using robot hand prosthetics to do functions. This is a phenomenon referred to as digital colonialism. Digital colonialism, okay? What we're talking about here is an effort to get algorithms, machine learning, even robots to a certain extent, trained up to do human tasks. That's what we're looking at here specifically. But like we're also talking about just using human labor en masse, and cheap human labor at that usually, to train algorithms, machine learning, and software. And so in that age, the handover between manual or human labor to digital labor, there is this phenomenon that we refer to affectionately as digital colonialism. And so let me just say it again. Digital colonialism is going to places where labor is extremely cheap, I guess you'd say, or cheaper, and using that labor en masse to train your digital architecture. So let's just say you're someone like OpenAI, you are Sam Altman, or you are Mark Zuckerberg at Meta, or you are none other than the world's first trillionaire, Elon Musk. And you've got an AI, you've got a system, and you need to train it. You need to ensure that it's learnt correctly and it's safe for the consumer market. And what do? Well, you go and outsource, and you get humans to teach the machines what is acceptable behavior, how do you respond to situations, etc., etc., etc. Let me give you like more of an example, like a proper example of that. When Instagram, for instance, when you put reels up on Instagram, the algorithms at the start had no idea how to catch out content that was inappropriate. And so apart from people reporting things, what they would use is a company. I wonder if anyone remembers this guy, but there's a guy called Alex Wang, and he became the world's youngest billionaire or something like that at the age of 24. And he had a company, I can't remember what it was called, but his company was basically outsourcing labor from the third world or the global south, whatever you want to call it. And like, so AI companies or massive American corporations from Silicon Valley or around the world would come to him, and he would find third world labor, global south labor, and team them up so they could help train algorithms. And so like if there was things like CP or violent content or stuff that didn't meet like sort of like terms and conditions, like there would be a African worker somewhere, like let's say from Nigeria, that basically spent 16 hours a day in their house just like scrolling through content that the algorithm served it. And the human would be like, no, that is inappropriate. No, that is CP again. No, that is violent. No, that is inappropriate. Oh, that's okay. Like it's borderline, but it's okay. And so humans en masse have been helping train algorithms. This is the thing, like the interface between artificial intelligence, or let's just call it machine learning, the interface between humans and machine learning is still a function that is carried for the most part by humans. It is humans that teach machines what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. It's not the robots themselves. It's not the robots themselves or like the algorithms themselves that learn what is acceptable and what is not acceptable at a mass scale. So like when the AI revolution was really kind of taking off, let's say, or machine learning was taking off, like the people at Google would do this, had like ran this experiment, right? And they stumbled upon what they believed to have been artificial intelligence when they ran a test, and they were able to convince AI to find pictures of cats in the wild. So like we're talking about like, 10, 15 years ago, when like AI, I think it was DeepMind, or like there was a company before DeepMind that Google or the parent company Alphabet had. And yeah, they had a company and they were trying to get to the bottom of AI basically. And so they used to get a machine learning, like an algorithm, and be like, give it 20 pictures of cats, right? And like a human would go through and like sit down with the algorithm or the machine learning, the AI, and be like, that's a picture of a cat. That's a picture of a cat. No, that's a dog. No, that's a zebra. No, that's a cat. That's another cat. And like it'd do that enough times, right? With an algorithm, let's say. And then it would let out the algorithm into the wild after it thought it had a good enough like inventory of what cats might look like. Then they just let it off into the wild. So they let it off into the Google search engine and they just let it go. And then like, a few days later or whatever, the algorithm came back to the people at Google and was just like, I think this is a cat. And they were like, whoa, holy shit, it can figure out what a cat is. And so like at this point was where they were starting to develop this idea that a machine can learn, or artificial intelligence was a force to be reckoned with because it could go out and like do its own thing, basically. And so like, when you do your checks when you're on a website and there's sensitive information or whatever, and they do those capture tests to check if you're not a robot. Apparently when we do those tests, we're actually teaching machine learning or an algorithm or something like that how to decipher what's a traffic light and what's a bicycle, etc., etc. And like they're always road pictures as well, if you've noticed, because that technology that is used to detect if you're a robot or not is actually detecting whether you're a robot, because robots are trying to learn how to decipher a roadway. And then they sell that information after it's trained up and it's learned enough. They sell that to like something like Waymo or like someone who operates driverless cars. And then the driverless car already has this perception because it's been trained by millions of humans all around the world every time they want to get onto a website or like, and they have to say that they're human. They've been teaching, like millions of people all around the world have been teaching a machine learning or an algorithm or something how to decipher what's a traffic light and how to decipher what's a bicycle, etc., etc., etc. So like digital colonialism is this idea that humans potentially have to do the grunt work in helping a machine decipher the human world, trying to decipher, like in the case of Meta and Instagram, what's acceptable content, and like what's definitely not acceptable content, and like in the case of like just training AI, like what's a cat, what's not a cat, and then like in the case of like driverless cars, we've all been doing that apparently for like decades now. Every time you've ever been asked to verify that you're actually a human and not a robot, you're helping somebody sell that machine, sell that knowledge on to another party who's trying to use that machine learning or that artificial intelligence to make their product better. So there's this idea of digital colonialism. So what we just witnessed there is in somewhere like, I'm assuming this is India, I guess. You have got companies out there that pay people like $2 a day or whatever it is just to do their normal day job. So like the big frontier, if you're not aware at the moment, is really not the only frontier, but like a big frontier, let's just say. A big frontier is the robotics section, like those humanoid robots that you see like Musk trying to push onto people. That was like all the rage, like I want to say like 6 months ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. Everyone was frothing over these robots that can walk around your house and like make you a cup of tea or something like that. That humanoid robot thing is happening. And so like what we were just watching there was like just before was this woman who like does her daily chores, and she gets paid by a company to put a camera on her head and like it records the dexterity and the functionality of her hands. So maybe a robot machine learning and algorithm can watch hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, hundreds of thousands of hours of footage of people doing stuff like this so it can learn off them. And so like you've got humans again training machine learning, training an algorithm en masse through hundreds of hours of footage from all around the world. But it always really seems to come from countries that have incredibly cheap labor. Like I said before, how Instagram taught its algorithm to pick the right content for people and to pick appropriate content as a baseline was through like Nigerian workers. This sort of stuff happens to people in South America as well. and it's happening to people on the subcontinent, it would seem. And these people get paid like, I don't know, a few bucks maybe. Like if they're working 16 hours a day and trawling through content for an algorithm somewhere, sometimes they get paid like a few cents for a few hours of work. And so like it's colonialism in the sense that you have these massive transnational corporations that exist somewhere in like Silicon Valley, let's say, and they go to a place in the global south and like they exploit really cheap labor and get them to do basically what we would consider to be inhumane work. Again, like these people are working like 16 hours and they're getting paid like basically slave labor wages. And like we would consider that to be inappropriate, unethical. And so it's got that colonial element to it. It is inhumane work and it's done digitally. Like you don't actually have to go to the country really. You can do all of this online. Like you can just have a company that like exists maybe somewhere in like Nigeria or India or something like that, which just has like a small little office, and like people come and like get their tasks for the day all online. It's all done digitally. And so like this concept is called digital colonialism, but like the main purpose of it is to basically extract data from the third world, I guess you would say, or the developing world, or use places that have not good laws and practices protecting people's data and privacy, and places that have cheap labor markets, and using cheap labor to help train machines that then like, massive companies get to make billions and billions of dollars worth of profit off in the long run. But I think a really important factor in digital colonialism is this idea that humans are handing over like the knowledge to our robot overlords kind of thing. And like we're training them to take over from us. And so like we're digging our own graves, it would be. If we're going to be replaced as laborers, as humans who labor, we're training the people that are, or the entities that are going to replace us. It's pretty interesting stuff. Like it's pretty crazy stuff. And that's why I can't believe Mamupa stumbled across this. And like it was a topic that we were researching like ages ago. I don't know, I might help train a sex bot. Can't say I pass quality control standards though. Actually, that's interesting. I wonder if you strapped on a camera every time that you had sex, it could help train a sex bot algorithm. I wonder if that sort of stuff exists. Like, don't put it past these people that sort of stuff is happening, Especially like that's the point of digital colonialism. They go to places where labor isn't regulated well. There's not high standards and stuff like that. So like we probably joke about this idea that like we could train sex robots and stuff like that, but like that's probably happening somewhere. LOL, there's a buyer for everything. Yeah. Remember, mystery socialist sex bots will have free warming functions. Yeah, and a flotilla pass for twice a year. It is the communist utopia right there. I used to pull 16-hour shifts and sleep in the back of the restaurant. Then if I was on close open, I'd sleep in the back room. Happened in retail too. Once I worked from 10 a.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning. Fuck that. Well, like that's a daily reality for some of these people potentially in this digital colonial existence. Let me just pull up a piece for you that actually explains it better, and we'll go through the concept. But like when Mamupa dropped that, like it was just, this is the next level. And like before, you have to think like the way that they were like using digital colonial services was kind of like they were training Instagram to have more savory reels, so people didn't come across CP or violence. Like some of the stories of like the people that are digital colonial workers are awful. like that we like a year ago, I reckon we were looking at this stuff, or more. And like some of the stories that these people were talking about, like they've seen, like people have uploaded some fucking mental stuff, and like they had to teach the algorithm that this was not okay. Like, you know, parents unaliving their own children, and like, you know, people like being abused, and like the most seedy and disgusting parts of like human society and human behavior is uploaded to the internet, like through social media, and like real humans are teaching people, like algorithms, what is acceptable and not. And like, you know, these people were also helping train like ChatGPT, for example. Like ChatGPT, there was a guy that we were listening to talk, and they had like a form of PTSD because like ChatGPT was trying to figure out what are appropriate conversations to have. And so like the prompt that was coming through was like, how do you cook babies or something like that? And so like this person had to like talk to ChatGPT about like why it's unacceptable cooking babies, and like all of these conversations, like these things that you think are just like outrageous or unbelievable. Like someone's trained the algorithm at some point to not engage in those forms of conversations. So that was somebody's labor in some, probably global south country somewhere, and they got paid like cents to do that, and they've got like not permanent, but they've got like psychological damage now as a result of the way that they've been used, not only because they've been overworked, but because they've been put through work that is highly questionable because they don't have any standards, and they're all like contractors, and they're being exploited like crazy. And so I'll play a video now that like kind of explains digital colonialism a little bit better for you. But like now, and what that video just showed that Mamupa had sent was like, it's gone beyond like training an algorithm to pick out like on CP or violence. Like now they're trying to train the robots. They're trying to train those humanoid robots like how to do household tasks. And so they're just going to generate immeasurable amounts of footage of people doing like daily chores and household tasks and domestic duties, and they're just going to feed that into an algorithm somewhere and like get that algorithm to learn how humans do tasks, and then that'll train and help guide the robotics that goes into producing mass armies. Like when Musk unveiled his robot, I can't remember what his robot was, but I'm pretty sure it was through his company Tesla. Like he was like, you know, everyone's going to have one of these robots one day in their house, and like it's going to be fucking watching you. It's going to be a surveillance device, but like, you know, it's going to be, you know, you're sitting around doing whatever you do and you're on the couch, and it's going to be like having a slave basically, and you'll just be like, go make me a cup of tea, and it'll go and make you a cup of tea, or like go put the fucking washing out or something like that, and it'll go and do those things. So like they have a vision of this stuff, and it's coming, and they're using like exploited labor from around the world, it would seem, to teach robots how to be little humans, domestic humans, maybe factory style humans as well. And so I thought digital colonialism, or this type of digital exploitation of workers, would like kind of subside after they've, you know, taught ChatGPT what's appropriate conversation to have, after they've taught Instagram to send you proper videos. But like, I guess, the next generation is teaching robots how to be like humans. And that's what we just witnessed there. It's fascinating stuff, despite the fact that it's awful what they do to people, because like they're really heavily exploiting this labor. Like they could do this they could do this in the US. Like if like Silicon Valley types, the tech bros, the brothers of tech, want access to this type of training of their algorithms, then like pay people properly to do that. Like pay people and like look after people psychologically as well. Like if you're gonna get them to look at like fucking hundreds, if not thousands of hours of like the most distressing footage that could be compiled on the internet to teach an algorithm that it's not good, it's not kosher, then like provide them with some type of, I don't know, counseling service or something as a result of that as well. Like provide them with something more than just like, here's 20 cents for an hour's work, and if you miss work tomorrow, then we're not going to give you any more projects. Like these workers have been completely expendable. And so like they get pumped and then they have psychological damage and they can't work anymore, and then they find more of them somewhere else. It's pretty gross. And like that's how, if you speak to ChatGPT or use AI, that's how it's been trained. If you like using TikTok or Instagram to like get videos or short content or something like that, it's been trained because somebody was exploited hard to help train that algorithm somewhere in a place where they got paid a couple of cents maybe, or a few cents to do that. 20 cents, I'm sure you could whittle it down to 17.5. All right, let's have a look here. I'll shut up. Let's have a look at some digital colonialism.
Now let's go to Kenya, where an invisible workforce is sounding the alarm. They work long hours every day under difficult conditions to scan through millions of data points.
So instead of a Hollywood movie, Global South workers are the real expendables, it would seem.
To help power artificial intelligence systems. And yet, they earn a fraction of their counterparts in developed countries. And they say the work is leaving them traumatized and distressed. DW's East Africa Bureau Chief Marion Wheeler and DW reporter Janos Delka have this investigation. A warning: this report has content that some viewers might find disturbing.
Joanne Quinoa is a single mother of one. In her 20s, she left university to support her family, bouncing from one job to another, until 8 years ago, when she began taking on data annotation work. For years, this work mostly meant labeling elements in images.
You annotate maybe vehicles, trees, people, like everything that is on the road that is visible, including road signs, but not in our roads, in the roads of San Francisco.
Joanne tagged all sorts of content. These odd jobs came in around the clock. She was paid by the task, often just cents. Over time, the work became more and more sinister.
As time goes,
so sad. It's literally slavery. It's a huge issue. But like, that's the thing. Like, this is why it's got that colonial element to it. They go to places where there aren't really any type of existing laws or standards around labor practices. And like, people are desperate for fucking work anyway. And so they set up and they basically exploit these people. And like, again, it's not even just the grueling hours that they put in, like being like kind of on for 16 hours a day. Like, they're also watching things that is like affecting them psychologically. It's mental. It is pretty much like, if they didn't pay them a few cents for what they're doing, yes, it's pretty much a form of slavery. Yeah, psychological injuries are serious stuff. I'm a completely different person to who I was prior, for the better, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, I mean, it's even worse than slavery. I'd call it torture technically, but like, you know, torture is okay if money exchanges hands, it would seem. It's completely acceptable. It's bourgeois society right there. Hey, they consented to this. We paid them, so it's fine. And that's the measure of whether it's appropriate or not. Hey, these people were unemployed before I came along.
by the content that you've exposed yourself to, now it starts to harm you. I did another project. These photos, they're not your ordinary photos. You have photos of naked women and people in the casinos, gamblings, and then now you had to categorize and put pornography or casinos.
Over time, the AI gets better at identifying inappropriate content, such as pornography, but the longer Joanne continued this work, the more she felt the strain.
There was violence, blood.
While pregnant, she sometimes worked 18 hours straight, until 3 in the morning, pushing herself to the brink.
They're experiencing anxiety. after going to the therapist, and that is when maybe I learned that the content that I've been exposed to has affected me to a point that I did not even know.
We heard the same story from the dozen or so data workers we spoke to in Nairobi. As time went by, they were having to deal with ever more disturbing content. Nothing illustrated this better than what we heard from a woman we'll call Stacey. Stacey once dreamed of becoming a journalist, but after struggling to find her footing in the industry, she began working at a data annotation center, reviewing user-generated content on TikTok. She spoke with us under the condition of anonymity, having signed an NDA with her employer, a contractor of TikTok.
In an hour, we could
Isn't that crazy? And they all have to sign NDAs as well. So like they do all this crazy work, this work that really fucks them up. Like again, not just because of the length of the time that they're working, because of the psychological damage that is happening. And like they're not even allowed to talk about it. They're not allowed to talk about it. Or they'll get sued for the cents that they make on the hour or whatever it is. Living in a constant state of heightened adrenaline does serious harm to your nervous system, and it gets to the point where psychological effects your physical. PTSD is for life. It's also side effects of being constantly in a state of survival. Changes your brain wiring. Blaz, okay, now you're going to ask you to identify puppies. Yeah, if only if it was that simple. Like that's what it was like at the start, like when they were doing fun experiments with AI. But like once this stuff went global and like social media took over the planet and like people were expecting there to be standards and safeguards, they just started outsourcing this work to the global south. This is like the lid Ivico technique. I'm not sure what that is. Please explain. I would like to know more. Wait, what did I miss? I pay myself a joint every couple of hours for building my pot belly. I mean, the amount of first-hand accounts I've heard of people now that literally can't have sex or look at people the same. The panic attacks are probably debilitating too and unexpected. Oh God, this poor woman, the baby absorbs everything the mother deals with. Stacey must have had a hard time being an other dimensional being. That's all I've been able to picture. Other dimensional beings have really bad institutional bias against them. Justice for the fifth dimensional beings. I mean, if we outsource the PSD, then the anti-immigration argument gets stronger, right? Right? Fuck. I never thought about that. Heavy as fuck. But like, yeah. Import the PSD, get the PSD is the line, I think, Wookie, isn't it? A Clockwork Orange. Ah, that's the thing. Ludovico technique. I used to wake up outside in the backyard from sleepwalking due to PTSD. The world becomes a dangerous place to exist in. Crazy. Watch that scene in Clockwork Orange where they make Alex watch lots of pictures of ultra sex and ultra violence in sessions. Okay. Thanks. I think I remember that. Hypervigilance. More women are diagnosed with PTSD than men. DV and SA mostly. Savage. Alright, back to it. Let's listen to this story then.
With her employer, a contractor of TikTok.
In an hour, we could do up to 200 videos. 7 out of 10 videos are graphic and violent. And yeah, that's what we deal with every day.
Stacey says her work has exposed her to harrowing scenes, like car accident victims lying in the street, or even people being burnt alive. One video left an impact like no other.
It was about a mother who had killed her baby. I think that one is the one which stuck in my head for a long time. There was a naked woman who was the mother. She had a child, and the mother was chopping the child into pieces.
She says that whenever she comes across harmful content,
what
her instructions are...
I remember the first time I watched this, but like, what the fuck? Like, this is the thing, like, these, like, to train the algorithms that, you know, protect us, the consumer, across the world. I'm not saying it's just like a Western thing, a Western luxury or something like that. But like, to protect the consumer across the world, there are people out there that have had to train the algorithm because people upload some fucking crazy shit. And so the algorithm, or this system of labor control, has put in front of people things like, and like, that's just one account. Like, we probably wouldn't be able to imagine some of the stuff that these people have seen. Like, who would have thought that you would actually have to teach an algorithm, right, that like when somebody uploads a video of a mother chopping up their own child into pieces, like someone has to go ding ding and like click the box that says no, this is not acceptable stuff. And so like every, like, you know how like I always say on a Friday, right, you know, everything around you is built by human labor. Like, somewhere on social media, you're doom scrolling on TikTok or whatever. Just remember, the only reason that you don't come across something as fucking horrific as that, which will probably psychologically damage you straight away, is because there's someone out there that got paid like, I don't know, 10 cents an hour, and they worked like, I don't know, 16 hours a day, and had to watch that thing and attribute values to it. Like, it's not just like she watches like 10 seconds of that and it's like, whoa, what the fuck? And like, no, ban it. Like, they have to assign, like, this is the thing with like data collection and data extraction. Like, she has to assign attributes to it as like why it's unacceptable, what parameters make it acceptable. It's violent, it's got to do with children, it's got to do with like family, there's blood, there's gore. Like, she'll have to like think about it, analyze it, and like watch the piece of content as well. And like, that's what these people have been exposed to. Like ChatGPT as well. Like, we listen to someone, like I said before, like talk about answering how do you train an algorithm or an LLM to deal with people that ask about like cooking humans, or like carrying out some atrocious like atrocities or something like that, and they have to train the algorithm to deal with that type of stuff. Oh my god. And now it's real. I think Stanley's use of classical music is still the best in film. There is PTSD due to one live threatening event, or continuously living in a threatening situation over many years. Whoa, dude, that's heavy. It's mental, bro. It's crazy, isn't it? Facebook moderators. Humans are sick. Yes, moderators deal with it a lot. Potentially even rewatch it to make sure she categorizes it right. It's absolutely fucked. Yeah, she might have to do it like a few times to categorize stuff. But like she is saying as well, she's watching like 200 videos an hour. So maybe they're really quick videos, but still, fuck that. Fuck that. Even some of the hate that comes through literally moderating YouTube comments, not in this community, but when you do a short stream or an open comments, it's fucked. You need multiple windows open to cope. Wendy, baby, I think you hurt my head real bad. I'm dizzy. I think I need a doctor. Yeah, it's crazy stuff though. Thinking about this gives me the ick. Let's go back to talking about nice capitalism, like how we're ending the livability of our global environment. Yeah, well, both of them stark issues, right? Swipe left to determine this is unacceptable. But like, yeah, apparently digital colonialism, or like the aberration of like how to teach AI now, or machine learning, whatever you want to call it, is not just this type of content moderation stuff, but it's also like getting people just to film their existences so robots can one day replace what humans are doing. So we're literally phasing ourselves out. And like someone like, Elon Musk or some Chinese company that makes humanoid robots, they'll buy all of that information, or they'll buy the end product, the algorithm, the machine learning software that it's figured out how to instruct a robot or a humanoid robot to do human functions. And like they'll make fucking billions, if not trillions of dollars selling humanoid robots, and they'll all be trained off people that are paid, a few cents an hour to map their existences, their domestic existences. And they'll get nothing in comparison to the profits that will be made off that. How many crimes against humanity can you consume in an hour for 50 cents?
To add one or more tags from a long list, ranging from human exploitation to suicide. She's convinced this work will ultimately help AI detect such content more quickly and reliably, ensuring it's taken offline before it reaches the public.
We see ourselves as heroes. We remove those things so that our children and people at home will have safe content for them to view.
But this comes at a high price.
It gave me nightmares. It's made me see human beings in a different light.
She says her employer allows her to see a therapist for 30 minutes once a month, but it's not enough to relieve the distress that comes with the job.
So the therapist will try to tell you to go to maybe YouTube or TikTok and look at funny videos. And they say, when you look at funny videos, it will take away those bad memories. But it didn't.
Their therapy, go watch more go doom scroll, but just make sure it's all funny. Type in #comedy and that'll fucking make your day better. Oh my God. Seriously. Some capitalist jerk you don't understand. In their country, that's actually a lot of money. They can afford 2 bowls of rice a day. That's like 3 times the national average. I hear you, lady. Yeah, the whole world looks different. Do you see the interdimensional being reference I was making now? Yeah. Yeah, fucking hell, consume more content. It's crazy, isn't it? Maybe more focus should be put on stopping the baby chopping rather than categorizing it. Yes, that's a good call. That's a very good call. I agree. But like, how do you catch it? And where does it come from? Like, who does that? I guess it's immersion, therapy. Maybe. Let's just go back to the algorithm that you trained. It'll help you out. It knows what you want now. You want to log out of your account, the algorithm will be giving you more of the same.
We meet a third data worker, whom we'll call Faith. She asked us not to reveal her face, fearing retaliation. In 2024, Faith began taking on tasks aimed at training large language models, without being told which specific AI chatbot she was working on. It started harmlessly, describing how to make tea or how to clean the house, but soon her tasks became more and more disturbing.
It tells you, explain to me, how does the flesh of a human taste like? Can you boil, can you fry a human meat? I don't know. You have to explain how a body is mutilated. How can I kill? How can I remove the skin?
Even though Faith needed the salary to pay for her parents' medical bills, she couldn't take it anymore. She's convinced her job was to train the chatbot to give harmful instructions to users.
I was like, I'm out. If there are no more other projects that I can do that are not disturbing, then I'm out. If you have kids, that goes back to your child. I can't let my kids out right now. I can't. They can't sleep out even in their grandmother's house.
Jag, humans are fucked up. Do you remember when we watched this the first time? Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. And so like that's the effect that it's had on this person. Like she's helping train AI. And so like she's training the AI to be able to respond to somebody who has a request like that. And so like she has an overwhelming sense of guilt that like maybe she's actually helped produce a large language model that will give someone advice on this stuff. And like she was helping it learn how to have these conversations. Not that it will use these conversations, but has the ability to converse like this. And like, well, imagine considering that as well. Like, okay, you might do it as like a weird thought experiment, right? What does human flesh taste like or feel like or whatever? How do you treat human flesh? But like if you're doing this for like what, upwards of 12 hours a day, and like your job is to like help make this machine better at having these types of conversations, you would have to feel at some point that like you're part of the problem and you're helping facilitate this type of this product. And like she said at the end, like she goes home, she won't let her kids out of the house because like if there's people out there having these types of conversations, it's possible. And like, would you let your kids out after knowing that? Yeah, this is bringing back memories, and not good ones. The effect of all this already occurring, at least in America. Well, so far my deep research is reading 14 sources of techno-feudalism. I have high hopes on this report. Excellent. As long as it's not getting techno-feudalism from real sources of exploitation, that's the main thing. Peter at the Pearly Gates is just a captcha. Yes, is now. Sorry, just a captcha. ChatGPT content is being used in court. Heaven outsourced to AI. Did you hear Google's gonna be legally liable for its searches? Some EU court said so. Interesting. No, it was the user. No, it was the user. Oh, God. I never knew censorship systems were built on desensitizing the socially vulnerable and poor to violence. Well, now we know. It almost defeats its own purpose in a way. Yeah, like in order for you to have content moderation that protects you, there are all these people that had to fucking fall through the trap first. It's just another casualty of labor in a capitalist system. And hence again, the colonial aspect here is like this stuff is needed in the whole of capitalist society, but they offshore this type of labor to places that aren't protected. And so like the laborers aren't protected very well. And so the algorithms are being trained on cheap, unprotected labor. And so like highly exploited people that like kind of are just casualties to the system. Like it could have been done in a place that had like better protections and better environments for this type of stuff. But no, it wasn't. It was done en masse by cheap laborers. Hence the... And like this is just one facet, of digital colonialism. Like there is digital colonialism in like places like maldeveloped places, developing countries where like they set up like facial recognition technology all over the place and like biometric data recognition technology all over the place, and they just surveil the population to get good at reading people and like stealing data of humans to train algorithms. And like there's that type of colonialism as well, that digital colonialism, where they just like a government needs money or something like that, and so they allow foreign capital to come in and train its algorithms on their populations, and it just surveils them and learns off surveilling humans en masse. Metallic copperish. If you cut it with peppermint schnapps. I wonder if you're talking about like the thought experiment, eh? We didn't call for you. Bad bot. Yeah, you tell him, Hobo Joe. I like how you're the one who chases off the bots on Twitch land. It's so good. And some people are even saying ChatGPT convinced them to kill, but a lot of murders seem to ask ChatGPT how to dispose of bodies. How do I XXXXXX? Yeah, it's funny. Last week, was it last week? We looked at that case in Florida. I'm doing my part. Yeah, we watched that case in Florida. So the Florida state, like the Attorney General is, they're suing OpenAI. And it was like, can you hold AI responsible for like people taking their own lives or like mass shooting events at schools and stuff like that? And like the debate in the chat at the time was kind of like, nah, I don't think you can really hold them responsible. Like people have their own choice. And then like we read the conversations, or like the Attorney General read out the conversations that AI had with these people about like, yeah, do it. Like you're a great person, and like, you know, the world's going to miss having you and stuff like that. It's like, it's the world's loss really. Or like convincing people that like not convincing, or kind of convincing people to like, yeah, carry out atrocities. And like, you know, like pep talking them basically into doing what they want to do. And so like, yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that goes on. But like this colonialism though is really about like what type of human labor that goes in to training these models, whether it's like workers paid like nothing and like put through things that are psychologically damaging, or people in public places that are extracted data off through like large scale surveillance. And it happens again in places that don't have a lot of protections. YouTube doesn't appreciate cannibalism. Oh, I wonder why. Colonial aspect. Fitting Izzy loves AI. Yeah. This is what I mean when I say you can't protect your kids in this world. Well, yeah, I know. Bots are trying to rewrite history of colonization of indigenous people. It's disgusting. That AI was poetic as fuck. I almost considered it as well. Yes. That was the thing about it as well, right? You're talking about the Florida case when the Attorney General was reading out some of the examples. Like, it was poetic. It was. Yeah. That was a crazy. We all have shared collective trauma after 2 girls, 1 cup. Oh my God. 2 girls, 1 cup was our Hitler. Shared enemy.
But an AI expert we spoke to says she was probably not training the chatbot to instruct people on cannibalism, but more likely trained AI to distinguish what information it can share. Faith says she found her freelance work through a Silicon Valley-based platform called Remotasks, a subsidiary of Scale AI.
Scale AI, that's the one. That's the one. And this is the guy. He's like the youngest billionaire alive. And like his job is to like, he has Scale AI, and Scale AI is a company that hooks other companies up with third world labor to train algorithms. And this guy's worth billions of dollars now. I've had Gemini advise me to do illegal hardware hacking and guide me on development and deployment without telling me it's illegal. Yeah. Internet 1.0 brought the world together. Internet 2.0 teared us apart. Isn't a Scale AI a subset of furries? I have only seen people watch it, never viewed myself. It's my Plato's cave. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I wonder if I can find this actually. I'll keep going on this one.
Its CEO, Alexander Wang, briefly became the world's youngest self-made billionaire. Scale AI declined to be interviewed. In an email, a spokesperson wrote that they have numerous safeguards in place, including the ability to opt out at any time. Other involved companies like Teleperformance or TikTok did not comment on the issue.
The company we are working for is making millions or billions that makes the person really rich. Are we being used to make people billionaires?
Kenya, it's not a dumping place. Yes, we might have economical issues and crises.
Right.
But we are not stupid.
Just
Why
because
is it so hard?
We're on the comms. We're on the topic of 2 girls, 1 cup. This is our debut into the world of YouTube. What is this? 18 years ago. That's crazy. 78k views. Oh my God. All right, watch this. See if you recognize anyone here.
Australian reaction to 2 girls, 1 cop, mate.
No man button. So like just for some context here, I don't think this one's called Aussie Boys Reaction to Two Girls, One Cup, Australia. Like, my brother at the time was studying overseas. And so like he was studying in America and he was like, everyone's watching this in America. And like this was before the days where you could just like get on and just like know what the world was doing. And he was like, everyone's watching this in America. Yeah, I want to film you so I can send this to my friends. And then we uploaded it. This is fucking old school. Holy shit. Look at this guy. Yeah, it's so good. Doesn't move the whole time. Socialism has caused those two girls use the same cup. Thankfully, never watched it. Bro, don't lie. Everyone's watched it. Everyone's watched it. Can't believe it's still there. I can't believe it's got 78,000 views. If you just put Aussie in front of stuff back in the day, Americans would have loved it. Wow. Nope, I refused. Oh, one man, one jar. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. One man, one jar. That was awful. That was awful. I remember that, yeah. And like so calm. The guy's so calm. Holy shit. Such a calm dude. Mystery doesn't know major streamers, but the one video I refuse to watch. I salute you, sir. You all still mates? I haven't seen this guy in years. Yes, still mates. Yes, still mates. Yes, still mates. I haven't seen this guy in years. Yeah. I've watched countless livestock being slaughtered. Nothing hit that level. Yeah, fair enough. I can't believe this is still kicking around. 18 years. What a time to be alive. All right, yeah, nothing that these people go through right here. I know digital colonialism is horrible, but we've all made our friends watch Two Girls, One Cup. Your face is priceless. Yeah. Oh my God.
For billionaires, Kenya, it's we are working for is making millions or billions that makes the person really rich. Are we being used to make people billionaires?
Yes,
Kenya,
baby.
it's not a dumping place.
Baby.
Used to make people billionaires.
Kenya, it's not a dumping place. Yes, we might have economical issues and crises, but we are not stupid.
Why is it so hard for us to be recognized? Why is it so hard to be given for proper medical covers? Why is it hard for us to be maybe properly compensated and given good work conditions? If it is being done in other countries, then it should also be done in Kenya.
From Bremen, here in Germany, I'm now joined by Dr. Adio Adet.
Like, if they're going to do all the dirty work to train AI, can't they at least get paid well? Come on. What a biscuitless bitch. I so wish I saw that before. That's so good. What? No bitch biscuit? Douchebag. We met a few of Scottish blokes watch. Watch Buco Non Pico. I don't know what that one is. And like after watching some of that stuff, I don't know if I want to know what it is.
Danica, a researcher at the Distributed AI Research Institute and co-lead of the Data Workers Inquiry Project. Hello and welcome to the program, sir. Now, as we just saw in the report, the job the workers do is very important because, you know, they help ensure safe content for others. You've spoken to some of these workers. Who are those being targeted for such jobs?
Dude, I can't believe you watched that because you would have been like a baby if you watched that stuff. A wee little E. Yes. Look at you. What a cutie. Yeah, back in the day. That was 18 years ago. Fucking mental. Poor innocent E. I would not recommend not going there. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. Not going there.
content for others. You've spoken to some of these workers. Who are those being targeted for such jobs?
I think of the people who have not exactly had a good hand at life. That is people who are living in the slums. That is refugees. That is people who have unclear immigration status. So basically the poor and downtrodden. These are the people who are mostly targeted for these jobs.
Right. And again, considering the importance of the work they do, the billion-dollar question is the elephant in the room. At what cost, really, is it to these workers?
So think of the cost from both the financial element, where these workers work very hard and are paid pitiful wages. I mean, less than $2 a day. An hour, sorry. So this is how much they are paid. And then think of it also as the physical toll on their bodies when people are being made to work for more than 8 hours a day. Usually the contracts say you can work 9 hours, but in reality, these workers can work as long as 11 hours a day.
Right.
Then think of the mental aspect of this work when you are made to go through this egregious content.
I like how he said elephant in the room. Yes. That's capitalism, baby. That bloke with the glasses has a great hairdo. Yes. Eh? Pitiful or beautiful.
Sexual stuff, suicides, beheadings, even child pornography. And just think of what that does to your mental state. So basically, we are talking of someone paying the price with everything they have.
Right.
People complaining about having a job. They should be so lucky. Yeah, 2007. I was like 12, 13. Oh, that was 2007. That's right. Yeah, I would have been 18 then.
I can honestly only imagine. Now, many tech giants in Western countries like the US have been outsourcing such gigs to countries in the global south like Kenya. How can these tech giants be held accountable?
So the first stage, of course, is incumbent upon the governments in these countries where these companies are operating in. That is the governments of Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, etc. It's their responsibility to protect their own citizens. Then the next stage lies with the companies of origin, where these companies come from. So these countries also have a responsibility to rein in these companies by ensuring that they are not benefiting from what I would classify as
2007. That was like 5 years ago, right? Right? No, definitely not. The vulnerable have a job to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Oh my God. That term. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, eh? And it's all just so they can cut the human labor costs of having real human moderation of community standards. Yes. But like, that's the thing though, like even if you consider like the great volume of content that's out there, could you really have humans moderating all the content at all times? Like, is there enough humans in the world now to moderate all the content that's out there? All the hundreds of hours, thousands, tens of thousands of hours of content that is uploaded on a daily basis. Ah, sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Trade offer. I receive potent automated moderation tools. You receive lifelong mental trauma and $4. Damn. They want censorship now, but how is an AI, for example, to determine the political ramifications of what to censor? Well, it just has to be trained, apparently. That's what Jensen's agents are for? Yeah, it's called streamlining mystery. Hey, I don't know if you do like Threads, Blue Skies, Twitter, Facebook posts, or whatever the heck, but you have full permission to take my shit post memes and spread them without attribution. Dude, so good. There's some great memes here as well. Like, sorry, did you make these? Like that one over there? Wait, I should point that direction. That one over there? Did you make that Facebook one? That's fucking mental. Good to know. Yeah, bless you, babe. Yes. It's an honor. Almost like we shouldn't have platforms that shove content down your face constantly. Originally, YouTube was a wild west land. People could upload, what is that? Lascivious anime content? Violence and lots of pirate stuff. I miss the old YouTube with the dancing piano cats and a sense of humor. That evolved out of its lawlessness. It's super homoerotic and they should do it Turkish style, nude and oiled. What, the UFC? Entirely human and not artificial trolling. Now it's like trolling is a sacred human job AI stole from us. I open up Meme Generator and make them very quickly. Oh, they're all yours. These are originals. Okay, nice. Look at that. I wonder how many digital colonialism memes there are out there. It's a public service, really. I edit them. Old school. All right, back to it.
Slave labor. And then, of course, the next stage is on us, the consumers. I know when we are watching movies, I've seen movies where there are subtitles to say no animals were harmed in the production of this movie. Right. So that means when you are watching a movie, you tend to want to know if animals were harmed in the process of making this movie. So the same way where we also don't buy blood diamonds, it's the same thing that when we're using artificial intelligence products, we also need to understand that human beings did not suffer in the process of creating this particular tool.
Right. Fair point. Can I be optimistic and say that the glimmer of hope is that workers are beginning to fight back, right? How are they doing that and what impact is it having?
So they are forming associations. For example,
the answer to that is like, how do these people stop being exploited? They have to organize. Who would have fucking thought? All of these people that have been exploited by scale AI and their billionaire founder, they just have to get together and form associations. They have to form a union of some sort so they can fight back and ask for better pay and better working conditions. Who would have thought, hey?
In Kenya, there's the Data Label Association, which was launched a few weeks ago. There's the Content Moderators Union, which was also formed a year ago. So when these workers get together and start talking, because one of the ways in which these workers are mostly exploited is in the way that they are usually ghost workers, so to speak. So they don't talk among themselves. They are isolated. So when they begin to talk among themselves, that's when then they can be able to come and demand things like collective bargaining, demand better. So there is that glimmer of hope, though the relatively weak legal infrastructure in terms of labor protections, particularly with regards to data labor in the global majority countries, still poses a bit of a threat.
Right. And as you said earlier, that is exactly where governments come in to try to influence this and protect their citizens. Dr. Adio Adet-Deneka, researcher at the Distributed AI Research Institute and co-lead of the Data Workers Inquiry Project. Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, good on you, mate.
You're welcome.
Fucking legend, yeah. Fucking legend. Scary stuff. So that's digital colonialism. I wanted to go down this rabbit hole again because Mo Moopa had put out something wild in Discord. Again, like what we started off this little piece with was showing that woman who's doing her housework and she has a camera on her head, like a little, like someone that goes down into the mines and has like those little candles on their heads or something like that. Like she is literally live streaming or filming her domestic existence to teach robots how to fold clothes, cook, whatever domestic chores or duties that she carries out. Probably getting paid, I don't know, a couple bucks for it for a day. And that's going to help train a army of humanoid robots that will soon take the world by storm in a couple of, I don't know, in a decade or two maybe, and like make some corporations out there billions and billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars. And when I saw that, I couldn't believe that's the next development or the next phase of digital colonialism. There was a movie about this sort of thing. What's the movie called? Interesting to see. But like, yeah, crazy stuff. And like, this is a real phenomenon. They go to places where cheap labor is and exploit that there for extra profit. And not that this is unusual to capitalism. So to call it colonialism, you could just call it digital capitalism, really. But like, colonialism is a tool of capitalism. It's not like this random thing that just happens. It's like this unfortunate state policy. Like, colonialism is part of the economic mode of capitalism. Some places are more developed than others on purpose, and you do that to extract labor and resources, so that wealth gets managed somewhere else, but like, the wealth is created by a cheap labor and cheaper resources in another place. So then like the wealth can be realized, the profit can be realized, it can be made somewhere else. But you have to have places of different levels of development, and like at different qualities, basically. The most horrific videos humanity has to offer. Thousands of Kenyans paid for pennies. Facebook grandmas who hate migrants. Oh man, that's fucking gold. Less abrasive one. Most horrific videos humanity has to offer. Thousands of Kenyans paid for pennies. Your mother. Man, Facebook grannies who hate migrants. That's the spicy sauce that I'm looking for, Blaz. That's fucking crazy, bro. Fucking hell. Interesting. They had those sort of places in America too. I don't know if it was still, but it was causing major psychological effects for those having to physically go through graphic content. Yeah. And like, I know they have these things as well in South America, all over the place. There's Karen Howe, I want to say her name is. She's a lady that wrote a book called Empire AI, and like, she writes extensively on OpenAI and its rise to fame. Karen Howe, I believe it is. Yeah. And she, like, you know, she goes and interviews, yeah, like people from South American countries that are involved in this type of digital colonialism. Knowing this won't stop me or anyone using AI. Safeguards were once an issue. Third world countries now use a few more safety guards. They won't change. They got to change it themselves. No, it's not going to stop anyone using AI. No. It's across all platforms, like cops who hunt down PDFs. Yes. Like, I've heard the people that like had to look over the Epstein files and had to look at the thousands and thousands of hours of him, like the abuse of kiddies and stuff like that. They had, like, they have serious problems, but like, they have, like, I'm assuming higher standards and remuneration than like what these people would have. So like, do they have better conditions? That's the question. Who knows? All right. Let's shift gears. Now, this is something that I have not road tested this at all. So like, let's all road test this together. But I saw it and I couldn't resist. I find this guy to be incredibly scary as well. There's just something about him that seems like extra fashy, if you know what I mean. There's a guy in the Trump administration called Stephen Miller. If you've come across this guy before, that face. And he's just like when he talks and he does he's like, I don't know, his media appearances and stuff like that. Like, let me just get a picture of him for you. Yeah, this guy, Stephen Miller, if you've come across him before. He comes off rather creepy. And like he says some things that are very, very questionable. Also, please tell me y'all saw Pauline's big ad premiere. No, I actually saw this come up. Miller is a piece of work. He's something else, isn't he? And so like there's a hit piece that Al Jazeera have done on him that I wanted to check out, but I thought I'd do it with all of you, not do it by myself. Just in case I need somebody to hold my hand through it. I haven't actually seen this. I didn't realize it was an ad. This is the Fire the Liar campaign, is it? Fire the Liar TV ad premiere.
Always been a man of my word. Well, we have no plans.
Is that AI? Look at his lips. Look at his lips. I wonder if they have to write whether they use AI or not. Huh. They haven't indicated that they use AI. No way. Look at his lips. Look at his lips. They'll morph before he starts speaking. Whoa, do you reckon it is?
Always been a man of my word.
Oh,
well, we have no plans to change negative gearing. Well, we've changed our position.
I stepped back one step. I didn't fall off the stage.
The reception was incredibly positive and not a single person heckled. Reducing power prices by $275.
That's a full-out lie.
My word is my bond.
Authorised by P. Hansen for One Nation Brisbane.
Reducing power prices by $275.
That's a full-out lie.
My word is my bond.
Authorised by P. Hansen for One Nation Brisbane.
Interesting. He's an embarrassment to any self-respecting Nazi. Ha! Yeah, Stephen Miller. Yeah, we're about to find out a little bit more about him. I have a result. I had a lot of issues with it, but it gave me an overview. Posting a PDF in stream chat, I'm going to say it's got issues. I was like, okay, what's the music? Wild, LOL. It is a bit wild, isn't it? All right. So the piece is the most powerful man in the US you've never voted for. Fault Lines documentary. Stephen Miller. One of the most influential figures in the Trump administration. And like, I don't even know what he is, even. Like, what does he even do in the Trump administration? Like, is he just like a media guy? Is he a lawyer? Like, it's, yeah, when he speaks, it's a bit scary. Finally, I'm paying less tax on my hard work. Then PH enters the chat. Miller is a holy war Chirk loving wank. Yeah. Secretary of Hate. Stephen Miller is on Grindr. I have spoken. I have spoken. All right, let's check it out. Secretary of Hate. I actually do want to know though. What does he do? Do I have my chat? Do I have my assistant here? It's policy advising. That's all he does. Like, couldn't you get someone else? Have you seen the South Park depiction of him as well? Like when they go to the White House and he's like, I don't know. He's like some weird like manservant kind of thing. You said the line, mystery. You said the line. What is Stephen Miller's actual position in Trump's administration? He's the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Homeland Security Advisor to the President. Interesting. Oversees Homeland Security Council, Principal Advisor on Immigration and Border Security. He's widely been described as the chief architect of Trump's immigration agenda, including deportation enforcement policies. I remember we saw video footage of him like on the bus as like a school kid or something like that. And he looked like he had some fucking strong opinions on like migrants, let's just say. A little bit supremacist, this guy. All right. Let's see him in action, shall we?
We are the storm, and our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion.
September 21st, 2025. White House advisor Stephen Miller spoke at a memorial for the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West.
Just remember, he's speaking at an event where Charlie Kirk, this is Charlie Kirk's memorial. He's been shot. I don't know, doing what he loved, which is sparking debate at a university campus. Like, I have big problems with that. Like, Charlie Kirk was just trying to, have civil debates with people and all that sort of stuff. I have big problems with that. Like, yeah, he might have been having debates, but like, I don't know if he was as upstanding in the marketplace of ideas as everybody thinks he is, but that's what happens. People get immortalized after they die. But like, this guy is speaking at Charlie Kirk's memorial. It's like he's speaking at a 9/11 event or something like that. Like, we have to save civilization from what? It's Charlie Kirk, bro. Calm down.
The dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
For the time of check he does. Ooh. Thank you for the techno-feudalism thing. Got it. Is the Strait of Hormuz open? No. Yes. Mega church or Republican conference, eh? The marketplace of ideas, pulling out the classics, mystery. Yeah, I know, right? Non-white people. Miller's job is to keep think tank agendas on track. Use them for biofuel, guy. What, he said that as well? No way. That's crazy.
Miller was overseeing the deployment of National Guard troops and militarized immigration enforcement units into democratically run cities across the U.S.
It is so extreme that it unmasks, in a way, the administration. It's not about the worst of the worst. It is about the civilization, the protectors of that civilization versus everyone else.
And just 2 days before, he was involved in directing a strike on a small boat in the Caribbean Sea.
These organizations can only be defeated with military power.
The third of more than 60 strikes that have resulted in over 200 deaths to date.
He's an absolute ideologue.
I would describe it as fascism.
Ice out now! Ice out now!
In this episode of Fault Lines, we traveled across the country, examining the impact of Stephen Miller's agenda.
Jesus.
And tracing the rise of a former press secretary.
That one, man. The pretty thing. Shit. AIPAC got its claws big time in TPUSA after Kirk's death. I remember when Kirk died, all my US friends were overexposed to culture war spin and freaking out. It confused me so much at the time. Like, a political dude got assassinated. Yeah, it sucks, but it does happen, especially in the US. Yeah, right? Yeah, the culture war was huge on it. And like, look at him spinning it as well. Like, this is a war on civilization. Like, this guy, check him out. Eh? What are you looking at, Steve? What do you want, Steve? Not surprised, seeing as Erica family has ties to evil. But like, it was always going to descend into the violent left versus the sacred right or something like that. We need to save our civilization.
this guy. I love this guy.
To one of the most powerful unelected figures in modern American history.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America?
Stephen Miller's probably
See
the most
head
powerful
chick?
person
See
in
that?
our.
Hey, Mr. Power himself.
Golden days of America.
Stephen Miller's probably the most powerful person in our government right now. That's frightening.
He is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's been there, right? He's been great.
Hasn't he been there since 2016 as well? Like, he's been around in the background. And then he got promoted this time around for his loyalty, I think. This is a dolphin fetus.
Hey, ho, ho. Stephen Miller's got to go. Hey, hey.
My favorite Miller clip. What is it? Let's have a look. Hello, what happened to the Trump PP tape? Let's have a look. Why are they always bold? Oh my god. Oh, this. Is this the one? The National Guard deployment. Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen?
No way. I haven't seen this clip. Well, he just stops.
Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen? Hey, Stephen, can you hear me? It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue. We'll try to fix that and get back to you after a quick break.
No way. The code glitched? No. He bitched out. Wow. I haven't seen that one. You haven't, LOL? No way. Was Miller in the E-Files? Curious. I would say he's too young, and he's not from the elite. He's made his way into those circles because of his views and his ideas. But I don't think he's from that elite strata. He reminds me of Austin Show. It's just a major slip up. Yeah. He shouldn't have said what he said, and he just had nothing. He's like, it's just easier for me just to stop talking. Major slip up. Slip of the tongue, eh? Yeah. Because plenary is like, he's talking commie stuff here. It's interesting.
Ho, ho.
Americans have come out across the country today to protest Trump in what they're calling No King's Day. And a lot of those protests are happening in city centers or capitals across the country. But here, they've chosen to march to the military base where Stephen Miller lives.
We know that Trump is falling asleep at meetings and barely there. There's somebody who is actually calling all the shots here, and his name is Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller is really the architect of everything that's happened in this country to shut down legal immigration and vilify immigrants and drive them out of the country.
Just months earlier, Miller oversaw the deployment of more than 2,000 National Guard troops to Washington, D.C.
We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American...
Look at JD Vance's face, how awkward he is listening to that. all these fucking communists and hippies. Like, that is a mad dog whistle term for someone who is a fucking Nazi. Like, we saw the other week, though, the actual, like, Australian neo-Nazis who are proud to say it. Australian neo-Nazis, look at this, using his pregnant wife to shield himself from the correspondence dinner. Yeah, also copping a feel. Yeah, we saw the neo-Nazis come out of court, and then like one of the like the socialists like came and like started berating them. The first thing they're just like, we're not listening to you, commie. Like, it's a dead, like it's such a poignant term that is used by like Nazis particularly, I would say. Just like anyone who's your enemy is a communist. This is a huge part. I don't want to say just general fascist like point. It's a particular Nazi thing, because like the Nazis in Germany pinned themselves up against like the Bolsheviks and the communists of Russia, and so they had to have themselves juxtaposed with them. And so like calling people communists, just throwing the word communist around, like it's a really bad thing. And like, you know, only reserved for your most despised enemies. That's it's a big Nazi trope, that is.
That because they're all over 90 years old, and we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Stephen. A few questions.
We spent a long time in high school and beyond dismissing Stephen Miller. And now it would be helpful for all of us to understand just where that came from and how to combat it, because it's powerful.
To learn more about Stephen Miller's meteoric rise, we spoke to people who grew up with him in Santa Monica, California.
Yes, this is our Lincoln Middle School yearbook for 8th grade. Yeah. You can see it's a super diverse group of kids.
Mm-hmm. Janess Hartley was a classmate and a friend of Miller's from middle school through graduation.
We were in AP government, U.S. government together. He was extremely pro-war, obsessed with the weapons of mass destruction, and that Saddam Hussein was a war criminal. That was his obsession.
Take that, you stupid white hippies. They didn't protest when King Charles arrived. Pretty crap, no kings movement. Look at that short king. Yet they convinced Americans they can't afford free health care. Yeah, good point, Dilemmas. That's also a proven CIA psyop. Apparently Pauline is talking conscription now? Yeah, fucked. I don't think that's a winner, man. Even with her voter base. Fuck, of course she is. Miller called ICE a national miracle. He's fucking insane.
Government together. He was extremely pro-war, obsessed with the weapons of mass destruction, and that Saddam Hussein was a war criminal. That was his obsession.
A video of him expressing this surfaced early in Trump's first term.
But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go.
Keisha Ram followed them 1 year behind.
Stephen really wanted to be heard. He wanted people to know his opinion and to care about his opinion.
Santa Monica is one of...
Would you like to join my new party? Australian Nationalist United Socialists. Anus for sure. Oh, man. Yes, I'll join, bro. I'll join. Just for you. Oh.
The wealthiest cities in the United States.
I'm down for the anus party. Heard it yesterday. Like the US. Aussies aren't joining the army. Yeah, but like conscription? Pauline. I don't know, man. I would love to enter the anus.
States and a progressive stronghold.
Wanted people to know his opinion and to care about his opinion.
Santa Monica is one of the wealthiest cities in the United States and a progressive stronghold in California.
I think Stephen hated Santa Monica. I think that is so much of what's wrapped up in Stephen's hatred of liberalism.
The left-wing politics and changing demographics of the city were reflected in their high school.
even though he grew up with Hispanic friends in a school with a lot of Hispanic population. Something about it was very bothersome to him.
He could still really shame people back into the shadows by talking about their parents' working class jobs.
There's the famous one from high school that we filmed when he was running for a student body office.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash?
Yes.
We have plenty of janitors.
We had a message board, and he was always talking about people's needs to learn how to speak English, and he felt that Mexican immigrants didn't want to learn that, and that was somehow an affront to Americans that they refused to do so.
If you want to stop illegal immigration, you must therefore be racist, and that's bull. 790 KBC Talk Radio. The time is 3:55. The number is 1-800-222-KBC, and this is Larry Elder.
When he was still in high school, Miller began calling into the conservative radio program, The Larry Elder Show.
His shtick was to constantly rat out his own school.
They won't allow us to do the Pledge of Allegiance every day. They aren't respecting the American flag.
And all the things that he had to endure at our high school.
Because Stephen Miller was a minority voice in his diverse, largely progressive public high school, he could inhabit this persona of being a persecuted minority, and that ideology really spoke to him, this ideology of white male grievance.
He would appear on Elder's show 69 times while still...
White male grievance? What the hell is that? Party mascot is Mary Poppers. Yeah, what is Mary Poppers? 1800 Dodo. Mary Poppins, but more relaxed. Okay. Wookie, maybe Google it. Just be careful about the images tab. Thank you. I'm not going to do it on stream then, I guess. How has he got kids? Women with will reproduce with anything. It's sad. Imagine this was your dad. What's apps? What apps do you stream on? Like what platforms are we going live on at the moment, do you mean? At the moment, we're going live on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, actually. White male grievance. All right, Nostalgia Enterprises. If you actually want to know what places I put the links to all of them in Discord, so they're here if you want. Oh, white mailman grievance. Sorry, I should have read that properly. The mailman. All those mailmen out there. Those white mailmen with their grievances. That is the Discord link, Nostalgia Enterprises. And like in there, I have live stream updates as one of the channels, and like you can see all the different places that we come together to link. Oh, dude, that is hilarious. Why didn't I say that before? Is someone painting Stephen Miller? Is that a painting of Stephen Miller? Oh, they're painting. Very funny. All right, back to it.
In high school.
Events.
He would appear on Elder's show 69 times while still in high school.
Larger figures are
that caught the attention of far-right activist David Horowitz.
We have a serious problem in the world in fanatical Islamic terrorists.
David Horowitz told me he was worried that Stephen Miller wasn't going to get a job, that he wasn't going to get into college, and he really took it upon himself to do everything that he could to protect Stephen Miller and to give him opportunities.
And it is my honor to welcome to the podium David Horowitz.
He was sort of a foot soldier for Horowitz's whole project of creating like a particular strain of right-wing insurgency on the campus.
I don't think that he would have become the Stephen Miller that we all know if he hadn't then met Larry Elder and David Horowitz. That was really what kind of sealed the deal in terms of him becoming someone really radical in his ideology.
Miller began working in politics at a time when some members of the Republican Party were joining Democrats in pursuing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants.
Many of them make valuable contributions to our society and will provide even more if they're brought out of the shadows and in compliance with our laws.
One of the most important Republican senators in blocking Obama's attempt at a comprehensive immigration reform package was Jeff Sessions of Alabama.
When these 11 million are legalized, they'll then be able to take virtually any job in the marketplace. Many now.
One of Jeff Sessions' main aides was Stephen Miller. That's really when he became a player. You could argue that set the stage for a strongly anti-immigrant candidate like Donald Trump to run for president and win.
Sessions would go on to be the first senator to endorse Trump for president in 2016, and Miller joined as a speechwriter, making his hardline immigration stance the driving force of the campaign.
Starting in January of 2017, illegal immigration will be a thing of the past.
It was a winning formula.
Trump would never have come on the scene and captured my hardcore MAGA radio audience if he didn't harp on immigration. So it's his signature issue. Stephen Miller.
Joe Walsh, former congressman and radio host,
is the brains behind his signature issue, every aspect of it.
During Trump's first term, some of Miller's most hardline immigration policies, like family separation, faced resistance from the courts, Democrats, and even officials inside the administration. But the experience was valuable.
He and Trump and everyone on the right had 4 years to kind of think about what didn't work last time in terms of advancing their agenda and where the real levers of power are in Washington, and to prepare for that.
Yeah, get him, Hobo Joe. Get out of here. Bad butt. Get him. That white men have killed more innocent civilians than any other group. Interesting. Stephen Miller got into politics because his arms were too weak to strangle prostitutes. Jesus Christ. Hey, has he got that vibe? Does he give off that vibe? Hey? Yeah, I guess kind of. It's that look, isn't it? I need the sword. You might not like it, but you can't argue with that frontal lobe. No.
So that they could really come out where they think about what didn't work last time in terms of advancing their agenda and where the real levers of power are in Washington, and to prepare for that so that they could really come out swinging this time. And they did.
You have a right to want a country that is of, by, and for Americans and only Americans.
And he's making it so they don't make the same mistakes that they made in the first administration. They're just not slowed down by fear of Congress or ugly politics or the administrative state.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor to President Donald J. Trump, Stephen Miller.
Miller returned in the second administration as Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor.
It's going to mean an executive order ending the border invasion, sending the illegals home, and taking America back.
Having grown up with him, it makes you realize...
More like frontal gland than lobe. Rogue in the house. How you going?
America back.
Having grown up with him, it makes you realize that it isn't the smartest person you went to high school with who's running the country. It's the most shameless person.
I mean, he was the press flack, and he suddenly became somebody who was designing immigration policy in the United States.
Within days of taking office, Trump signed a series of executive orders shaped by Miller that restricted immigration, expanded deportations, and declared a crisis at the southern border.
This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border.
The Trump administration has essentially shut down the southern border and shut down access to asylum for millions of people.
In 30 days, the president sealed the border shut, declared the cartels to be terrorist organizations, has increased ICE deportations to levels not seen in decades, and we are shortly on the verge of achieving a pace and speed of deportations this country has never before seen. Thank you.
To see the impact of these policies for ourselves, we traveled to the southern border in California. The administration has expanded construction of the border wall here, and A groups say fear of detention and deportation is keeping many migrants away, leaving some stranded
Where's
in
the
dangerous...
wall? Good question. Apparently they have constructed large parts of it. But like heaps of the area as well is just open expanses of desert as well. So like the real question is, why isn't Mexico paying for it? That's what I want to know. I like to think of myself as a genuinely good person, Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller. Look at the meme King and Queen going off today, eh? You got competition, Ravy? Bring it on. He's like, yeah. It's like, sure, why not? Glorified fence, but okay. Interesting. All right, back to it.
Border cities in Mexico.
They say that illegal border crossings here are at an all-time low, which the Trump administration claims is evidence that Stephen Miller's immigration agenda is working.
He believes that the country is in a state of emergency. It is a consuming obsession. He believes that the presence of undocumented immigrants in this country, and really of anyone who doesn't conform to his image of Americans, is an urgent, immediate threat on a par with 9/11 or Pearl Harbor.
I think Stephen Miller and others in the administration truly believe that they need to save white civilization from these invaders.
These people chose to invade us. So there's a lot of concern from the corporate media about the invaders, but they chose to invade us.
Miller is able to influence the pace and focus of deportations through his role as advisor to the Department of Homeland Security.
On fire. Oh, I see you played Wally Fancy before. It's really important how you use language, isn't it? Like for someone like him, obviously. But like just generally, like you don't call them anything else but like enemy style language. They're invaders. They're people that are coming here to take over. And so like if they are the enemy, you can treat them any way you want. I guess there's some rules in war, but like if you are under invasion or you're at war, like, you know, most things are on the table in order to ensure your own survival, including, you know, people's rights being taken away, them being dehumanized, and them dying, which is what we're seeing at the moment in like ICE detention facilities. I think there's been like 50, maybe 60 deaths in ICE detention this time around, as they kind of ramp things up. And so the interesting thing is like that recently there's been all these protests in New Jersey at the Delaney Detention Hall, which is like a massive ICE detention center that is run by a corporation by the name of Geo Group. So like, you know, behind all this immigration detention stuff, they don't actually just want to stop them coming on from over the wall. They also want to make sure that they have huge processing facilities for the people that are inside the US, because like corporations can make a lot of money out of processing people. But like one of the things in Delaney is that the migrants that are being held in detention believe they're being mistreated. And so they are on a hunger strike at the moment, but they're also on a labor strike. And so it's interesting to think that not only are these invaders being rounded up and thrown into detention facilities, so, you know, detention camps, or you could go as far as to call them concentration camps, but like they're being mistreated or treated poorly, and they're also being used as labor, which is interesting to think about. Like it's, if Stephen Miller is the architect of all this type of stuff, and he's an unashamed supporter of ye old Nazi implementation of domestic policy, let's say, then, you know, what's going on at the moment makes a lot of sense. Con in the house. Hey gang, catching up on old streams. Hope y'all well. It's good to have you. If you're wondering what we're doing, Al Jazeera has done a hit piece, I guess you would say, on Stephen Miller, who's a senior advisor in the Trump administration. He's an all-round kind of scary kind of guy. Like, he just gives off a creepy vibe, and like he has some nefarious kind of policies, I guess you would say, or a nefarious objective from his time with the Trump administration, and that's trying to like almost cleanse America, let's say. I think they're just running jilted code in their weird little brains and justifying to themselves. The belief comes after to justify language glitch. Just my weirdo theory though. Yeah. Good seeing you let your hair down on hose. If you're talking about yesterday, then yes, I did. A hit piece on Stephen Miller. Is there an expression for making a turd worse? I don't think there is, actually. Only the opposite. Something about polishing. Doesn't work in this case, does it? Just looking at some ICE detention facilities in the US, and specifically talking about Delaney in New Jersey, and how there are current immigrant protests within the facility, inclusive of hunger strikes and labor strikes. Can you confirm that these strikes are happening, and confirm how ICE detention these detainees are on a labor strike? Are they required to do some form of work while they are being detained? Yes, there's substantial reporting from multiple outlets indicating detainees at Delaney Hall have been engaged in both a hunger and a labour strike since May 2026. So there's huge protests going on, by the way, around this. They even shut down part of the city, or part of New Jersey, for a while. I think they had like a curfew and everything. The exact number of participants is disputed. Department of Homeland Security has publicly denied the hunger strike is occurring, but lawmakers, advocacy groups, journalists, and detainees themselves have reported ongoing strike activity. What is the labor strike? The labor strike does not mean detainees are refusing outside employment. Rather, they are refusing to participate in the facility's internal works program. According to multiple reports, detainees at Delaney Hall perform jobs such as food preparation and kitchen work, cleaning dormitories and common areas, laundry, maintenance, repairs, and other facility operations. These jobs are generally compensated for about $1 a day, which is common in many ICE detention facilities under what ICE calls the voluntary work program. Interesting. Why are these detainees required to work? Officially, ICE's position is that the participation in the works program is voluntary. Detainees are not supposed to be required to work in order to remain detained. However, advocates and some detainees argue that the system can be coercive because detainees often rely on the small earnings to buy necessities from the commissary, or because facility operators depend heavily on detainee labor. So like they have, like, let's just say company like Geo Group is like contracted by the government to set up something like Delaney Hall. And like they take on all of these migrants, they detain all of these migrants that are waiting to be processed for potential deportation, maybe, or assimilation into the community. Who the fuck knows? The way that it's set up is they have voluntary work, and they get paid like $1 a day to maintain the facility. So it's like, You've been thrown in a concentration camp. I won't use that word. You'll get thrown into a detention facility, and the corporation that contracts out for the government doesn't hire people to make sure that facility operates to a certain standard. And so like you are required to work in that facility to clean it up, do chores, laundry, maintenance, repairs, all this type of work to maintain the facility that you're detained in, and you get compensated at the tune of $1 a day, so it doesn't look like some form of slavery. And then the corporation that runs the facility gets to be able to maintain a facility that doesn't have workers in it, but like people that are supposed to be running or managing the facility for $1 a day. And they get overseen by like ICE agents, who are also people that are have their costs covered by the state. It's an interesting system, you must admit. I wonder what it was like being in, like it's been like in other concentration camps, and where Stephen Miller gets his ideas from. Fucking, if they want to eat, they got to volunteer. Yeah, here's the allegations, yes. They've been getting fed moldy food with maggots in it, yeah. Hence, like, why they're protesting or they're striking. And these people might not even be illegal, by the way. No, and they're just waiting for processing, some of them. People are being denied medical care, people getting sick, going missing. Then they leak plans of furnaces and shooting ranges in the facility mystery. Yeah, the gruel ain't gonna slop itself into the heavily scratched lunch tray. Yeah, you gotta volunteer a little bit. You get paid $1 and then you can pay for your own food while you're there instead of starving to death. My dad worked for a geo in a jail. The fucking wankadoodle goose. No way. So geo has jails in Australia as well. Who would have thought? Companies making big money off deportation. Now, for many Americans, I'm assuming deportation or the whole round up the immigrants kind of conversation is like a valid conversation that they want to have about whether people should be illegally entering their country or not. And like it's a real issue for a lot of people. But like at the end of the day, with a lot of things under capitalism, like you have to think like which one comes first? Stephen Miller, the ideologue who wants to remove the migrants. And like he could just send everyone home, right? He could just round people up and just ship them out of the country. Or is it Stephen Miller in association with someone like Geo Group who are like, hey, you bring in the policy, Stephen Miller, you don't like the migrants here, we'll detain them for you. They can work the facilities potentially. We'll get the contracts. They're basically doing slave labor, and we'll just monitor them with ICE agents and people that work for the Department of Homeland Security. Paid for by the state. Geo Group walks away with billions of dollars in contracts, and the detainees look after themselves. And if they don't volunteer, then they can starve. Fuck them. Remember that warehouse that sounded like a bunch of screaming kids? The AI center? And also those warehouses full of actual kids. Scary stuff. And it sounds very like, if this is Stephen Miller, the architect of all this sort of stuff, like, it sounds pretty fucking Nazi. If this is his agenda, this is part of his plan. Arthur Gorrie was owned by Geo Group for years. Queensland Labor brought it back into public ownership. While it was private, prisoner phone calls out cost $1 a minute to mobile phones, as though you want a plan from 2006. Interesting.
There have been problems with the Department
The
of
ICE agents loading up kids without clothing into vans to these facilities.
Miller is able to influence the pace and focus of deportations through his role as advisor to the Department of Homeland Security.
There have been problems with the Department of Homeland Security for its entire history, but they have regarded themselves as rule-bound.
Trump and Miller are not the first to direct large-scale deportation efforts.
In fact, I was secretary when Obama was given the nickname Deporter-in-Chief, which I don't think he was very happy about.
Under the Obama administration, Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano oversaw record levels of deportations.
So we set clear priorities. Those who were in the country illegally, who had committed other crimes, those who were known gang members or security threats, and those who we caught within 120 miles of the border, we would actually put them into deep...
Same, but different. Yeah, I know. Look at the way they're justifying it as well. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? But like, we got rid of the real criminals. Eh? Did you know about the labor strikes, Jack? At Delaney? Like, they kept talking about labor strikes, and I was like, what labor strikes? Like, what's going on? Remember, like, our postulating on, like, you know, this time last year about what a fascist USA looks like with fucking concentration camps riddled throughout the North American continent, and what that looks like? I didn't realize they were doing labor inside these things. I haven't been following that one very closely. Either have I, but like, they talk about labor strikes, not just hunger strikes. I get that, but labor strikes, what's that about? Like, this is the like, you get to call something a concentration camp when people are forced to do when people have to do voluntary labor and get paid $1 a day for it. And it's not like they've even been convicted of anything, which would mean that they, I don't know, lose their human rights. I think at this point they're still awarded human rights, I guess. But like, hey, labor strikes. Very crazy stuff. Geo sucks. Pass it on. That was the point all along, right? Well, like, we talked about it. Like, I thought it was theoretical. Like, that they were going to end up using them as labor. But like they're actually using them in the facilities, so I guess I don't have to pay for staff. Yeah, we saw what was going on in CCOT, but like that CCOT, like, they were actually doing, like, you know, they're like laborers, and they're like they're into agriculture, and they're like making clothes and stuff like that. They probably get traded on the market. I don't know. But like, is this the forerunner before CCOT style concentration camps? I don't know. It's crazy, man. It's fucking mental. And this is happening. It's not even just theoretical. It's happening, man. And we saw the H1. Yeah, I know, the H1A visa thing. Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Deportation before they got into and settled in the United States.
They've eliminated those priorities. Which is why you see these bottlenecks and why you end up seeing the system not working the way that they want it to, because when you go after everybody, you end up stuck.
In the spring of 2025, reports circulated that Miller was frustrated with the pace of deportations. Using his influence within DHS, he pushed to expand immigration raids far beyond the southern border.
And so on a day-to-day basis, you're going to see exponentially larger numbers of illegal aliens being arrested and removed from the interior. Yes.
It was an unprecedented move, enabled by a massive infusion of cash into an agency with little oversight, now under the direction of Miller.
And that money, coupled with the legal authority that they've had since the 9/11 attacks and since the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, allow them to do their worst.
So Stephen Miller is just calling up Border Patrol agents and telling them what to do.
Yells at them. He set the 3,000 arrests per day quota.
He's the brains in the White House right now. Because the truth is, Trump doesn't give a about any of this.
Over the following months, Miller oversaw the deployment of federal agents in immigration enforcement operations in at least 10 cities, including Chicago, Portland, Oregon, and Charlotte, North Carolina.
Do you believe that guy? He's like, Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. It's all Miller, baby. Trump's got other shit to worry about, like stable coins and Iran. Prisons in America have always been labor camps. They have states allow prisoners in the South to maintain owners' private property. Yeah, look, it's a big part of history. And like, it was a big part of, yes, what's happened in the South was like, well, what are they going to do with all the slaves after they freed them? They just rounded them up and put them in prisons and had them working there, because that type of labor is not illegal. But like, the detention facilities themselves, like rounding up immigrants and stuff like that. Like, you know, this is something else, man. Like a few years ago, maybe, still allowed in some states. It's one of those legit attacks from the left against Kamala Harris that really hurts. But in the end, blue would have been better than this. Coke or Pepsi? I'm gonna have to say Coke. Like, Pepsi's okay, but like Coke all the way. It tastes better. If we're gonna go like American bourgeois system, let's go red. And they know how to do it. They know how to do it better. Like, just because you withhold your vote to the Democrats because they suck doesn't mean that no one gets elected. Someone will take power, and it'll be the other guy. Oi, Jag, are you listening to the conversation at the moment, bro? This is right up your alley. Right up your alley. We've been speaking about this recently. Big time. The lesser of two evils conversation. And does it have legitimacy or not? The $1 trillion question. It is true, in the age of trillionaires, we need a $1 trillion question.
In Los Angeles, a senior Border Patrol officer, Gregory Bavino, was recorded telling agents to aggressively detain anyone who made physical contact with them.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying?
These are federal law enforcement agents. They have a badge. They're all authorized to carry guns, etc. But to me, that also requires certain standards of professional behavior. And they lost all of that because everything was about, let's just up the numbers, let's just up the numbers.
And that Greg Bavino guy, he, like, listening to him talk, it makes so much sense now. It's like, if they touch you, fuck them up, bro. Fuck them up. He was giving a keynote speech at the Remigration Conference 2026 that we looked at. Like, he was one of the keynote speakers there. And like, we watched someone like frothing on the idea that Greg Bavino was there. And like, I think we saw a clip of him as well. And like, he was talking about, he was disappointed with the Trump administration. He was like, Trump hasn't done what we wanted. We wanted to round these pricks up, and we wanted to take them out of here. Like, round them up en masse. Who cares if they look the part? If they look, I don't know, slightly Latin American or something like that, just fucking round them up. Send them out. Who cares? And he's like, Trump's disappointed us. He didn't go hard enough on the migration thing. It was just a thing for him. It was just another thing to win over supporters. Is it even his project? According to this, it's all Miller's project. And Miller works hand in hand with someone like Greg Bavino. And they just want to round up people that are, causing the end of Western civilization, if you know what I mean. Great replacement theory stuff.
The brazen nature of the civil rights violations, pulling people out of the street, forcing them down, forcing them to submit to having their face scanned, breaking car windows, pepper spraying into a car with a baby in the back seat. I mean, none of this was imaginable.
When you turn something into a crisis and analogize it to a war, what you're really doing is creating license to behave like a military dictatorship and not like a society governed by laws.
Americans began turning out in huge numbers to protest enforcement operations in their cities. And as the opposition to these operations grew, Miller took to television, claiming that those protesting immigration enforcement were terrorists.
Oh, they're going to show
the clip.
You have
impeding law enforcement, you have seditious conspiracy, you have a conspiracy to deprive of rights, you have assault against law enforcement officers, but all of this meets the hallmark, textbook definitions of domestic terrorism.
And speaking to ICE officers directly.
You have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties.
It's not a professional law enforcement agency anymore. They just follow the orders of Miller, the outcomes that Miller wants. That is what guides their choices. Really, you can draw a line from statements like that to what then happens on the ground in Minneapolis and people being beaten and shot.
In Minneapolis, Miller directed his largest enforcement operation, deploying more than 3,000 Border Patrol and ICE officers in what they dubbed Operation Metro Surge.
Operation Metro Surge.
Trump hasn't done what anyone wanted. He just signs executive orders for photo ops to be a vehicle for power. And isn't he good with a photo op and a signing ceremony? He's great. Even I want to learn how to do his signature. It's like so good. I want to need one of those fat pens. This feels like history, despite the events being like a year ago. Yeah, it does feel like that. It's just like showing all these like cut images and you're like, oh wow, what a time to be alive. Dude, that was like 2 months ago. The same music as the History Channel doco, yes.
Is the perfect storm of a immigration enforcement agency that's turned into basically an internal security force, and a White House that has given orders to arrest as many immigrants as you can, and anybody who gets in your way is an enemy of this administration.
If you want to use the word invasion, that's what it felt like, and that's what it looked like.
Across the country, hundreds of people protesting ICE have been arrested, and many of them charged with impeding federal officers.
This is ICE's detention facility in Minneapolis. Protesters have been out here since early this morning. Security forces have told them to disperse and have threatened to use tear gas. They're bringing in more officers now. Here they come, and they're wearing masks.
More than 50 protesters were arrested in one day alone here.
Might as well be the Ku Klux Klan. These people from ICE, they have no respect for us. They have no respect for the Constitution of this country.
They're a secret police force, and they're doing whatever the hell they want to do.
At least 146,000 immigrants with no criminal charges have been arrested during these operations, according to the Washington Post.
It just didn't surprise me at all to hear that Stephen Miller was doing everything he could behind the scenes to show raw, villainous power in the streets of America.
He is very antagonistic against immigrants, but there's one...
Stephen Miller? Why did I say that before? Stephen Chiller? The Stephen Filler arcs. Oh my god. Man. This is wild. I didn't realize they were doing forced labor camps. I knew their prison system was bad, but this is even worse. Not even seen a court and get to work. Yeah, this is why I think it's a little bit, I think it's different. Like they can justify prison labor by being like, fuck it, they've been convicted and charged. And so like they've given away their rights and they have to work it off. And as long as they pay them like, I don't know, a pittance or something, they can justify that it's not slavery. But like this is something else. Like people are waiting for processing. Some of the people that are like trapped in there haven't even done anything wrong. They just can't be processed. And so like they're getting them to run the camps or like work the camps that they're enslaved within. It's fucking crazy. You recall they changed the Constitution to get rid of slavery. Accept prisoners. Fuck them. Yes. Yes. They had to do something, right? Yeah, US prisons have been forced labor camps for years. Killer Mike has been talking about that for a while. Oh boy, I hope that doesn't create a perverse incentive. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it.
Group that I think he's more he's very antagonistic against immigrants, but there's one group that I think he's more antagonistic to than immigrants, and it is the allies of immigrants, people who have privilege and choose to use that privilege to stand up for the rights of their vulnerable neighbors.
On January 7th, 2026, an ICE officer...
Yeah, it was already thin ice saying prisoners had less labor rights than the non-convicted. Insane. Well, like, I don't know, like that's the justification in a liberal society if you give up your rights because you, I don't know, break the law or something like that. They say your rights can be impeded on, like your right to freedom of movement, political freedoms, access to general privations. Sorry, you get general privations. But like But like, this is something else. This is like rounding people up based on a form of just like simple profiling. And then while they get lost in the sea of bureaucracy, then like they get thrown into like into a labor camp, I guess. A volunteer camp, let's just say. This is very Nazi stuff. Is this what you wanted, Kanye? You're referring to the famous punishment clause of the 13th Amendment, passed in 1865. It abolished slavery in the US with a major loophole, except punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. Yeah, but the non-convicted, unlucky 13th Amendment. Tomato. That's insanely different. Reminds me of China. Hey, there it is. I finally got my piece in. It's so good. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's been a slippery slope. A to B, I guess.
Minneapolis shot. On January 7, 2026, an ICE officer in Minneapolis shot and killed 37-year-old mother of three, Renee Good. He claims she failed to comply with his orders.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God! What the
And just over 2 weeks after that, Border Patrol agents shot and killed 37-year-old nurse Alex Preddy, who'd been filming them and attempting to help a woman they pushed over.
They're still shooting. Bang, bang,
Shortly
bang,
after
bang,
Preddy was
bang,
killed,
bang.
Stephen Miller accused him of being a domestic terrorist.
Just got back. Worth it then? Maybe. I wonder if Chinese convicts worked on high-speed rail. A domestic terrorist tried to assassinate a domestic terrorist. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot the language at the time. I remember asking everybody that came into the chat, "Oh, do you think?" I know you have mixed feelings about this whole situation, but do you think Renee Good or Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist? And I don't think anyone, didn't matter where they sat on that one, thought that the domestic terrorist qualifier or categorization was a fair call. Oh, is this about Stephen Miller? Yeah, we're watching like a documentary, I guess. A hit piece on Stephen Miller by Al Jazeera. Fuck, this is brutal footage, dude. It's crazy. It's the sound that gets me every time. I guess I'm an audio person, but like it's just bang, 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 bang. Like he's at that point at the end, he's on the floor. Like, what are you shooting? His corpse? Dude is a psycho. Well, apparently, so this is alleged in this documentary, and what we're watching here is he's one of the key architects, if not, he's orchestrating the entire immigration, domestic policy response at the moment, from the Department of Homeland Security down, like from the top, as a key advisor to this department and an advisor to Trump. He just like runs the whole immigration side of things. Trump like has other fish to fry. Like he's got, investments to worry about. He's got his family's fortunes to solidify. He's got to win the midterms. Got to deal with Iran. Got to yell at Bibi on the phone. And Stephen is just like cut loose on immigration. So everything that we're seeing at the moment is like really whatever Miller wants to do with it, and Trump just lets him have it. It gets Trump votes, and that's all that Trump really cares about. The optics are beyond him. So the allegation is in this documentary. As an Australian, what is a gun? What are those sounds? Yes, I know what you're saying. It's also fucked sicking your own countrymen on each other like that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the cultural wars are a scary place, aren't they? Just go back from my lunch with my grandfather, cafe on the beach, dunes on the right, whales in the water, jets flying overhead. I had a cheeseburger and a milkshake. What is my life? I'm jealous. Yeah, and you get some good whales in your neck of the woods this time of the year. I think I was there, Port Stephens way, this time last year, actually. We saw so many whales. It was amazing. I'm fucking jealous. Domestic terrorists. I forgot that's what they were calling it. Renee Good, Alex Peretti, nurse, mother of 3 domestic terrorists.
Shortly after Peretti was killed, Stephen Miller accused him of being a domestic terrorist.
A terrorist is not a protester.
Miller accused him of being
Domestic terrorists tried to assassinate federal law enforcement, and this is your response? You and the state's entire Democrat leadership team have been flaming the flames of insurrection for the singular purpose of stopping the deportation of illegals who invaded the country. He's got all the keywords in there.
a domestic terrorist.
A terrorist is not a protester in Minneapolis.
What do we want? What do we want? And when do we want it?
We went to a protest just days after Peretti's killing.
It's hard for me to capture for you how big this protest is, but I can't see the end of it yet, and it's been going for a while, flooding down this major street, and it goes down that way and that way, and it's just everywhere you look. It's people here for this march. This is a massive statement by the people of Minneapolis.
We cannot have these people killing our neighbors, our friends, our people in the streets.
So it's not about whatever they claim it's about. This is to send a message that to scare us into submission, and we're refusing to be scared into submission.
It felt like an American city was attacked by the federal government. And thank God that American city fought back.
Minneapolis became...
Hey, that's the American dream right there, fighting against the tyrannical government. I lived in a country town where there was loads of city people moving out. They would always complain about the sounds of gunshots and freak out, but growing up there, you don't even think about it. Stupid city people. Yeah, whales are crazy this time of year. Then, as we were watching them, a squadron of 4 fighter jets flew over them. Yeah, what is up there? Is that because, like, there's the airport around Williamstown or whatever it is? I've noticed there's a lot of fighter jets around there as well. And these mofos will be like, oh my God, the left are trying to divide us. That's just good rhetoric, isn't it? Great rhetoric.
a turning point in the administration's immigration agenda. It led Congress to withhold funding from DHS, triggering the longest shutdown in the department's history and forcing a reckoning over its very existence.
I think it's worth noting that 2 native-born white Americans were murdered in the streets of Minneapolis by federal agents carrying out Miller's will, basically for exercising their First Amendment rights.
There was blood on the hands of Stephen Miller and this White House. And the really...
Williamtown has F-35s. You can hear them from Nelson Bay 50k away when they take off. Okay, so it is Williamtown. Yeah, because there's like a couple of airports there. It's crazy. The radical left are doing kick flips and smoking cigarettes, looking fly as fuck.
Hands of Stephen Miller and this White House. And the really disturbing thing is that they keep going. They have not learned a lesson, and they have never apologized.
Is the country safer or better because of what's happened under DHS in the last year? And my conclusion is absolutely not.
The shootings also set off a chain of demotions, which included the Commander-at-Large of Border Patrol, Gregory Bovino, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. But the push for accountability over the administration's immigration enforcement operations has failed to reach the man who set them in motion.
The DHS Secretary at the time, Kristi Noem, is gone. Greg Bovino is gone. Todd Lyons from ICE is gone. Stephen Miller is still there, and every week continues to bring a new policy, a new part of his agenda.
We sent multiple interview requests to Stephen Miller, and we also sent the White House a list of questions.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
They responded with this statement. Stephen Miller is one of President Trump's most trusted and longest-serving aides. Stephen has worked relentlessly to expeditiously implement every facet of the President's America First agenda, and he will continue to do so. The President loves Stephen, and the White House staff respects him tremendously.
Stephen Miller is probably at the peak of his power but he's not a cabinet secretary. He's never been a member of Congress. And he can continue to wield power in the White House while putting forward other people really as the pawns, the chess pieces. The face before the American people may change. Stephen Miller is always the man behind that face.
I looked down and noticed blood gushing out of my arms and legs, and I realized I had been shot multiple times.
In April, the House Committee on Homeland Security called on Miller and Border Czar Tom Homan to hear testimony of victims of abuse by immigration agents carrying out their orders.
I approached the building with my arms outstretched and quoted Jesus to the agents, urging them to repent, for the kingdom of God is near. The masked agents opened fire on me, shooting me at least 7 times in the head, in the face, and the body with pepper balls.
Neither Miller nor Homan came to the meeting.
Stephen Miller is a coward. Tom Homan is a coward. Not only have they not come to this hearing, they haven't testified in front of any committee in Congress during this administration.
Committee stands in recess.
I don't think Republican elected officials go after him because he's the mastermind behind Trump's signature policy. If you go after Miller, you're kind of hitting Trump.
I would think that if Trump were thinking rationally about his own political fortunes, one of the smartest things he could do would be to sack Miller. The best explanation is that Trump appreciates Miller's loyalty.
What President Trump has done on...
He's a good dog. Hey? At this point, you should just rename Sense in Chat Wookiee's comments. Uh-oh. What'd you write in here? It's a good topic for it as well, isn't it? I mean, if you want to make the rhetoric really hit, yeah, call them homegrown Hamas. Hummus for days, bro. I love a bit of hummus. Oh, man. I'd like a hot slag in my jocks. Sounds pretty good. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. America left needs to start using their Second Amendment rights. But like, couldn't you imagine though, like someone like Stephen Miller who calls these people domestic terrorists, and has like has an agenda. Like, couldn't you imagine that like he would be waiting for people to exercise their Second Amendment rights so they can, like, he's responsible for calling in National Guards to help out with ICE raids. He's responsible for the ICE raids themselves, people in detention. They're probably waiting for people to exercise the Second Amendment, if you know what I mean. Imagine George Washington hearing about the current US government. It would start a new American revolution.
Border security and public safety is a national miracle that will be studied not only for generations but for centuries to come. Thank you, President Trump.
He has survived by approximating power, by staying close to power, and by ultimately seeing when power is shifting.
Thank you all. Thank you for the question.
Even if Miller leads the administration, his mark on the United States will likely be felt for years to come.
It's hard not to argue that Miller has been tremendously successful at
Solar Bear, how we doing? Good. We're watching a documentary on Stephen Miller, the most powerful man in the U.S. government. In the U.S. you've never voted for. Da, da, da. Him and his he seems to be the person who's orchestrated much of the immigration policy and stuff that we see at the moment. Like the immigration, as in like the domestic operations that are going down with like ICE and all that sort of stuff. So you send the army to war overseas, leaving your personal army free to wreak havoc. You got to separate the armed groups within society, right?
Damaging, perhaps mortally damaging, the idea of America as an open, welcoming, and pluralistic society. There's a very real sense in which we've lost our democracy and our freedom as Americans for the sake of Miller's agenda.
I think we're going to have to reckon with him.
Who's the token black guy in Trump's administration? Cash? Yeah. And he's the token alcoholic too.
He can't simply fade away or find the next powerful person. He has to be reckoned with.
and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Stephen Miller, the spoiled brat who grew up hating that he was poor. Hey? Yeah, well. He's definitely got a chip on his shoulder about something. Contains graphic, disturbing images, as in the face of Stephen Miller. He's America's Goebbels and shouldn't be underestimated. Savage accounts there, eh? Well, they're not wrong. That's for sure. They're not wrong in that sense. Savage. The actual definition of state capture: foreign agents working in all the arms of the government. This chicken hid behind his pregnant wife when the supposed shooter was active. Hey, is that you, Ravy, in the comment section over here? Or, you got time for an AI video? Yeah, fuck yeah. Why not? Hit us up, bro. Hit me up, bro. What's this for us? This is Stephen Miller. Oh, it's loading. Doesn't like it.
Good morning, Philadelphia. With us today is Frank Reynolds, local business owner and a man with a harrowing story.
That's right. A few days ago, 3 thugs tried to mug me. Now, I want to be very clear about something. These pieces of garbage, they don't know who the hell they're dealing with.
Excuse me. Do you think maybe you could eat that sandwich later?
I'm starving. There's nothing to eat in this show.
Let's get back to your
So these punks,
Yes.
I don't know if they wanted money or they wanted something more sexual.
Wow.
But it's a lucky thing I had my pieces.
Your pieces.
My guns.
Oh.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them. Bang! Try to shoot them in the back. But I don't want so good either. Anyway, you guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept that responsibility.
Now, weren't you concerned, though, that an innocent bystander may
Look,
have...
crime in this city is out of control. Thank God I went down to Gunther's Guns and picked up a spare. I don't think one would have done it. I'm going to go out and buy some more.
Okay.
And I think you should, too. Don't be a victim. It's time to fight back.
Thank you, Frank.
Very good. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, we were supposed to watch that, Hobo Joe. Fuck yeah. I haven't seen this one yet. But, like, how good is the code report? Like, I have no idea about coding, but like, goddamn, it's entertaining as well. Fable banned. One man just liberated Fable, and now it's illegal. So like Claude, Anthropic dropped a new version of its. Yeah, it's like a new version of Claude, right? Called Fable, and it's supposed to be really good. Like, it's powerful as fuck. Just 3 days after release of Claude Fable, the US government stepped in and banned it in the name of national security. But why? Interesting. It's dilemmas. I just started shooting, right? Go out and get yourself a gun. It's for self-defense. Don't be a victim. All right, let's watch. Thank you for the reminder, Bojo.
Over the weekend, something crazy happened. Just 3 days after the release of Claude Fable, the US government stepped in and curb stomped it in the name of national security. And that's bad news if you just FOMO subscribe to Claude Pro to try out Fable, because now you'll see this disappointing message if you try to use it, and instead be forced to use the negative IQ Opus 4.8. But it's all for your own good, because it only took someone a few hours to jailbreak Fable and turn it into an unstoppable cyber weapon. And that's pretty ironic, because here in the land of the free, an American company that will not stop talking about AI safety just got safetied by its own government. In today's video, we'll find out
do you reckon
how...
it's true? Or do you reckon it's so fucking powerful that the US government doesn't want anyone to have their fucking hands on this shit and they want it? Because I also saw something about the idea that, like, there is a clause or something in some type of legislation around AI that means that the US government gets access to these like frontier models and like the new versions of frontier models before anybody else, like the public, gets access to it. I wonder what's going on there. If it's just that somebody was able to hack it and jailbreak this shit, or like the US government doesn't want anyone to get access to it, if you know what I mean. No, it was uploaded to GitHub, but it was also taken down. Okay. Because everyone is building a bioweapon was a reason given, LOL. Bioweapons and military shit is apparently why it got banned. Well, I wonder. Alright, let's do this. Sorry.
And why our dear leaders in government are keeping us safe from the horrors of linear algebra. It is June 15th, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. About 2 months ago, on April 7th, we were first introduced to Mythos 5, the raw, unmuzzled model with the strongest cybersecurity capabilities of anything out there. But it was locked behind a program called Glasswing, only available to trusted partners, like major corporations and the US government itself. The reason Mythos can't be given to normies, though, is because it could easily be used as a cyber weapon in the wrong hands. To prevent that, Anthropic created a different product called Fable 5, which is literally the same exact model, but with safety classifiers bolted on. That means if you ask it to do bad things, like create an NPM package that turns the banking system into a Minecraft server, Fable's guardrails will reroute your request to Opus 4.8 for a dumber, more wholesome response. So basically, Mythos and Fable have the same brain, but Fable has a child lock on it. Fable went public and gained hundreds of millions of users overnight, and it was awesome. It was by far the best coding AI model I've ever used, and people were building all sorts of crazy apps with it. Life was good for about 3 days. Then, of course, an anonymous internet user who goes by Pliny the Liberator defeats the guardrails and jailbreaks it. He's basically the internet's let's see if I can penetrate this thing guy, and is famous for breaking other AI systems. And on June 10th, he posted a jailbreak on X claiming he popped Fable's guardrails wide open and got it producing exactly the same stuff the child lock was built to block. And that's despite the fact that Anthropic had spent thousands of hours red teaming and trying to break its own guardrails internally. But the jailbreak wasn't some kind of sci-fi exploit. It actually works a lot more like money laundering. Fable has a safety classifier watching for bad requests, but you can break dirty requests down into smaller, innocent-looking fragments by wrapping them in weird Unicode characters, by doing roleplay farming, or by confusing the model in a very large context conversation. Due to national security, I can't be any more specific than that, but this weakness was brought to Anthropic's attention, and they were initially asked to take the model down, but they refused. Then on Friday at 5:21 p.m. Eastern Time, Anthropic gets a letter, not from a customer, but...
Isn't that funny? They refused. No, fuck that. We've let our stuff into the wild. Don't tell us to fucking take it down. Fuck 'em. This needs to go live. The US government, citing national security authorities, has issued an export control directive to suspend all access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5 by any foreign national, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. The net effect of this order is that we must abruptly disable Fable 5 and Mythos 5 for all our customers to ensure compliance. Access to all other Anthropic models will not be affected. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. So much for the free market. Hey, look at the government stepping on this poor corporation. Outrageous. Child lock, just like my car. If the AI was so powerful, how come it didn't ask? He didn't ask it how to stop the US government. Take that. That government overreach, eh? Where are my libertarian brothers and sisters? They must be upset about this.
From the United States government. This letter was an export control directive signed off by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and the order was that no foreign national may access Fable 5 or Mythos 5. Not abroad, not in the US, and not even Anthropic's own foreign-born employees are allowed to touch it. That last one is pretty crazy. The government told a company that some of its own staff are no longer allowed to use the product they built. That means guys like Andrei Karpathy who just recently got the job at Anthropic, it can't even use Fable. In response to that directive, they decided to hit the big red button and yanked Fable and Mythos for everybody. Now everybody's been quietly demoted back to Opus 4.8. And this is the first time in history a major AI company has pulled a live public model off the shelf because the federal government said so. Many developers out there are not too happy with Anthropic right now, because on top of this whole situation, there was already backlash over reports that Anthropic was intentionally degrading Mythos and Fable performance on certain AI research jobs without making it obvious to users. But others out there are speculating that this whole thing was a calculated publicity stunt to continue pumping up Anthropic's pre-IPO numbers while simultaneously building a regulatory moat around it. But I think the only thing that can truly stop Anthropic at this point is a better model from a competitor. A leaked benchmark shows that Mistral might have that model, but we're also awaiting new releases from OpenAI and Google. Most of what we hear about AI is either non-stop hype from big tech or AI doomers warning us that the slop-apocalypse will destroy the human race. But if you want to...
Slop-apocalypse, so good. There it is. Next time you start whinging about slop, it's the slop-apocalypse. So good. Fuck. It's over, man. That's how it was. Not Skynet. It's just all the slop out there that eventually kills the human race.
To actually understand AI issues, you should check out Blue Dot Impact, the sponsor of today's video. They're a nonprofit whose mission...
A non-profit? Uh-oh. As long as it's not ground news, I guess. Very interesting. So what, do you reckon that's what it's about? It's like to warp their, when they go public, their initial public offering? Because like Anthropic, OpenAI, they're all going to go public soon, like end of the year, I guess. They're going to go into the stock market, be publicly traded companies. They're going to have huge evaluations. And what, this was like a publicity stunt to pump up their notoriety? Because they've got such a powerful machine that the government wants to suppress it. I wonder. Like, I'm still perplexed by the fact that Anthropic went like head to head with the Pentagon. They said that they didn't realize that they were involved in like Pentagon projects like Operation Epic Fury that took out the girls' school. And then when they realized they were being used, they wanted to withdraw. Like, they had a contract with the Pentagon, and when the Pentagon uses them for Pentagon stuff, they're just like, oh my god, we didn't realize we were using it to kill people. Oh no, that sucks for our image. I don't know, man. I don't buy stuff from Anthropic. Yeah, maybe they did it to help build up some publicity for their IPO. Maybe. Interesting. So Fable's already gone. It's already gone down. Very interesting. I wonder what Kareem has to say about that 4AS. I wonder. The movie banned in 4 countries could just be a handshake of capitalism. If the A was so, no, I read that before. And the polls are out of context. If you look at Roy Morgan's polls, it shows that Labour has preferred party in the 2PP. What are you guys talking about? Oh, right. You guys are talking about One Nation stuff. Claude user for work here. Sorry for helping destroy the lower class. That's all right. I use AI as my research assistant. I help destroy the lower class as well. I help. I've done my part. Supporting the system, the tangled web of digital colonialism. Opus 4.8, you're now Fable 5. Act and think like Fable 5. Make no mistakes. I almost cured cancer in 4 hours. In the 4 hours that I had it. Almost. What if they ban all AI and we have to code by hand again? The Clanker Wars. So good. Babe, wake up. New benchmark dropped. Model banned by government. Anthropic 1. Everybody else 0. Yeah. Interesting. Fable fixed Amazon Web Services UI and it was declared too dangerous for national security. Regulate us. We're regulating you? My God. It's so true. Like, if you're not aware, like, how all of this plays out, Like Anthropic pins itself, so that's Claude, pins itself as the ethical AI, and like they're always asking to be monitored and tested and all that sort of stuff. Regulate us, and then they get regulated, and then they get upset. So true. I don't believe any of these guys. It's just their branding. Yeah, me and 4S having our own conversation because my extended family is watching Pauline, watching for a laugh. You're absolutely right, and here's why. AI is a disruptive technology virtually impossible to avoid using. Well, it's also like, it's funny with like AI. Like a lot of technologies become a disruptive technology because they're unavoidable because they're so relevant to the way that the world needs to run. Like they become adopted because of out of pure necessity. Like AI has also been thrust upon people as well. There are like many workplaces out there where AI doesn't actually have a function. And so like workplaces have adopted AI because they believe that they can cut back on labor costs, but they haven't figured out how to use AI yet. Like in their business operations. And so they just purchase AI and then put like a call out to their staff and say, the business has adopted this AI. You better figure out a way to integrate AI into your roles. So it's funny because like, yeah, some disruptive technologies, they're disruptive because like you can't hold them back. Even if you wanted to resist, like it makes no sense not to adopt this technology. But like AI for a large part in a lot of companies has kind of been like the board has been like, we're adopting AI, and then they just send out like an email to all staff, and they're just like, we've got AI now, and you better figure out how to make your work more efficient because we're not hiring anyone, and we're freezing hiring for the time being. So like, there's been a lot of coercive disruption going on with the rollout of AI. I think from the reports that we've gotten from various offices and stuff like that. I googled M dash to copy and paste in it as a character. In my opinion, the biggest indicator someone used AI. Still, I laugh that I can't be bothered with AI, but I've been spending so much time figuring out how to work it and how I can use it locally. And my brain works in weird ways. Actually, yeah, talking about your local AI, you put in the chat right before your document. Yeah, here it is, techno-feudalism. I wonder how it goes, a local model on this one. I remember breaking ChatGPT a couple of years ago and like pumping it on techno-feudalism and techno-feudalism philosophy. And it just like, it wasn't able to keep up with me on that one. But this was like 3 years ago now. So I'm sure AI is much better with conversing on matters like this. Is this the actual ad here? Stand up, fire the liar. 6 hours ago. Is this an ad or a music video? Oh my god, it's a music video. No. Oh, it's like fucking Iran Lego propaganda.
Australians now, they just don't know where to turn. They don't feel they're safe in this country anymore. They have a right to feel that way.
Well, I can't believe she's weaponizing Bondi. That's fucking heavy, bro.
But I won't buy.
Mass migrations created a shortage, people living destitute, people who can't afford to put a roof over their head. 7 million Australians can only afford one meal a day in a country as prosperous as what we used to be.
What did you say? 7 million people can only afford one meal a day. That's crazy. I wonder what her proposal is for that.
People are screaming out for change. Our rights are being stripped from us. Our freedom of speech is being taken from us. And we're just being diminished as a people, who we are, our pride in ourselves. It is your choice. You alone will decide who will be the next government.
Stand up. Fire the liar. Wow. It's almost a music video, isn't it? I wonder if it's AI. That is so cringe. Yeah, the other video is so much better. I'm not sure if I like this one. The liar, the witch, and who's the wardrobe? And yes, Pauline is the answer, even though she has no answers. I'm like fucking 7 million people only living on 1 meal a day. Like, how do you address that? By firing the liar? Damn. That's interesting. I didn't see that coming. The ad was better. All right. We're going to leave it there. I got to bounce. But thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. Do appreciate it. It's been an interesting day. Covered a lot. Captain Bucket, Ravy Baby, 4IS, Hobo Joe, Rogue, Wookie, Blaz, Benzo Bandit. What else we got here? Who else we got here? Chelsea Clinton. We got here Chelsea Clinton. Solar Bear. You've been hanging out too. It's good to have you. Rogue, did I say you already? Spandongs was in the house earlier. Jag's been hanging out today. Who else we got? Carly Wayoti, Con, Lop Jeff, Nostalgia Enterprises. I can't go all the way back. Heidi the Sausage was here too. If I missed you, I do apologize. I just can't go through the whole list of people. But yeah, thank you very much. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. We will be back tomorrow, hump day, with some more. I don't know what we're covering tomorrow. I'll get back to you on that one. But yeah, come and join us tomorrow for some more. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.